The Sleeping and the Dead, written by Ann Cleeves and read by John Telfer. Prologue. She had the lake to herself. She wasn't given to fancies, but on a morning like this, she knew the water was what she was born for. The water, then her and the canoe. Like they were one creature, one of the strange animals out of the myths they'd had to read when they were at school. But she wasn't half horse. She was half boat. The spray deck was fastened so tightly round her waist that every movement she made with her upper body was reflected in the canoe, and if she capsized, her legs would stay quite dry. Not that there was any chance of that today. The sun was already burning off the last of the mist, and the lake was flat. There were mirror images of mountains all the way up the valley. The blades of her paddle sliced sharply through the water, pushing her back towards the shore. The water level must have dropped again, because the row of staiths, which had only recently appeared running out from the beach, seemed more prominent. She turned the canoe towards them, partly out of curiosity, partly to put off the moment of her return to the school. The figure floated just under the surface, moving gently. From a distance, she'd thought it a piece of polythene. She'd tilted the paddle so one blade was submerged and pushed against the pressure of the water to stop the canoe. Still interested, not scared, waiting for the silt to clear. Then she found she was shaking, and held on to the wooden post with her free hand to steady herself. It was as if she'd stumbled into a bad horror movie. The corpse, swaying below her, was white, like a wax witchcraft effigy. Part 1. Chapter 1. Peter Porteous walked to work. It was still a novelty. He liked it all, the overgrown hedges, birdsong, cow muck, not dog muck, on the road. Having made the decision to walk, he walked every day, whatever the weather, even in this heat. He was a man of routine. On the edge of the town, he went into the newsagent's by the bridge to buy the Independent. He checked the time on the church clock. In the office, he would drink a mug of decaffeinated coffee and begin to sift through the overnight reports before meeting his team at the 10 o'clock briefing. And at the briefing he knew there would be nothing to cause anxiety. Cranford was a small town. The team covered a huge geographical area, but there was seldom the sense of being swamped by uncontrollable events which he had experienced in his previous post. That was why he had transferred to Cranford, and that was why he would enjoy it. He knew colleagues who functioned better under pressure, but he hated panic and chaos. Stress scared him. He had designed his working life to avoid it. He was waiting for the kettle to boil for his coffee when the telephone rang. "Porteous," he continued to make neat, pithy notes in the margin of the report on his desk. "We've got a body, sir." He took a breath. "Where?" "In the lake. Only visible now because the water's so low. It was found by an instructor at the Adventure Centre." "Natural causes, then?" "Unlikely, sir." "Why?" "It was tied to an anchor. Weighed down." "So," the kettle clicked off. Still holding the phone, he poured water onto coffee granules. "Murder?" There was a brief silence. Perhaps the sergeant was expecting a rush of orders. Instructions and queries fired one after another. None came. Instead, Porteous asked calmly, "Any identification?" "Can't even tell the sex. It looks as if it's been there some time." "No rush, then. They haven't done anything daft like trying to lift it from the water." "I'm not sure. Tell them to leave everything as it is. Are you clear?" "Exactly. I want the pathologist there. I seem to remember that water has a preservative effect. Once the corpse is lifted from the lake, it'll start to decompose very quickly. Make sure they understand." "Right, sir." "Get hold of Eddie Stout. Tell him I'll meet him there. And, Sergeant—" "Yes, sir." I'll need a car." Before leaving his office, Peter Porteous drank his coffee and finished reading the report on his desk. The town had its back turned to the lake, was separated from it by a small hill and a forestry plantation. There were no views. Many of the older residents could remember the valley before it was flooded to create a vast reservoir, and still disapproved. They had quite enough water. In the hills it never stopped raining. Let their city dwellers fend for themselves. The road to the lake was signposted Cranwell Village and showed a no-through road symbol. Beneath it was a brown tourist sign which said Cranford Water Adventure Centre. Cranwell Village was a scattering of houses on either side of the single-track road. There was a church and a pub and a country house hotel where, the month before, Porteous had briefly attended a colleague's engagement party. Then there was a bend in the road and a sudden, startling expanse of water, this morning dazzling in the sunlight. The lake had a circumference of 30 miles. The valley twisted, so although Porteous could see across the water to the opposite bank, each end of the reservoir was invisible. The lane ended in a car park, with a grassed area to one side and a couple of picnic tables. There was a notice board with a map showing a series of walks and nature trails. A gravel track followed the lake a little further north to the Adventure Centre, a wooden building of Scandinavian design, surrounded by trees. Porteous parked by the notice board and studied it before walking up the track. Detective Sergeant Stout had arrived before him. His car was parked in one of the residents' marked spaces next to the building. He wore, as he always did, a suit and a tie, and looked out of place in the clearing, surrounded by trees with pine needles underfoot. An officious garden gnome. Next to him stood a fit, middle-aged man in shorts, a black T-shirt with the Adventure Centre logo on the front in scarlet, and the rubber sandals used by climbers. Porteous always treated Stout carefully. The older man had been expected to get the promotion which had brought Porteous to the team. He was well liked, but too close to retirement now to move further. "Thank you for getting here so quickly, Eddie." As soon as the words were spoken, he thought they sounded sycophantic, insincere. Stout only nodded. "Perhaps you could introduce us." Stout nodded again. He was a small, squat man, with the knack of speaking without appearing to move his mouth. He would have made a brilliant ventriloquist, though Porteous had never passed on the compliment. "This is Daniel Duncan. He's director of the Adventure Centre. One of his instructors found the body." Porteous held out his hand. Duncan took it reluctantly. "Perhaps I could talk to him," Porteous said. "Her?" Duncan said. "Helen Blake. She's a bit upset." "We should give her a few minutes, then. Is there anything we can see from the shore?" From where they were standing, the view of the lake was obscured by trees. Duncan led them along a path to the back of the building, to a dinghy park where there were half a dozen mirror dinghies and a rack of canoes. A concrete slipway sloped gently into the water. He walked very quickly, bouncing away from them on the balls of his feet, as if he hoped the matter could be dealt with immediately. "This is the last thing we need," he said crossly. "We've only been going 3 years, and this is the first season we've shown any profit." But the building must have been here longer than that. It looked weathered. Lichen was growing on the roof. "It's nearly 10 years old. It used to be run by the council, but in the last round of cuts they had to sell it off. I took it over then." "What was here before that?" Duncan shrugged. "I wouldn't know." "It was a caravan site," Stout volunteered. "A sort of holiday centre. I think the people who owned it went bust. The wooden building wasn't here then, though, and the trees have grown a lot. There was the reception and a bar nearer the lane, brick and concrete, an ugly place. I remember it being demolished." Porteous leaned against the stone wall which separated the dinghy park from the shore. There was the smell of baked mud. A slight breeze moved the water, but seemed not to reach him. "Where did Miss Blake find the body?" Duncan pointed to a rotting wooden stave which jutted out from the water about 30 yards from the wall. "This is the driest summer since the reservoir was built. The water's never been so low. Those posts haven't been exposed since I've been here, not till a couple of weeks ago. I think they formed part of a jetty or a pier when the lake was first flooded. The body's near that far post. So it was probably weighted and thrown from the jetty before it collapsed? Duncan shrugged again as if he wanted to disassociate himself from the inquiry. Porteous gave up on him and turned to Stout. I don't suppose you remember when the jetty fell into disuse? That might help us date the body. I don't think it fell down. I think the council knocked it down when the adventure centre was built. They didn't want the kids drowning themselves. Porteous pursed his lips in a soundless whistle. So we're talking a 10-year body, at least. When was the reservoir completed? 1968, the year Bet and I moved here. So, a 20-odd-year window of opportunity, if we accept the body's been in for 10 years. It'll be a nightmare just sorting through the missing person records. He didn't talk as if it would be a nightmare. His voice was suddenly more cheerful. I don't suppose anyone obvious comes to mind. As a candidate for the victim, he'd learned already that Eddie was famous for his memory and his local knowledge. According to the desk sergeant, he went to bed reading the hatches, matches and dispatches column of the local paper. Give us a break, sir. We've no age or sex. I'm not a miracle worker. That's not what I was told. Duncan had wandered away from them and was pulling one of the dinghies onto a trolley. Porteous joined him, but didn't offer to help. How deep is the water there? The bank's steep at this point, so usually it's very deep. The post must have snapped off sometime because the jetty would have been higher than that. It's silty there, too. This year, you'd probably be able to walk out in thigh waders. Thanks. We'll see how the forensic team want to play it. He found it hard to imagine Carver, the pathologist, in thigh waders. He was a dapper man given to flamboyant ties and waistcoats. His hair was a deep, oily black, which could only have come out of a bottle. Even in the Teletubby paper suit he put on to enter a crime scene, he gave the impression of neatness and vanity. Will you wait here for Mr. Carver, Eddie? I'll see if Miss Blake's up to a few questions. Mr. Duncan, if you wouldn't mind. Duncan seemed at first not to have heard. He finished coiling a piece of rope, straightened, then reluctantly set off towards the centre. Porteous followed. Where do you get your customers from? That's hardly relevant to your inquiries, is it? If the body's as old as you think. He stopped in his tracks so suddenly that Porteous almost walked into him. Sorry, that was rude. Everything I own is sunk into this place. I'm worried. In the summer holidays, most of our clients are kids whose parents think it would be good for them to do more than sit in front of the computer screen all day. At the moment, the whole place has been taken over by one school party. We're starting to attract more adult groups, too, companies looking for a quick fix in corporate bonding. He opened double doors into a wood-panelled lobby with a couple of chairs, a payphone and a drinks machine. Helen's through there in the common room. I'll be in the office if you need me. Helen Blake was a large, boned redhead in her early 20s. Her face was still drained of colour, so the scattering of freckles on her nose and cheekbones looked livid and raw. She was alone. What have you done with all the students? He hoped the jokey tone would reassure her, but she looked up, startled, and some of the coffee she was holding spilled onto her jeans. They've gone pony trekking this morning. Would you normally be with them? No, I only do water sports. She gave a laugh which rattled at the back of her throat. I did try riding once. I got a blister on my bum, and the beast bit me. How long have you been working here? He wanted her more relaxed before he started on the difficult questions. This is my first season. I did sports science at university. Canoeing's my passion. I compete. I'm hoping for an Olympic trial. She set the coffee mug on a low table. Her hand had stopped shaking. Do you like it here? Yeah, it's okay. Dan Duncan could do with being a bit more laid back, but as he always says, he's got a lot resting on this place. Did you have a group with you on the water this morning? No, thank God. I practice on my own before breakfast every day. One of the perks of the job. Could you take me through exactly what happened? I was on my way in. The words came in breathless pants. I'll never take the students close to the old jetty. It would be tempting fate. They'd get stuck or hit one of the underwater planks and capsize. I suppose I was curious. There seems to be less water in the lake every day, and I wanted to see what else might emerge. I didn't expect a body. It seemed to be floating not far from the surface, very white, hardly human. Not human at all. She shivered and pulled her knees up to her chest and wrapped her arms around them. Could you see the anchor? Not then. It was covered in silt. I put my blade in to study the canoe, and the movement of the water cleared it long enough for me to see the shape. I came in then. I couldn't look any more. Dan called the police. 2 men rowed out in one of our dinghies. Perhaps they didn't believe me. Perhaps they thought I was imagining it. I wish I had been. They had to check, he said gently. What will happen now? We're waiting for the forensic team. I won't have to see it again, will I? Of course not. What I can't bear, she said, is the thought of him out there all this time, and none of us realizing. It's as if nobody missed him, as if nobody cared. If it was a he, Porteous thought. As she spoke, he saw beyond her, through a long window, to the scene outside. Carver's Range Rover was pulling into the drive. The pathologist parked it neatly beside the centre's minibus and climbed out. From the back seat he pulled out a pair of rubber waders. They were spotless and shiny, as black as his hair. Porteous hid a small grin behind his hand. What time will the children be back? He didn't want an audience of sniggering, pointing teenagers. Not until late this afternoon. They're taking a picnic. She followed his gaze. You'll be busy. Don't worry about me. I'm okay. Later, he, Stout, and Carver sat in the Range Rover to compare notes. Carver had with him a silver thermos flask of coffee which he passed around, wiping the cup each time with a paper handkerchief, like a priest at communion. Really? He said in the prissy voice which made some of Porteous's colleagues want to thump him. It's most interesting. I've read about it, of course, but this is the first time I've seen it. Seen what? Porteous had come across Carver when he was working in the city and was prepared to be patient with him. The man was a good pathologist, and he could usually be persuaded to commit himself. Porteous would put up with a lot for that. Adipocia, that's what it's called. It's caused by saponification, literally the making of soap, the effect of water on the body fat. One of the first pathologists to describe it said it's as if the corpse is encased in mutton suet. Remarkably apt, as I'm sure you'll agree. Sometimes the adipocia preserves the internal organs. I won't be able to tell you that, of course, until the post-mortem. I'll do that as soon as I can. This afternoon, if it can be arranged. I wouldn't be surprised if some of my colleagues didn't want to be present. He took a fastidious sip of his coffee. Really, I can hardly wait. Chapter 2. Porteous lived in a barn as big as a church, which had been converted into 3 flats. He had the top floor to himself. Exposed rafters stretched to a sloping roof. There were 2 long windows, a view over farmland. Occasionally, if the light was right, he could see the glint of the lake in the distance, like a child's imagined glimpse of the sea. One wall was exposed stone, the others plastered and whitewashed. On these he hung the paintings he collected. He always went to the fine art students' finals exhibition at the university in the city. Usually he saw something he liked. It was early evening. Porteous didn't believe in unnecessary overtime. It messed up his budgets, and tasks which could normally be fitted into the working day expanded, became more complicated to fit the time allowed. Tonight, despite the body in the lake, he sent his team home at the usual time. There was nothing they could do until they had identification. Besides, he wanted them calm and reasonable in the morning. He hated the frantic, febrile atmosphere which sometimes enveloped a murder case. Rational judgment was lost. It was as if there was something heroic about the obsession with one victim, one perpetrator, about the lack of sleep. the passion stoked by alcohol. He had, however, brought work home with him. He had carried 6 large box files up the open stairs. They contained the flimsy copies of missing person reports between 1968 and 1985. The last 5 of the years which were of interest to him, 1986 to 1990, had been computerized, and he would check those in the morning. He had attended Carver's post-mortem. As the pathologist had suggested, there was quite an audience. The little man had played up to them, preening himself, throwing out scientific jokes and puns, which meant little to Porteous, but raised a titter amongst his colleagues. Porteous had taken notes in impeccable shorthand, following Carver's commentary exactly. The pathologist had performed like a music hall magician, and there was likely to be as much information in the suggestion, the conjecture, the surprise discovery, as in the completed official report. Porteous set his notes on the painted table which stood under one of the windows and went to the tiny kitchen to make a pot of tea. He liked Earl Grey, weak, with a slice of lemon. He poured a dribble, was satisfied that it was ready, and filled the cup. Then he returned to his notes and translated them in his head. Carver had confirmed that the body had been in the water for at least 10 years. The victim was a young male, aged between 16 and 25. He was 5 feet 10 inches tall, and, despite the adipocere, which usually occurred only when the victim had considerable body fat, he was of slender build. Carver had been excited by that fact, had thought it might warrant a note in a scientific journal. Enough of the organs, protected by the hard white layer of adipocere, remained for Carver to give a cause of death. The young man had been stabbed by a knife with a short but unusually wide blade, a dagger of some sort. He had been stabbed in the back, a sharp upward movement into the heart. Either the perpetrator had known what he was doing, or he had been very lucky. At this, Carver had looked at his friends and grinned. "Very exotic, gentlemen, very theatrical, as I'm sure you'll agree, for our small town in the hills." The body had been tied to the anchor by a piece of nylon rope which had been looped around the waist. The young man had been clothed, though most of the garments had rotted and only tatters remained. The scraps had been retained, and the forensic team was examining them. He had been wearing boots made of a soft leather or suede. Around his wrist was a plaited leather bracelet which looked homemade, perhaps from a bootlace. At this, Porteous stopped for a moment and took a sip of tea. He had been a child in the 70s. His only brother had been 10 years older, and Porteous pictured him preparing to go out for the night. He saw him quite clearly, standing in front of the mirror in his parents' room, the only long mirror in the house. He was wearing wide trousers, desert boots, a fringed suede jacket. Around his neck was a leather thong threaded with wooden beads. The victim's bracelet suggested to Porteous the fashion of the 70s, the end of flower power, not punk or the new romantics. He made a note and continued. There had been some dental work. Carver announced this as if they should be grateful to him, which Porteous certainly was. After all this time, it was the best chance of positive identification. There had not been extensive work on the teeth, 1 extraction and 2 small fillings, but a record of the mouth, perhaps even an X-ray, would have been taken. There was no guarantee that the dentist was still in business, or that the records had been kept, but at least it provided an avenue of investigation. Porteous thought it would give his team something to do the following day. He liked to keep them busy. He leant back in his chair and emptied the pot into his wide blue cup, part of the tea service which had been a present to himself when he moved into the barn. He stretched with satisfaction. This was why he had joined the police. Not to save the world, not to race around the countryside in fast cars or strut the city streets in a uniform, but to bring order, to solve problems, to understand. He set the post-mortem notes to one side and pulled the first box file towards him, savouring a moment of anticipation before opening it. This was what he loved, this precise and meticulous sorting of facts. He had never understood why his colleagues thought such work tedious. Each report was a minor human tragedy, baldly told, given a dignity because the facts were unembellished. He sorted them first into gender and age, rejecting the menopausal women with depression, the elderly wanderers from care homes, the occasional heartbreaking 10-year-old who had gone to a friend's house to play and never returned. Still, he was left with a mountain of paper. The majority of missing person reports was for young males. They'd left home after problems at school, a row with parents, or in search of a more exciting life. He knew that many would have returned or got in touch. The relatives, simply relieved that the panic was over, would never have thought to inform the police. He became engrossed in the task and couldn't let it go. He had planned just to sort through the paperwork, but began phoning the contact numbers for relatives. Inevitably, some had moved or died, but Cranford was the sort of town where people knew one another. Other phone numbers were given, alternative names suggested. The people wanted to talk. Porteous listened patiently to tales of lads who'd been scallies as youngsters, but who'd gone on to do well for themselves, who'd taken university degrees, settled down, had families. The worst calls were when boys were still missing, and no contact had ever been made. Porteous heard the flurry of hope in elderly voices. "Does this mean there's some news?" No, he said gently. "Just checking old files." Some had heard about the discovery of the body in the lake on local radio and put two and two together. "But that can't be our Alan," one said. "He could swim like a fish." He stopped when the light faded and it was too dark to read the scrawled names and numbers on the copy paper. He had reached 1980. If nothing came of the names he had set to one side, he would check the files for 1980 to 1990, but he thought he had gone far enough. He had a picture of the victim in his head, a boy who was a teenager in the early 70s just after the lake had been flooded, who wore desert boots and a leather bootlace bracelet, who had been stabbed in the back. He stood up and pressed the light switch. The room was lit by spots fixed to the ceiling beams. They shone through the rafters, throwing shadows onto the stripped wooden floor. He was hungry. He loved to cook. The process of peeling and chopping relaxed him. But today he wanted something quick and simple. He filled a stainless steel pan with water for spaghetti and sweated garlic and red chili in olive oil, then covered the lot with freshly sliced parmesan. He ate as if he hadn't seen food for days, shoveling it in with a spoon and a fork. He was sitting at the table where he'd been working, and he looked out through the uncovered window at the lights which were all that remained of the roads and the farmhouses. Later, he poured himself a glass of wine. He liked to go to bed early, but tonight found it impossible to let the investigation go. He thought he was as bad as the macho colleagues who bragged of their nights without sleep in pursuit of their prey. Still with his glass in his hand, he read through his short list of candidates again, hoping to pick up on some minute detail which would point him to the man he was looking for. He judged them just as a betting man would pick a horse from a racing paper, using a mixture of fact, experience, and superstition. There were 3. After those, he had picked a dozen or so more to follow up, if nothing came of the first group. He set the 3 sheets before him in alphabetical order and read them again. The first was Alan Branscombe, the boy who could swim like a fish. His parents still lived in Cranford. They came originally from the West Country and had planned on moving back there when they retired, but even after retirement they had stayed where they were. "Otherwise, how would Alan know where to find us?" Porteous had spoken to the mother. She had worked as a dinner lady in Cranwell Village First School. The father had worked for British Gas and taken a redundancy package when the company was privatised. Mrs. Branscombe could remember exactly what happened when Alan disappeared. She had the story pat, word for word, like a favourite bedtime tale repeated over and over to a child. He was the eldest of 3, a bright boy, and he'd gone to Leeds University to read electrical engineering. He'd never been away from home before. Perhaps he was homesick. Perhaps the course was more demanding than he'd expected. At any rate, when she managed to get through to him on the phone, she sensed he was unhappy. It was Easter when he went missing. He was 19. It was 1978, a bit outside Porteous's preferred timescale, but not by much. Alan had come home for the holidays and managed to get a job on the caravan site by the lake, cleaning the vans before the start of the season, doing small repairs. One day he set off for work and never arrived. He didn't take anything with him other than the packet of cheese and pickle sandwiches she'd made up for his lunch. So far as they knew, he had no money. He didn't return to university, and they never saw him again. "You say he was unhappy," Porteous had said. The woman's West Country accent was preserved intact. If they could tell her what happened to her son, even if he were dead, she'd feel she could move home. He'd wanted to help her. Could he have been clinically depressed? "I don't know," she said. "It wasn't something you thought of then, not with a 19-year-old lad. And he was home with us. We'd not have sent him back if he didn't want to go, whatever sort of noises his father was making." The height and the build fitted the body in the lake. She gave Porteous the name of Alan's dentist without asking why he wanted to know. Michael Gray was reported missing only after his foster parents had died, and the executors of their wills had tried to trace him. They'd left him the small house where they'd been living. He'd have been 22 at the time, but when a firm of solicitors tried to track him down, they discovered that no one had seen him since he was 18. That would have been in 1972. It was a peculiar case, but Porteous tried not to read too much into it. Social services seemed not to feel too much responsibility for kids in care once they were 16. They drifted in a twilight world of hard-to-let flats, hostels, and mates' floors. And if the next of kin had been named as one of the executors, presumably there wouldn't have been much incentive to trace the boy. Perhaps they would have received the profit from the house in his absence. The description was vague. Porteous had the feeling that the person reporting Michael as missing had never seen him. Nothing ruled him out from being the dead boy in the lake, but there was nothing to suggest it. There was nothing as useful as a photograph. Carl Jackson had lived 20 miles from Cranford with his parents, who farmed sheep on the other side of the lake. He beamed gappily from a school snap attached to the file. He was 16 and had learning difficulties, and was described by the constable who'd taken the first missing person report as mentally retarded. Because of his vulnerable status, there'd been a big search for him, involving not only the police and mountain rescue team, but also members of the public. He attended Cranford Adult Training Centre and was collected every morning from the end of the farm track by a bus which picked up all the trainees from rural areas. His parents were elderly, considered by the staff at the centre as overprotective. Usually one of them waited with him for the bus and was there to meet him in the evening. In an attempt to encourage Carl's independence, it was suggested that he could make the half-mile walk down the track alone. What could go wrong? The track led only to the farmhouse. It would be impossible for him to get lost. But one day, the third that this experiment in independent living was tried, he failed to arrive home. His parents waited less than half an hour before going out to look for him. 2 hours later, they alerted the police. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Porteous had phoned the contact number without much hope of success. The Jacksons had been in their 50s when Carl had disappeared in 1969. He was answered by a machine. "You're through to Bork Farm Computing. No one is available to take your call." The farmhouse had been sold to yuppies, the land dispersed. It was happening to hill farms all over the north of England. It had happened to the farm where he was living. He looked again at the photo. Carl was dressed in a check shirt, corduroy trousers, and a hand-knitted V-neck pullover. Old man's clothes. It was hard to imagine him wearing a hippie leather bracelet. The long case clock in the corner chimed the half-hour, midnight. Porteous rinsed out his glass, stoppered the bottle, and put it in the fridge. In bed, he took 10 minutes to go through the breathing exercise which usually helped him to relax, but he slept fitfully, haunted by the grainy photographs of Carl Jackson and Alan Branscombe, by the fat, white body in the mortuary, and by Carver's grin. Chapter 3. They sat in Porteous's office, which was so small that their knees almost touched, making an effort to get on. Eddie Stout had seen Porteous cart off the boxes of files the night before, and wondered what was going on. Was the man some sort of control freak? That wasn't his job. Didn't he trust the rest of the team? But Eddie was a Christian, a lay minister on the Methodist circuit, out every Sunday preaching to a handful of old ladies in the wind-swept chapels in the hills, so he had to forgive Porteous for being promoted over him, and he had to make allowances. It was a strain for him, Porteous could see that. The silence between them was awkward. Porteous liked Stout. Perhaps it would have been easier if the man had been less hospitable and generous. Why was Stout trying so hard? When Porteous had first arrived, Stout had invited him to dinner at his home, an overture of friendship which had been impossible for Porteous to refuse. It had been an unexpectedly pleasant evening, but Porteous felt he had disappointed Stout because he had given too little of himself away. He had taken flowers and chocolates as gifts instead of wine. Methodists didn't drink, did they? But it seemed that nowadays they did, and after several glasses of home-brewed beer, Stout had become mellow, almost Dickensian, sitting in a fat armchair, puffing his pipe, surrounded by evidence of his family. Porteous had drunk little and maintained his guard. Stout's wife, Bet, was plump and motherly. There were 2 grown-up children, settled down with babies of their own, and photographs of them were on the mantelpiece and the window-sills. Then there was Ruthie, the baby, 10 years younger than the others, a wild adolescent with cropped hair, who had eaten with them, entertaining them with stories about school. Afterwards, she had disappeared off to a party with her boyfriend, but not without giving her father a big hug first. "You've no family?" Bet had asked, as if it were a loss in his life, something to be pitied, to be compensated for with comforting casseroles and sticky puddings. He had shaken his head. "Never married." He had seen them looking at each other and had read their thoughts. At first they had considered that he might be one of them, a Christian, perhaps of the happy-clappy, born-again variety, saving himself for the right girl. That might have explained his reluctance to go to the pub after work, to join in the swearing, the banter about women. But he hadn't used the right phrases, as recognizable as a Masonic handshake. He hadn't made himself known. So then they had wondered if he might be gay. That, too, was something he was used to. It was a way for colleagues to explain his apparent celibacy, his love of art and theatre. He had heard the sniggers and the jokes, though he never responded to them. Eddie and Bet hadn't sniggered. They were too kind and too tolerant for that. But they had felt cheated because he hadn't been more open with them, and they were curious. Later, he was sure they would ask Ruthie what she thought. Porteous wondered what the answer would be. Now, in his office, so close to Eddie that he could smell the tobacco, he had a sudden urge to explain. It would have been like talking to a priest or a shrink. 10 years ago I had a nervous breakdown, stress. Now I avoid it. You know, prevention better than cure. And I take the medication. I like my life ordered, predictable. That's why I live alone, so I can control what goes on. It runs in the family, actually, psychiatric disorder. My dad was a nutter. He jumped off a bridge in front of the Birmingham Intercity. It's like diabetes, genetic. But it wasn't like diabetes. Diabetes would have been no big deal. His promotion wouldn't have been a cause for self-congratulation on the part of his superiors. This shows that we take equal opportunities seriously, Peter. You're a trailblazer. But we suggest that you don't make a song and dance about it. You need authority, the confidence, of your troops. Your past illness is no business of anyone else, is it? He was aware suddenly of Stout watching him, waiting for him to speak. God, he thought, it won't take him long to work out that I'm a head case if I sit here with my mouth open staring into space. He pulled the 3 files out of his briefcase, laid them on the desk. Do you remember any of these, Eddie? Stout read them quickly, flicking his eyes occasionally back to his boss's face. Carl Jackson, I remember that one. I was up on the hill with everyone else searching, even when I'd come off shift. It was March, but the weather was foul. Low mist, rain. I thought I'd been mad to move away from the coast. Could it be our chap in the lake? I don't know why I didn't think of it before. He seemed angry with himself. So, it could be him. Carl was murdered, if that's what you mean. There's no way he just wandered away from the track and got lost. But he doesn't say anything here about a murder investigation. There wasn't one. Everyone was content to put it down as an accident. According to the press, if anyone was to blame, it was the social worker who suggested that he should be allowed to walk home on his own. But I talked to her in the day centre and I was impressed. She said Carl was deaf. No one had picked up how profound that disability was, and she thought he was more capable than his parents allowed him to be. In the few months since she'd known him, he'd begun to read quite fluently. She thought he might catch up enough to move on to the technical college, perhaps hold down a real job. But his parents were horrified by those plans. They wanted nothing to do with him. Hard, I suppose, to stop being protective after all those years. There was more to it than that. They were a strange family. It was Stout's turn to stare into space, to drag back the memories, image by image. You think one of the parents was responsible for his death? Not directly. The wife, Sarah, had a younger brother. I can't believe I can't remember the name. He caused me enough sleepless nights at the time. He didn't live at the farm, but he'd never married, and he spent a lot of time there. He was assistant manager in a hardware shop in town. It's been closed for years, but it was a big place then, dealt in agricultural supplies, and machinery too. In his spare time, he got involved in community work. He turned his head so he wasn't looking directly at Porteous. Quite a saint, if you listen to Sarah. He was a scout leader in Cranford for years and ran the youth club in our church. Until I persuaded the committee it wasn't such a good idea. Child abuse? Nothing proved. Never charged. Stout paused. It was before all the child safety legislation, don't forget, before Childline. Some people even treated it as a bit of a joke. If a pervy old man liked to touch young lads' behinds while they were horsing around, so what? At least it kept the kids off the streets. And no one else wanted the responsibility of organising the group. What put you on to him? Oh, rumours. Some of the things the kids said. The fact that he was such a loner. He never liked working with other adults. If he had an assistant, it was an older lad who'd gone through the group. I had just enough to persuade my church to drop him. Tactfully, of course, with a letter of thanks and a 10-quid book token. But not enough to take it further. Until Carl Jackson disappeared. Even then it wasn't a central line of investigation. I was a young DC, new to the district, no connections. I passed on the rumours and some inquiries were made, but it seemed that the bloke had an alibi for the time Carl disappeared. Porteous waited for Stout to continue, but he was frowning, preoccupied. I've just remembered his name. It was Reeves. Alec Reeves. You don't think much of the alibi? It was half-day closing at the shop, so his boss couldn't vouch for him. Reeves claimed he was at home taking one of his lads through his paces for the Queen's Scout badge. And the boy bore it out? Too scared or too involved not to. So far as I know, no other checks were made on where they both were that afternoon. Would you be able to dig out the name of the witness? Aye. I made sure I kept all my notes on that one. I knew it would come back to haunt me. Do you know what happened to Carl's parents? I tried to phone the farm last night. The number's the same, but it seems to be some sort of office now. Computers. Alf, the father, died. We didn't think he was involved in any way with Carl's disappearance. He was a grafter, but not the sharpest tool in the box. Last time I heard, Sarah was in one of those old folks' council bungalows near the river. I presume she's still alive. She's one of those women you imagine would go on forever. She'll be a good age now. And Reeves? Funnily enough, he left the town soon after the investigation was wrapped up. His voice, which was heavy with sarcasm, turned to a quiet desperation. To work as a care assistant in a children's home. I should have told someone, said something. But he hadn't been charged, and he had a lot of powerful friends. I really didn't think anyone would take any notice. Do you remember where he went? I don't think I ever knew. Look, I can't tell you if that body in the lake was Carl's, but if it was, I can tell you who killed him, and I'm glad I'll be there to see him go down. There's nothing we can do until we've checked the dental records. That's happening this morning. I'd like to talk to Sarah, now, while we've got an element of surprise. Porteous had never seen Eddie Stout like this. He was usually the one in the team to caution detachment. We don't get paid to act as judges, he'd say. That's for God and the chaps with the hairy wigs. She'll surely have heard about the body in the lake. But no details. Not that we're calling it murder. Porteous wanted to say no. If he didn't feel he owed Eddie, he'd have refused immediately. Eddie sensed the hesitation. If it is Carl, it would give us a head start. Let me see what she's got to say for herself. You're right, of course she'll have heard about the body in the lake. She might give something away. And I want to find out what happened to Alec Reeves. If he's still working with children, I want to know about it. Things are different these days. God, thought Porteous, suddenly feeling very tired. I haven't been that passionate about anything in years. He sensed that Stout wouldn't let it go and couldn't face a confrontation. He shrugged. Why not? He said. But I'm coming with you. Stout drove. There was no air conditioning in the car, and even with the windows down, Porteous felt sticky, slightly light-headed in the heat. The bungalows were grouped around a square of grass which was brown through lack of water. Two old men in white hats stood chatting and broke off their conversation when Stout knocked on the door. Porteous had worked out that Sarah Jackson must be at least 80, but she opened the door to them herself, and she recognized Stout immediately. "Oh, it's you!" She had an underbite and a way of thrusting her jaw forwards to emphasize it. She was skinny and short, and the mannerism gave her the air of an aggressive child. A cotton floral dress added to the impression. "You might as well come in." She led them into a small room packed with shabby furniture which must have come from the farm. "I heard you sold up after Alf died," Stout said. "I could hardly work the place on me own." "Good timing just before the bottom fell out of hill farming. You were lucky." She glared at him. "You make your own luck in this world." Porteous had the impression that this was a continuation of the sparring which had gone on 20 years before. He sat on a fireside chair that had been covered in pink stretch nylon, and watched. "I hear there's a computer business in the old house now," Stout said. He was still standing, looking out of the window. "Is that what it was about?" She hardly seemed interested. "I suppose there would be plenty of space." "You don't miss the place?" Stout persisted. "Was never the same after Carl went." "No," Porteous interrupted. He could feel Stout's anger across the room. "It can't have been." She sniffed, slightly mollified, and perched on the edge of an overstuffed Chesterfield. "What do you want?" "You'll have heard we found a body in Cranford Water." "That's nothing to do with me." "Why are you so certain it's not Carl in the lake?" "Because he just wandered off. It was the sort of thing he did. I told the social workers he couldn't take in what you said to him, and it wasn't because he couldn't hear. Even with his deaf aid, he had his head in the clouds, and he couldn't have walked that far without anyone seeing him." "Where did you find the body? Near the Adventure Centre? That's the opposite side of the lake from the farm, a 20-mile walk. At least. You lot were out searching before he could have made it. And before you ask, he couldn't swim. Or row a boat." She spoke with confidence. It was a well-rehearsed speech. "Someone could always have driven him in a car," Stout said softly. "Which someone are we talking about now?" "Alec had a car, didn't he? A Morris 1100. Navy blue. It was his pride and joy, as I remember.
I wondered how long it would be before you got round to Alec.
She was contemptuous, turning her back on Stout and directing the rest of the conversation at Porteous.
My little brother was hounded out of the town by your man just when I needed his support the most. It was rumours at first, gossip, snide like a lassie. Don't trust Alec Cleeves with your children. Then he went to his boss and accused Alec of taking our call, as if he would. He was good to the boy, more patient than me or Alf could ever be. He took him for treats, things we never had the time or the money to give him. The pictures on Saturday afternoons, picnics in the hills.
She wiped the corner of her eye with an embroidered handkerchief. Porteous, who was looking closely, could see no tears. "Please, don't distress yourself," he said. "We thought you'd rather we came ourselves to tell you what was happening. My people are checking the dental records now. We know that Carl saw a dentist while he was at the day centre. The records are still available. You shouldn't have long to wait. We'll have a positive identification by this afternoon." Sarah Jackson was so angry that she seemed not to care.
"That's all very well," she cried, "but you shouldn't have brought that man here. It wasn't tactful. It wasn't right."
She stood up as if she expected them to leave, but Porteous stayed where he was. "What happened to Alec when he left Cranford, Mrs. Jackson?"
"He did well for himself. Better than if he'd stayed here."
"Oh?"
"He got a job in a home for kiddies. They sent him away to college."
She was as proud as if she'd been talking about her own son. "Is he still there?"
"He's retired. I thought he might come home then. We'd been so close, him and me. Our parents died when he was still at school. I brought him up. But he couldn't face it after what happened before. All those lies. He bought a bungalow in the Pennines not far from the school. I visit when I can. I'll go again when it's not so hot."
"Whereabouts in the Pennines?"
"What's it to you? I'll not have him harassed."
She walked towards the door and threw it open.
"I'm an old woman. I need my peace. I've nothing more to say to you."
They walked out into the glare of the sunshine. "I'll be in touch this afternoon," Porteous said, "when we've heard back from the dentist." But she had already shut the door on them. They were in the station, walking up the stairs towards Porteous's office when they heard footsteps running up behind them. It was Claire Wright, a young DC, flushed, excited, out of breath so she could hardly speak.
"We've got a match."
She bent double, gasping. "You look as if you've just won the Great North Run." Porteous forced himself to stay calm, to keep his voice light. "Who?" demanded Stout. When she did not reply immediately, he added, almost in a whisper, "Is it Carl Jackson?" By then she had caught her breath.
"No, nothing like. It's the lad called Michael Gray."
"Ah." Porteous continued up the stairs, unlocked his door, and flicked the kettle on. He waited for Stout to follow. Chapter 4. Stout stood in the doorway of Porteous's office. "You don't seem surprised." "Not too surprised, no," Porteous said. "You were right about Sarah Jackson. She does know what happened to her son. But when we talked about the body in the lake, she wasn't bothered, hardly interested. She knew it wasn't him." He made a mug of tea for Eddie, strong as he knew he liked it, and waved it at him to invite him in. "We'll have to save Carl for another day." The words sounded unbelievably trite. "I'm sorry, Eddie, I mean it. Now we have to concentrate on Michael Gray, find out everything there is to know about him." Porteous could tell the man's mind and heart weren't really in it. He was still thinking about the deaf boy everyone had labelled as dumb. When this investigation was over, he'd give Eddie his head for a few weeks, let him dig around for a bit. Even if nothing came of it, he deserved that much. Soon it became clear they would find out very little about Michael Gray, not immediately at least. At first, Porteous had thought it would be easy. A piece of piss, he said to himself, though not to Eddie, who disapproved of such language. Michael Gray had been fostered to a couple called Bryce. Fostering meant social services, and that meant records as long as your arm, reports for the court, case conferences, personal records, kept to cover the back of whichever poor social worker had been in charge of him. There would be details of the natural family at least, and of any contact between them and the boy. Michael hadn't been adopted, so he would still have been officially in care when he disappeared. Some attempt would have been made to trace him. He sent Eddie to talk to the solicitor who'd triggered the first missing person report after the foster parent's death. Find out who benefited from the will in the absence of the boy. Did anyone? Is the cash still being held in trust for him? What happens to it now? Stout slunk away like a sulky teenager. As soon as he had gone, Porteous made an appointment with the senior social worker on duty at the town hall. The man was prepared to meet him at once. The town hall was in the same street and of the same design as the police station, red brick Victorian Gothic, though it had a depressing concrete and glass extension at the back, where the social services department was housed. A small, middle-aged man named Jones met Porteous at reception and led him upstairs. They left behind them the screams of an elderly woman demanding to see her social worker and the increasingly irate reply of the receptionist who said she would have to wait. They sat in a cubbyhole looking out on a busy open-plan office where one of the phones always seemed to be ringing. Jones was tidy, with a few wisps of hair combed over a balding pate. He was apologetic. "After you phoned, I checked our records. I like to think we're efficient in that department, but we've no details of a couple called Bryce being registered as foster parents. Nothing at all. No application form, no record of training." "Would you still have the file after all this time?" "Oh, yes, we go back 30 years. Longer. Child protection, you see. It's important to know who's been looking after our children." "Could the Bryces have been working for someone else? A charity, perhaps? Another authority?" "That's what I thought." He seemed impressed that Porteous had been thinking along the same lines. "But I've phoned around, and I can't find anyone else in the field who's heard of them. I'm not saying it's impossible that they were registered with another agency, but if it doesn't sound too big-headed, my contacts are second to none. I'd certainly say it's unlikely." "You'll have a record, though, of Michael Gray?" "No." The man closed his mouth firmly, allowing no question. He sat back in his chair and clasped his hands round his small paunch. He seemed to be delighted by the mystery, and by Porteous's discomfort. "But I gave you his date of birth. We found it in the dental records." Porteous could tell he was sounding desperate. "That'll teach me," he thought. "A piece of piss." "It doesn't help, I'm afraid. I've phoned the court. They keep their own records. No care or supervision order was placed on anyone called Michael Gray in the 70s anywhere in the county." He paused, savouring the moment. "Social services were never involved with him, either." "But they must have been." "Not necessarily." Jones leaned forward, but didn't elaborate. I don't understand." "How old was he?" The tone was patronising. An infant teacher talking to a particularly thick 6-year-old. Just what I deserve, Porteous thought. "When we think he went missing? 18. "There you are, then." Jones leaned back in the chair once more and smirked. "Over 16, and we wouldn't get involved. He could have been younger than that when he started living with the foster parents, if it was an informal arrangement." "Perhaps you would explain." Porteous had never minded eating humble pie. It was surprising how people liked you to grovel. The social worker was loving it. "Let's take a hypothetical situation, something we come across all the time. Say there's a single mum with a teenage lad. He starts to run a bit wild. Perhaps it's nothing that would get him in trouble with the police, but he's staying out late, skipping school. She begins to feel she's losing control. Now, it could be that the boy has a good relationship with her parents, and they offer to have him to live with them for a while, to take the heat off her until things calm down. That would be fostering of a sort, wouldn't it? Nothing official. No need for social services to be involved, even if the lad were under 16. In fact, that's usually the last thing a family under stress wants, a nosy cow from the welfare knocking on the door." Porteous smiled. "So you're saying these Bryces were probably relatives?" "They might have been, or friends. They might even have been doing it for money. All I can tell you is I don't think they were official." "Where do you suggest I go from here?" Have you got the name of the school? Cranford Grammar. That too had been in the dental records. Try there, then. If it was an informal fostering, they'd still have wanted the names of the natural parent. It's possible that he moved away from home after he started the school. Most problems of that sort start in adolescence. You might even find a couple of teachers who remember him. My kids go there, and some of the staff must be close to retirement. He led Porteous down the concrete stairs. In the waiting room, the old lady had begun to sob. Cranford Grammar had since become Cranford High, and when Porteous phoned the school from his office, he was told that it was the last day of the summer term. The secretary sounded on the verge of hysteria. In the background, he heard the high-pitched yelps of children, an impatient teacher calling for mislaid reports, a yell for silence. "It really isn't a good time." Then he explained that he was running a murder inquiry, and suddenly her attitude changed. Porteous had noticed it before. It wasn't a desire to be a good citizen and help the police. Murder had the same effect as the mention of celebrity, of a pop idol or football star. She was excited. Later, she would boast to her friends that she had been involved. He told her again what he wanted. "I can only think of one member of staff who would have been around then," she said. "Mr. Westcott. He's head of history. I know he has a free period first thing after lunch, but that's probably not the best time to talk to him." "Why not?" he asked politely. "Oh, well, I suppose it'll be all right. I'll tell him you're calling, and I'll check our records. If you come to the office first, I'll have everything ready for you." The electric bell sounding the end of lunch was ringing as he got out of his car. By the time he got to the school office, the children were contained in their classrooms. No pretense was being made to teach them. He heard whoops of laughter, the blare of rock music. The secretary moved away from her computer screen when she saw him and held towards him a manila envelope. He could tell from the weight that there were only a couple of sheets of paper inside. "It's not much, I'm afraid, after all this time." He knew that she would have done all she could to help. There was no point in pushing for more. He followed her directions to the staff room. Jack Westcott was plump and round, and when Porteous pushed open the door to the cluttered room, he was asleep. Despite the heat, he wore a tweed jacket with a loud check, and there were beads of sweat on his forehead. Porteous leaned over him to tap him on the shoulder and smelled whiskey fumes. That explained the secretary's feeling that the first period after lunch might not be a good time to speak to him. Jack Westcott had been celebrating the end of term in the pub. He opened rheumy eyes, and with an unembarrassed jolt he sat up. "Oh, you must be the policeman, chappie," Porteous admitted that he was. "Help yourself to coffee." He nodded unsteadily towards a filter machine in the corner. "I have mine black. 2 sugars, if the bastards have left any." He pressed on the arms of his chair as if to hoist himself out of it, but the effort was too much for him. The 3 remaining teachers in the room picked up their bags and wandered out. Porteous carried back the polystyrene cups of coffee and sat beside him. "I'm here about a boy called Michael Gray. Your secretary said you might remember him. We think he could have been a bit of a troublemaker." "No, no, no!" The words were thundered so loud that Porteous was startled. Jack Westcott set the cup on the table and shook his head as if to clear an alcoholic fug. "He was a good chap, Michael. One of the best." "So you do remember him?" Porteous felt a wonderful relief. He had begun to think that Michael Gray didn't exist at all, that he was some figment of Carver's imagination. "Of course I do. I remember all the kids, hundreds of them. That's what teaching is all about. Not attainment targets, not literacy hours, not—" He looked about him, saw that the bulk of his audience had disappeared, and lapsed into silence. "Tell me about him." "I didn't teach the boy. History wasn't one of his subjects. Shame. He'd have been an asset to the sixth form group. Articulate, you know." "So you didn't know him well?" Porteous felt the image of Michael Gray fade from his grasp, a ghostly apparition disappearing through a wall before it has even taken shape. "I didn't say that. He was in my tutor group for nearly 2 years, so I probably knew him better than his subject teachers." Westcott sat back in his chair like an elderly Billy Bunter and shut his eyes. He continued to speak, unaware of Porteous taking notes.
Michael joined us at the beginning of the lower sixth, a year older than most of them. I can't remember where he came from. Some private place, I think. I know there was a problem getting the paperwork from them. It hadn't even arrived by the time he left. I was never told why he resat the lower sixth, and I didn't ask. Not my business. Some illness, perhaps, or emotional problem. It happens at that age. They're very intense. That's why they're such a joy to teach. I'm an old man. Can't get up to much now, so I live through them. Voraciously, but second-hand. Much the safest way.
He paused for a moment. Porteous worried that he might have fallen asleep again, but the words continued in a low-pitched growl.
He was an exceptional boy. There was something about him. Charm, I suppose you'd call it. He had a way of winning people over.
Did he talk about his home life?
He was living with the Bryces.
He lapsed again into silence. Porteous resisted the temptation to prompt him.
Good people, the Bryces. I didn't really know them myself. Met them occasionally. Parents' dues, the school play. But that's what everyone said. Of course, they were religious.
He snorted, as if religion was to be disapproved of, then began to snore. He was more drunk than Porteous had first realized.
Did he have friends? What? Buckets full. I could give you a list. There was a girlfriend. Oh, what was her name? Shy little thing.
Did he talk about his family? I mean, his real family?
No, but parents are an embarrassment at that age, whatever they're like. He doesn't mean anything. None of the kids talk about them.
Is there anything else you can tell me about him?
He was an actor. Brilliant. I remember his Macbeth. The best production the school ever did.
He lurched suddenly to his feet and began to quote Hammerly.
Is this a dagger which I see before me?
He flung out one arm and collapsed back into the chair. Then he fell into a deep sleep, and Porteous found it impossible to rouse him. Because it was the end of term, the students must have been released early. As Porteous got to his car, it was surrounded by a tide of screaming and dishevelled children. He was grateful to reach the peace of the police station. It was only when Porteous was back in his office that he opened the envelope given to him by the secretary. There was one sheet of paper and a faded photograph. The paper was a reference handwritten by Jack Westcott for use in the university's selection process. It described Michael Gray in the same glowing terms he had used to Porteous. The boy's predicted A-level grades were good. It seemed that he would have had no difficulty in securing a university place. The photograph was, in fact, a cutting from the local paper and included a review of the production of Macbeth. A grainy figure stood centre stage. He was dressed in a costume obviously put together by the Home Economics Department. In his hand, he brandished a wide-bladed knife. Chapter 5. Porteous felt suddenly restless. He reread Westcott's reference for Michael and set it aside. Sometimes it happened. He'd happily sit for days going over a mechanical task, then all at once feel that he was caged. He needed to pace up and down, to be somewhere, anywhere different. He'd discussed the problem with his doctor, who'd agreed that it could be a side effect of the medication he was taking. But didn't everyone feel like that once in a while? Didn't everyone feel the need to break free? He wandered down the stairs to the car park and was hovering there, trying to think of a legitimate journey he could make, when Eddie Stout returned from his meeting with the solicitor who'd handled the Bryces' affairs. "Any joy?" He thought he sounded businesslike, not like someone trying to dream up an excuse not to go inside.
"I don't know. More complications."
"We'll talk about it over a cup of tea, shall we?" Porteous said. "Not here, not the canteen.
Let's go somewhere else."
To his own ears he sounded hysterical, but Stout seemed not to notice, even to be pleased by the suggestion. "There's quite a nice place along by our church." The walk calmed Porteous, made him slightly less jumpy. He felt his pulse slow. The cafe was attached to the church and was obviously run by its members. It was called the Mustard Seed. Besides tea and cakes, it sold religious books and sentimental greetings cards. Again, Porteous wondered if Stout saw him as a subject ripe for conversion. The building was new, airy, but as they went in, Porteous had a fleeting smell of damp books and old ladies' perfume. Perhaps Stout sensed his discomfort. He said defensively, "It's run by volunteers. All the profit goes to our charities. I like to support it. Anyway, it's a quiet place to talk." They were fussed over by two grey-haired grandmothers. There were frilly tablecloths and silk flowers, but the women made him Earl Grey to his exact specification, and the shortbread was excellent. The church had been built as part of a new housing development, along with shops and a community centre. They looked out onto a street. A funeral service was taking place in the church next door. One of the undertaker's men was standing by the hearse, smoking a cigarette. The women were interested in what was happening and kept coming out into the room to peer through the window. At a nod from Stout, they retreated behind their counters and soon became engrossed in their memories of the dead man. Porteous resisted an impulse to fidget. He wanted to arrange the sugar cubes into towers, to straighten the birthday cards on a nearby stand. "I've finally met someone who knew Michael Grey," he said. "The social worker wasn't much use. He decided the fostering arrangement with the Bryces must have been informal, set up between them and the parents. He'd have no record of that, but he put me in touch with the school. There's a teacher called Jack Westcott, head of history. He remembered Michael quite well." "I'd take what Westcott said with a pinch of salt," Stout said tartly. "He'll have been in the Percy Arms all lunchtime." "Is that a regular event? I thought it was just because it was the last day of term." "Regular enough. He's retiring now, so the school hasn't made an issue of it. He never taught Ruth, but I kept an eye on what was going on." "I bet they love you at the school," Porteous thought. He said, "There's written confirmation anyway, a reference from Westcott to help Michael get a place at university." Stout didn't reply. "I'm surprised you didn't know the Bryces," Porteous went on, thinking you know everything about every other bugger in the place. "For some reason we never bumped into each other. I've been asking around, though. Stephen Bryce was an ordained priest with the Church of England. He worked in Africa before coming back to be rector here. After he retired, he still did a lot of writing and teaching. People I've spoken to can't remember the lad, but they say it would be just like the Bryces to take someone in. They liked young people, set up a youth group, run, coincidentally, by Alec Reeves." "Was it now?" "Unfortunately, he'd already left the area before Michael went to live with him." Stout shrugged. "Like you said, I'll have to let that go." "What did you get out of the solicitor?" "Everything he had to give. The Bryces died just over a year after Michael disappeared. There was a car crash on the A1. Stephen died immediately. Sylvia was taken to hospital but passed away a couple of days later in intensive care. The wills were drawn up by the couple without the help of a solicitor. He said that if he'd been involved he would have worded things a bit differently, but the intention of the couple was quite clear, and he has no doubt the wills are legal documents. They were found with the rest of the Bryces' papers after their deaths. He was one of the executors and determined to carry out their wishes as best he could." Stout pulled a notebook from his pocket. Each of the wills was identical. The estate was to be left first to the other partner. In the event of the survivor dying, it should go to "our foster son, our gift from God, known as Michael Grey, so he can lead an independent life." That was it, quoted word for word. "No legacies to charity or to the church?" "No. According to the solicitor, they gave regularly in covenants while they were alive, but there was nothing in the will." "Doesn't that seem odd to you?" "I don't think so. It wasn't a huge estate. Only a small terraced house and a couple of $1,000 in savings. Perhaps they wanted to give as much as possible to Michael. They're gift from God. Porteous tried to keep the sneer from his voice. They obviously thought he was still alive at the time of their deaths, or they'd have changed the wills. And they must have believed the solicitor could trace him without too much difficulty. Didn't they think it odd when Michael didn't get in touch for months? The solicitor said he'd never had any other clients like them. They were unworldly, as trusting as children. They didn't worry about things they couldn't change. That's what I try to do, Porteous thought, but I never manage it. What do you make of the known as, in the phrase known as Michael Gray? I supposed it meant the Bryces considered him their son, even though he used a name different from theirs. Not that Michael Gray was an assumed name? Stout looked up sharply from his tea. That would complicate matters. Wouldn't it just? But, thought Porteous, if that's the way it is, I can't change it, so there's no point worrying. They sat for a moment in silence. The coffin was carried from the church and replaced in the hearse, which drove slowly away. The congregation had spilled out onto the street, and elderly men in shiny black suits stood chatting in the sunshine. One of the ladies behind the counter plucked up courage to call over to them.
"Can we get you anything else, Mr. Stout?"
"Some more tea, Mavis, would be lovely." Still there were no other customers. After the tea had been presented, Porteous said, "What steps did the solicitor take to trace Michael Gray?" "Much the same as we've done today. He'd contacted the school. He thought it most likely that Michael had gone on to further education and that the school would have the name of the college or university even if it couldn't give him his home address. At that time he thought it would be quite straightforward to find him. But it wasn't. Apparently Michael left quite suddenly, without taking A-levels. The Bryces must have thought they knew where he was, or surely they would have got in touch with us. I don't know. Unless they talked to a friend about it, we'll never find out. The solicitor did report him as a missing person when he couldn't get an address from the school. His main objective was to prove that he'd done everything possible to find Michael. Apparently that's a legal requirement. He advertised for information in the local Cranford paper, the Newcastle Chronicle, and the London Evening Standard. It's standard procedure. No response? Not even from Cranks? What did the solicitor do then? He didn't feel there was anything else he could do. He'd fulfilled all his legal obligations. What happened to the money? It went to Sylvia Bryce's next of kin. Because she survived her husband by a couple of days, her relative was the beneficiary, not his. It was actually a nephew, a commodity broker in the city. He hardly needed the cash. According to the solicitor, all the family have done well for themselves. Perhaps that's why the Bryces decided to leave the estate to Michael. I'm glad they never knew, Porteous said, that he couldn't be traced. There is one complication. Only one? The solicitor's very keen for us to fix a date of death. Aren't we all? Stout ignored the sarcasm and ploughed on. You see, if Michael's death predated the Bryces, then the arrangement by which the nephew inherited was fair and legal. But suppose Michael was still alive when the Bryces had the car crash. Suppose he'd just gone to Earth somewhere and he was killed and dumped in the lake later. Then that would affect the inheritance. In what way? The cash should have gone to his next of kin, not the Bryces. Porteous found that he could concentrate again on the detail. The dreadful restlessness seemed to have left him. I don't think that's likely, do you? He wasn't the sort of lad I imagined at first. I don't see him disappearing for months, moving from one squat to another, spending time inside. He was bright. He had a lot to lose. I think he was killed soon after he was missed at school. Outside, the congregation had dispersed. The grandmothers were banging pots in the kitchen to show they wanted to lock up. Stout stood up. What now? Back to the station to organise a press conference. It's time we went public. The school gave me a photo, a cutting from the local rag, but it could be anyone. Let's see if the paper still has the original. I know it happened nearly 30 years ago, but people round here have good memories. There'll be friends still living in the town. And enemies. Come on, Eddie. Let's make you a star. In fact, Porteous took the press conference early the following evening. There was all the media interest he could have wished for. The body had been discovered because of the drought, and the drought was a big story, so the national press was there. He had wanted to hold the conference in the high school hall. The only certainty he had in the case was that Michael Gray had been a pupil at Cranford Grammar. He thought it might jog a few memories. But the head teacher wasn't keen. He seemed to think that, even after all those years, murder would be bad for the school's image. He used as an excuse the fact that the hall had already been hired out for an event in the evening. Nothing Porteous said could make him change his mind. Instead, they used the community centre next to Stout's church. It still smelled of the lunch that had been provided for the pensioners' club which had met earlier in the day. Steamed fish and cabbage. Porteous sat on the stage behind a trestle table hidden by a white cloth. His answers to the press emphasised his ignorance. He didn't have an exact date of death. He hadn't traced the boy's relatives. That was why he needed their help. All he had was a body that looked like a lump of lard. This he phrased more delicately. And an old photo of a white-haired boy with a knife. There was one moment of excitement. In the second row sat a big woman who worked for the town's free paper. When the photo was passed round, Porteous could have sworn that she recognised the face. But when he looked for her later, she had rushed away. Part 2, Chapter 6. It was hot again. The local news was all about the weather. A magistrate had been prosecuted for using a sprinkler at midnight. Tankers were driving the region's water south. The lake at Cranford was so low that flooded buildings were starting to emerge from the sludge, and a body trapped under a pier for years had been found by a canoeist. Hannah switched off the radio and parked her car. There was a new officer on the gate, so she had to show her pass. The photograph was 2 years old, and she saw him look at it, then back at her, squinting, unsure at first that it was the same person. He pushed it back under the glass screen, and Hannah stared at it too. It didn't look like her. The woman in the photograph was younger. She was smiling. Not relaxed, exactly. Hannah had never been that. There was a tension around the mouth, but content, complacent even. It was taken while she was still part of a family, before Rosie hated her, before Jonathan left with a 25-year-old PE teacher to set up home all over again. She had to wait for a moment in the gate room for 2 officers to come in through the outer door. The inner door wouldn't open until the outer was locked. Then she stood back to let them go ahead to collect their keys. She was in no hurry, early as usual. Punctuality had been a curse since childhood. She threw her tag into the chute and waited for the new man to find her keys. Ahead of her, the officers were talking very loudly. She recognized them, but they were too engrossed in conversation to acknowledge her. She gathered there'd been some trouble on the wing the night before, nothing serious. She thought it had probably been caused by the heat. Those huts must be insufferable in this weather. The men walked off before she could hear any more, the heels of their highly polished shoes reflecting the sunlight. They were still talking. Every other word, she knew, would be a blasphemy. Hannah followed them from the gatehouse and thought that generally, in the prison, the officers were less polite than the inmates. They were usually courteous, grovelling even, like the child in a class who is always bullied, especially if they wanted something, to use the library on an unscheduled day, for example, or to be let off a fine for a lost or damaged book. "Please, miss, it's not my fault. Honest, miss." Of course they weren't all like that. Neither were the officers all boors. Today she was feeling particularly jaundiced because the photograph had reminded her of a time of certainty, and because she'd had a row with Rosie last night. Rosie. Named by her parents Rosalind, she'd changed her name with her personality in adolescence. She was Hannah's only child. The night before, Rosie had come in drunk again with a gang of friends. It was midnight. Hannah's room was over the kitchen, and she'd heard the freezer door open and the banging of a cooker shelf, and she knew that when she got up in the morning there'd be plates everywhere and half-eaten pizza ground into the carpet, and probably a body snoring on the sofa in the dining room and 2 more in the spare bed. So she'd gone down and made a fuss. Rosie had stared at her in apparent horror and amazement, actually enjoying every minute of the drama.
"Get a life, Mum," she'd said. "Make some friends and get a life."
Then she'd stormed off to spend the night in someone else's spare room. Jonathan had never minded the late nights, the loud music, strange kids in the house. At first, Hannah had been surprised by his tolerance. Then she'd been jealous of his ability to get on with Rosie's friends. "We've all been there," he'd say. "Even you, Hannah." He'd take them to the pub at the end of the street, buying them drinks even before they were 18, talking music, reminiscing about bands he'd seen and festivals he'd attended. That side of his life had been new to Hannah. Perhaps he hadn't wanted to admit to a vaguely hippie past until the 60s became fashionable again. Perhaps he'd made it all up to impress the stunning sixth-form women who sat around the beaten copper tables in the Grey Horse, downing their pints of Stella as if they were glasses of lemonade. Perhaps, stirred by their admiration, that was when he recognized there were other possibilities in his life, and he turned his attention to the lycra-clad Eve. Not Eve the temptress, he had said earnestly when he explained that he was leaving. She was shy. She hadn't wanted it to happen. She'd be the last person ever to want to break up a family. They'd both fought it. When Hannah failed to respond, he had gone on more petulantly. "At least we waited until Rosie finished her A-levels before making it public." As if that had deserved a prize. As if it hadn't been more about embarrassment, because Jonathan and Eve both taught in Rosie's school. As deputy head, Jonathan was Eve's boss. Before leaving the gatehouse, Hannah clipped the keys onto her belt and tucked them into the leather pouch, which was designed to keep them hidden from view. The pouch was hardly an attractive garment, but she always wore it. It was a rule, and she'd never had any problems with rules. Perhaps that was why she'd settled without too much difficulty into the routine of the prison. There was a comforting hierarchy. Governors of different grades, prisoners with different privileges, a system and a structure. Rosie's life seemed to have no order, and that was why Hannah was alarmed for her. She had personal knowledge of how unsettling disorder could be. The prison was Category C, medium security, taking men who had been dispersed from local jails and lifers nearing the end of their sentences. It had once been an RAF base. There was still an enormous hangar which housed the workshops. The lads slept in billets, where once conscripts spat on boots and folded blankets. Hannah had slipped into the way of calling them lads, though some of them were older than her. That showed, she thought, that she had become institutionalized into prison life. The library was in a hut of its own, attached at the back by a brick corridor to the education department. The site of the prison was vast. Now, at the beginning of July, it was a pleasant if sticky walk from the gate. There were flowers everywhere. Huge, circular beds had been planted in formation, as in a municipal park. The grass was closely cropped. The prison regularly won prizes for its gardens. In the winter, it was a different matter. Then she came to work dressed for an expedition to the Arctic. The wind blew straight from Scandinavia. Horizontal rain and sleet seemed to last for days. Men who'd grown up in cities further south spoke of their sentence as if they'd been sent to a Siberian work camp. They called it the Gulag. The nearest railway was 20 miles away. Hannah's orderly, Marty, was waiting outside for her, leaning against the door where, the week before, she had stuck a poster saying, "No shorts, please." Since the beginning of the heatwave, the men had started to dress as if for the beach. The exposed flesh and muscular thighs had seemed inappropriate for a library, and, with the governor's authority, she'd put a stop to it. As Hannah approached, she realized the phone was ringing inside. Marty must have heard it, but he hadn't called or waved to hurry her along. By the time she'd unlocked the door, it had stopped. Automatically, she wondered if it had been her daughter. Anxiety about Rosie stayed with her constantly, eating away at her. She knew it was a silly habit, like checking the gas was switched off before leaving the house and always being early, but she couldn't help it. Knowing the history of the habit didn't help at all.
"You can't be on her back all the time," Jonathan would say. "Relax, what's wrong with you? Hormones, I suppose."
And if Rosie was there too, they would snigger together. After all, what was more amusing than a middle-aged menopausal woman scared to death that her reckless daughter would get into trouble? Because Rosie was reckless in an overreachingly confident way that left Hannah breathless. Of course, she hadn't come in that morning before Hannah left for work, and Hannah didn't know which friend she'd imposed on for a bed for the night. When she'd heard the phone, it had occurred to her, briefly, that Rosie had called to apologize. But she dismissed the thought as ridiculous. Some chance. She picked up her bag, let Marty through ahead of her, and locked the door behind them. Marty was new to the job, different from any other orderlies she'd been given. It was a cushy number, and the other men she'd worked with were eager to please, desperate to make themselves indispensable so she wouldn't find it easy to sack them before the end of their stint. They were only allowed 6 months in the job. It was a security concern. Supervisors and prisoners shouldn't have the chance to get too close. Marty was self-contained, efficient. He didn't tell her about his family or try to impress by talking about the books he'd read. He didn't say anything much, unless it was about the library. Hannah thought he was probably in his 30s, but he had one of those pale-skinned, freckled faces which always look boyish. She watched him lift a pile of newspapers onto a table and begin to sort them. "Why don't you put the kettle on, Marty?" He looked up, surprised, then nodded. Usually they had a cup of tea just before opening for the first session, and today business didn't start until the period of lunchtime association at 11:30, but it wouldn't have occurred to him to comment. For the first time she wondered what crime he had committed. Her friends, because she did have friends, despite Rosie's jibe, always asked about that. "But what are they in for, Hannah?" they'd say with the disapproving curiosity of a telegraph reader sneaking a look at the sun. "Who do you have to mix with in there? Rapists? Muggers of little old ladies?" They were surprised when Hannah said she didn't know. She was never sure that they quite believed her. It was etiquette, this lack of interest. She wouldn't have inquired of the borrowers in the community library where she'd previously worked if they'd ever been prosecuted for speeding or tax evasion. Besides, it was irrelevant. It didn't matter. The prison was separate from the outside world. So long as the men fitted into the system and caused no bother, nobody much cared what had happened to bring them there, except perhaps Arthur, her colleague. It seemed to matter to him very much. Looking at Marty filling the kettle at the small sink in her office, she thought suddenly it must have been an offence of violence. It was a revelation, and she wondered why she hadn't realized it before. He was angry, continually angry. He controlled it well and kept it hidden, but now that it was obvious to Hannah, she thought it explained a lot about him. That was why he kept himself to himself. It was the only way he could keep his anger in check. She phoned home. There was no reply. Of course, Rosie would still be in a bed in a strange house, sleeping off the excesses of the night before. Not that she'd wake with a hangover. The young never seemed to have hangovers. Then, with the same sense of startling revelation she'd had when looking at Marty, it occurred to her that Rosie might not be on her own in bed. They never discussed her relationships with men. If ever Hannah broached the subject, talking elliptically perhaps about safe sex, she'd roll her eyes towards the ceiling and say, "Oh, Mum, please." Hannah thought there was a boy, Joseph. He phoned, and when Rosie was out, she took messages. If she was in, they talked for hours, and she'd hear Rosie laughing. But when he came to the house, it was always as part of a crowd, and often he had his arm round another girl. If Rosie was hurt by that, she didn't show it. Hannah hoped Rosie did have a love. She wanted something magic and gut-wrenching for her daughter. "Don't wait," she wanted to tell her. "Do it now. Soon you'll have responsibilities. You'll be too old. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about." While Marty squatted by the tray on the floor, squeezing tea bags in the tasteful National Trust mugs she'd brought from home, Hannah started opening her mail. There wasn't much. A memo from her boss in the Central Library about budgets, an agenda for the prison librarian's summer school, a plain white envelope with a handwritten address which she recognized immediately. Something similar came every year. Before she could open it, the phone rang again. It was Rosie, bristling with righteous indignation. "Well," she said, "I hope you're ready to apologize." It caught Hannah on the hop. She didn't know whether to snap back a sarcastic answer or make an attempt to be conciliatory. She knew why that was. She was afraid Rosie would up sticks and move in with Jonathan and Eve if she upset her too much. Rosie had never mentioned it, hadn't used it as a threat, but Hannah was always aware of the possibility. In the end, she wasn't given a chance to respond. "Look," Rosie said, "I'm sorry. It must be a difficult time at the minute." Hannah could have fainted with shock. "And for you, waiting for your results. Oh, sod the A-levels." She paused. "I'm working this afternoon, but I'll be home by 6. You can take me to the Grey Horse. Buy me a pint." Hannah bit back a lecture. She was always telling Rosie she drank too much. "Okay," she said. "Why not? That would be great." When she replaced the phone, Marty was standing looking at her, a mug in each hand. "Trouble?" he asked, in an offhand sort of way to show that he wasn't prying. "No, not really. You know what kids are like." "I know what I was like when I was a kid." "Trouble?" "All the time." They smiled. He went back to sorting newspapers. Dave, the prison officer attached to the library, came in, jangling his keys, demanding tea. Hannah opened her letter. Inside there was a printed invitation and a handwritten note. She read the note first. The handwriting was scrawled but familiar. She recognized it from way back. It had been dashed off in a hurry, and there was a stain, which could have been coffee, on the back. "Hannah, hope this reaches you in time. You can always stay with me. Do try and make it this year." She didn't need to look at the signature. It was from Sally. At school, Sally had been her best friend. She hadn't seen her for years, but they kept in touch, spoke occasionally, sent Christmas cards. The card was an invitation to a school reunion, Cranford Grammar. Sally tried the same tactic every time something similar was arranged. Recently, the invitations were always sent to the prison. Perhaps she thought it was Jonathan who prevented Hannah's attending. Hannah threw the card onto the desk where she sat to stamp the books, then picked it up again to look at the date of the party. It was only a couple of days away, one of her late shifts. She thought it was typical of Sally to allow her so little time to come to a decision and arrange her affairs. For the first time she was tempted to go to the reunion, to see Sally and her other friends again. It was only pride which had kept her away. She propped the card between her mug and a box of library cards. Hannah was never sure how the argument started. Perhaps she'd done something to provoke it, but she didn't think so. Rosie's phone call had made her more mellow. Later she remembered the conversation she'd heard on her way in about a disturbance on the wing. Apparently there'd been rumours of an early lockup because of a prison officers' association meeting, and the whole place was still tense. There'd been no sense of that, though, when she'd let the men in. In the first group there was a lad she didn't recognise as one of her regulars. He was young, squat, muscular, a tattoo of a snake twisted from his wrist to his shoulder. His hair was cropped so short that pink skin showed through the stubble. He mooched around the shelves for a bit, but Hannah didn't have the impression that he was looking seriously for anything. She noticed that Marty was keeping an eye on him too. She wondered if he was new, though he hadn't been at the last reception talk she'd given. She came out from behind the desk. Dave was in her office with the door shut. She'd heard that he was moonlighting in one of the clubs in town. Certainly he liked to catch up on his sleep in the mornings. She approached the lad with the tattoo, thinking she could be making up a ticket while he was choosing. "Can I help you with anything?" He turned to face her squarely. He was slightly shorter than she was.
"Not doing you any harm, am I?"
"Of course not. I'll leave you to it." She was thinking she'd had enough of oversensitive adolescence. Perhaps something of the weariness showed in her face, but she wasn't aware of it. Suddenly, he banged his hand on the edge of a metal shelf, then lifted it towards her, a gesture of warning. She could see the red mark from the shelf on his palm.
"Don't look at me like that!"
I'm sorry? Like what?" Out of the corner of her eye, Hannah saw Marty standing behind the man, his knees slightly bent, watching. She willed him to keep out of it.
"Like I was a piece of shite! Like I was something on the bottom of your shoe!"
"I think you'd better leave," she said, much as she said to the drunken kids lounging around her kitchen the night before. "Come back when you know how to behave properly in a library."
"Don't worry, I'm going."
He pushed out and sent one of the shelves flying. On the top was a plant, one of her attempts to cheer up the room. The pot shattered. The books were covered in dry compost.
"Do you think I want to stay here and look at an ugly cow like you?"
He spoke quietly, with intense contempt, looked around the room, and swaggered out. It was the sort of incident that happened every day in the prison. There was no physical violence against her, no threat of it even. She'd handled worse in her time there, much worse. But Hannah went to pieces. She started to shake and then to cry. Dave, the library officer, emerged from her office, yawning, wanting to know what the noise was about. He was embarrassed, desperate to play the incident down so he'd not get into trouble. Hannah got rid of the other prisoners, then sent him away. Marty pulled the shelf upright and replaced the books, shaking out the compost, checking the spines so they were in order. Then he put on the kettle and made more tea. "You need a break," he said. "A holiday." "I don't know." "We have to stay in this place. You can escape whenever you like." "Perhaps." She sipped the tea. He'd used powdered milk, and the liquid was very hot. It burnt her mouth. "My husband left me 3 weeks ago. I'm not sure where I'd go on my own." She thought she shouldn't have spoken to a prisoner like that. They'd been taught not to give personal details away. "What about a trip to the hills? You could look up your old friends." She was shocked. He must have read the card when he collected her mug. She wasn't surprised that he'd read the invitation, but that he'd commented on it. It wasn't like him. "Sorry," he said, blushing slightly as if he'd read her thoughts. "None of my business." "No," the temptation returned to run away. "No, it's an idea." Arthur Lee was sitting in his office in the education block. His door was open. He saw Hannah walking down the corridor and waved her in. "Aren't you busy?" She had walked that way hoping to talk to him, but had to pretend she didn't want to intrude.
"No, it's good to see a friendly face."
Arthur was a Home Office imposition on the education department, and they'd never liked him. He was too clever and reported straight to the governor. A psychologist by training, he ran courses in anger management, victim awareness, and special sessions for sex offenders. That was another reason for his unpopularity. Since Jonathan had left, Hannah had taken to dropping in on him more often, using him, she sometimes thought, as a personal therapist. He was in his early 50s, the age her father had been when he died. She'd have liked a father like Arthur, plump, comfortable, understanding. He'd been born in Liverpool and had never lost the accent. John Peel, she thought, without the beard. "I hear you've had a bit of bother." She should have known it would be impossible to keep the incident in the library quiet. She shrugged, explained what had happened. "Some lad kicking off. Marty thinks I should take a break." "Marty?" "My orderly, Fox, D-Wing. You haven't had him on one of your courses." She was thinking anger management. Arthur shook his head. Perhaps he wouldn't have told her anyway. "Sounds like good advice." "There's a school reunion in Cranford, up in the hills where I grew up.
but I'm not sure.
I'll come with you if you like.
Hannah was surprised. She knew he was on his own, but they'd never met outside the prison. She hadn't thought of him at all as the sort of person she'd take to a party, and needed time to get used to the idea. It's too far to come back the same night. I thought I'd stay with my pal Sally, make a weekend of it.
That's fine, then.
His tone was easy, but she felt she'd been unkind. She didn't want to offend him. I'm taking my daughter out for a drink tonight. Why don't you join us later?
Yeah, he said. He seemed pleased, but he never gave much away. Hannah wondered what Rosie would make of him. At least, she thought, it would prove to Rosie that she did have a life outside the family. She did have friends of her own. On her way home, Hannah called in to her boss at the Central Library and told her she wanted to take a week's holiday. It was short notice, but something had come up. Marge, her boss, was so sympathetic that Hannah knew she'd heard about Jonathan and Eve.
Have as long as you like, pet.
They lived in a small town. By now, it would be common knowledge. Chapter 7. Her mother always made her feel so sodding guilty. Rosie replaced the receiver, glad the conversation was over. The house was quiet. Mel was still asleep, and Mr. and Mrs. Gillespie had left hours before to go to work. Mel was Rosie's best mate, and had been since coming to the school 3 years before. She had spiky red hair and green eyes, and she played the bass guitar. Rosie was starving, but she could hardly pour herself a bowl of cornflakes in someone else's house. Besides, she needed to go home to change, or she'd be late for work. Mel, whose parents were seriously rich and seriously generous, hadn't felt the need for employment between A-levels and college. Rosie didn't mind working. It was a distraction. Outside it was hot already, though here on the coast there was usually a breeze. Just as well, because she had on what she'd been wearing in the club the night before, a lacy black dress and tarty sandals. The shoes were okay for dancing, but they knackered her ankles if she tried to walk any distance. She took them off to go barefoot, and as she stepped in and out of the shadow thrown by the trees, she felt the changes of temperature on the soles of her feet. The houses round here were big Edwardian semis set back from the road. In one of these houses, Jo lived. She took care not to turn her head as she sauntered past. Her home was more ordinary, a tidy semi on a tidy estate. Her parents had bought it from new when she was 5. It would have been her mother's choice. They must have realized by then that there'd be no other children. This boring 3-bedroomed box would be big enough. Inside, she switched off the alarm and went straight to the kitchen. She put on the kettle, stuck a couple of pieces of bread in the toaster, took orange juice from the fridge and drank it straight from the carton. Inside her head she heard her mother telling her off about that. How pathetic could you get? She was 18, an adult, and there was her mother, nagging away at her, a worm inside her head. For goodness sake, Rosalind, can't you get a glass? In her bedroom, when she switched on the light, the bulb fizzled and died, so she had to open the curtains. She saw the place in daylight for the first time in months. There was an unpleasant, musty smell, which she'd tried for too long to ignore. She pushed a window open. In the garden next door, a neighbour was pegging baby clothes onto the line. Rosie waved to her. Before the job in the pub, she used to babysit quite often. The woman waved back. Rosie saw pity on her face, imagined her gossiping to the rest of the street. Poor kid, her dad's left, and they seemed such a happy family. When the woman bent to lift more laundry from the basket, Rosie stuck up 2 fingers at her back. She turned over the pile of clothes on her floor like a peasant turning hay with a fork. For the pub, she had to wear a uniform, black trousers, white shirt, stupid little green apron and green bow tie. The tie and the apron were still in the bag from her last shift. There was a white shirt in the pile, but the collar and the cuffs were filthy, and there were spatters of red wine down the chest. Her father had left clothes when he'd decamped the month before, and her mother had been too civilized to throw them out. She'd moved them instead into the spare-room wardrobe, as if he might return one day as a lodger. There, on a hanger, was a single white shirt. There was no sign of the trousers, and the hassle was starting to bug her. Her mother had recently dreamed up a rule about Rosie doing her own washing, and since then things had been chaotic on the clothes front. She'll not have stuck to it, Rosie thought. It'll be like all the other threats and ultimatums. She'll not have been able to stand the thought of her daughter going out in mucky pants. And sure enough, her trousers were washed and dry with a load of towels in the tumble in the utility room. In the spirit of conciliation which had led her to phone her mother, she folded the towels and loaded the washing machine with part of the muck heap from the bedroom floor. She rolled the trousers into a tight ball and shook them out. She never understood why anyone bothered with ironing. She looked at her watch. She could have done with a shower, but there was no time, so she cleaned off last night's slap, put on more, and she was ready. She only realized how dirty her feet were when she pushed them into her flat work shoes. No one would see. The pub was a big white place close to the seafront. It was called the Promenade, known as the Prom. She'd got the job because she had the nerve to ask. Like all her friends, she'd been drinking there since she was 16, and she'd thought working in the place would be a dream. In fact, when it was full of kids in the evenings, being behind the bar was a bit of a drag, not the buzz she'd expected. She had to watch her mates drinking, having a good time, and usually she was too busy to exchange more than a couple of words. Sometimes she saw more than she wanted to, heard more, too. It was as if the uniform made you invisible. The first inkling she'd got about her father had been in the pub. Two lads who she'd known fine well were in year 11 and shouldn't have been in the place anyway, were playing darts. She'd been emptying ashtrays. It was a Friday night, somebody's birthday. The prom was packed. They'd had to yell, "They say he's going to get the sack." "You don't get the sack for screwing someone you work with. You do if you screw them on the staff room floor. My dad's a governor. He should know." "You can't blame him, though, can you? I mean, have you seen her on the trampoline?" "But what does she see in him?" The boy put his fingers in his mouth and pretended to throw up. She'd almost gone up to them to find out who they were talking about, curious, eager to share the gossip. Then they'd seen her, and something about the look that had passed between them had warned her, made her pretend not to have heard. Episodes, which had meant nothing to her at the time, slid into sharp focus. Miss Petrie volunteering to do the choreography for the play her father was directing. Miss Petrie on the school trip to Stratford, though what interest could a brainless PE teacher have in Shakespeare? Every time she thought of the two of them together, she lost control of her body. Her breath came too fast, and she almost fainted. She didn't mind the pub during the day. There was a different kind of customer then. Grown-ups, old men sitting for ages reading a paper, office workers wanting lunch, tourists. When she got there, Frank was outside watering the hanging baskets. He looked at his watch and grinned. She always turned up with only a second to spare. Frank was the manager, fat and 40, divorced. He'd been the one to give her the job. She'd chatted him up when he'd had a few drinks and allowed them a lock-in. Then she'd turned up next morning for an interview he couldn't remember having arranged. She thought he'd given her a job out of embarrassment. It was only after learning about her dad and Miss Petrie, she couldn't bring herself to call her Eve, that she wondered if he might fancy her. He'd never tried anything on, but she always made sure to keep her distance. It was only 12 o'clock and the pub was nearly empty. Two old ladies with wispy hair and floaty dresses sat by the window in the dust-speckled sunlight, sipping brandy and lemonade. When Rosie went over to collect their empty glasses, they continued to sit, engrossed in conversation, making no move to leave or to order more drinks. They were lost in memory. They had come to the coast when they were girls on charabanc trips from town. Back behind the bar, Rosie heard them giggle suddenly over a shared memory. It was a slightly awkward giggle. A boy was involved. Rosie thought,
Is that how Mel and I will be when we're old? We'll sit in the prom getting pissed on brandy and reminiscence, laughing about Joe. If Mel lives long enough to get old, that is. Then, almost as if the thought had conjured him out of thin air, there Joe was, standing at the door, skinny as one of the pipe-cleaner men her granda used to make. She had to make an effort to compose herself, to breathe slowly and regularly. Joe saw her and smiled, showing a mouth of gappy teeth. He looked crumpled as if he'd slept in his clothes, baggy cotton trousers and a T-shirt so tight that she could see the frame of his ribs. What could anyone in their right mind see in him? He had bigger feet than anyone else in the world, black hair tied back in a loose ponytail. He loped to the bar. "Mel said you'd be working." "You've seen Mel this morning?" She was surprised. She thought Mel would be dead to the world. "Spoken to her on the phone." "Everything okay?" He frowned without answering. She poured him a pint. Mel was usually the subject of their conversations. She demanded their attention. She had an eating disorder, anorexia, Rosie thought. Rosie didn't know the details, didn't like to ask. She suspected Joe knew more than she did. Joe fidgeted in his pocket for money. "Has she said anything to you?" "What about?" "She's really stressed out about something." "Isn't she always?" Rosie regretted that immediately. It sounded petty. But what was Mel about? She was bright and gorgeous, and her parents doted on her, and so did Joe. So why all the shit? Joe took the pint, stared into it. "Have you started doing food yet? Any chance of a burger?" Although he was so thin, there was nothing wrong with Joe's attitude to food. She shouted his order through to the kitchen. Frank came in with the watering can still in his hand, letting it drip on the carpet. He nodded to Joe, winked at Rosie. She knew she was blushing, but Joe seemed too preoccupied to notice. "We're going away," he said. "Mel and me." "I thought you were skint." Joe worked all-night shifts at the big supermarket on the ring road, but he never had any money. He spent it on drink, junk food, music, stupid presents for them all. His parents were both doctors and could have bailed him out, but they said he had to learn to budget before going to university. They took university for granted. Rosie wasn't so sure. Joe hadn't done much work before the exams. He'd been too busy obsessing over Mel. "Mel said she needs to get away. It's like she's really spooked by something. She won't let go. But she won't talk about it either. Haven't you noticed?" "No," Rosie thought. "I've had my own problems lately, if you hadn't realized." Joe was continuing. "Her mum and dad say they'll pay. We're only going for a week. They think she could do with a holiday. It would do her good. A friend of theirs has a villa in Portugal." "Very nice." This time Rosie managed to keep her voice non-committal. She was thinking, it's not Mel who wants to go away. It's their idea. They've just had enough of her illness. They're fed up with seeing her like that. They want the problem to disappear for a while. They'd sent Mel away before, and Rosie couldn't blame them. "I'm not sure I can handle it," Joe was saying. "It's the responsibility. What if something happens while we're away?" He paused. "They want her to think about going into hospital, but she's dead against it. They want me to persuade her." "She doesn't seem too bad to me," Rosie said. "No worse than usual." A punter came up to the bar. A salesman, she thought, suit and a briefcase. He was sweating. It was very hot out now. From where she stood, she could see the glare on the water as far as the horizon. Families walked past in shorts and skimpy tops, and they seemed to turn pink as she watched them, making the most of the summer. She expected the man to order a meal and a bottle of lager, but instead he barked, "Scotch! A large one!" His voice was desperate. She watched him take it to a table in the shade, knew he'd be back in 5 minutes for another. Joe slid back along the bar so he was facing her again. "You don't have to go," she said reasonably. "Explain how you feel." "I can't let her down." They teased him sometimes because he'd been a choir boy as a kid. He said he'd been dragged along to church by his parents, but she thought some of it had rubbed off.
He had too many principles.
When do you leave?
Couple of days.
Mel didn't say anything to me.
Rosie convinced herself that was why she was so angry. She felt herself close to tears. They were supposed to be best friends. She wanted to keep it a secret. I don't know why.
Because she likes secrets,
Rosie thought.
She likes keeping things to herself. She's a hoarder.
Perhaps that's what the stuff with food is about. "What was all that with your mum last night?" he asked with a complete change of tone. He pulled a prim schoolmistress face. This was the Joe the others knew, the gossip and the clown. Rosie was cross. Hannah was an easy target.
"She's had a bad time, all the talk. You know what it must be like, finding out that your husband's a rat after 20 years? And she has it rough at work. It's not a bunch of laughs in the prison."
"No," he said quickly, seeing that he had offended her. "It won't be. I didn't mean—" The businessman came back to the bar. He held out his glass to her. She saw that his hand was shaking. "Your mum's all right," Joe said. "We were being stupid." Rosie served the customer and let it go. His burger came. He ate it quickly, holding it in his hand and tearing away at it, as if he were ravenous. He stood still when he'd finished, and she thought he was going to say something else about Mel. Perhaps he wanted to enlist Rosie's support in finding out what lay behind the paranoia, but he just nodded. "See you in a week, then, if I don't catch up with you before we go." And he was gone. That evening, at a different pub, Rosie's local, it was still warm enough to sit outside. She'd eaten the veggie lasagna her mother had cooked for dinner, had a shower, and changed into a sleeveless frock. The beer garden was at the back, away from the road, though there was still a far-off hum of traffic. A row of conifers separated the pub from playing fields. There were tubs on the terrace and shrubs under the trees, a faint, exotic smell of flowers and pine.
"Melanie and Joseph are going away,"
Rosie said, using the full names as if it were a formal announcement, as in, "I, Melanie, take you, Joseph." That wouldn't surprise her either. Joe was besotted enough to do it, and he'd always been into crazy gestures. Melanie's parents would be delighted. Melanie would have a full-time minder, and they could go back to the real business of making money.
"Isn't Melanie's name Gillespie?"
her mother asked. Rosie hardly heard. She was imagining Mel's dress, the church, the flowers, her as chief bridesmaid.
"Yeah,"
she said.
"Melanie Gillespie. And her dad's the businessman?" "That's right."
When she'd first asked Melanie what her father did, she'd said he ran a chip shop. Computer chips, it turned out. He'd set up a huge plant on the site of a derelict building, was a major local hero because of all the jobs it provided.
"He was on the television again last night,"
Hannah said. Mel's dad was always on the television.
"They're going to the Algarve," Rosie said. "Mel and Joe."
"Will you be at a bit of a loose end, then?"
"I have got other friends."
For a while she had been watching a small, plump man hovering just out of her mother's line of vision. She thought he had been listening in, waiting for them to finish their conversation. Now he was approaching, and Hannah stood up to greet him. Rosie thought, "She planned this all along. She knew I'd not come if she warned me."
"This is Arthur,"
Hannah said. Rosie could tell her mother was nervous and decided to be gracious.
"Hi. Arthur works with me at the prison. He's a psychologist."
Rosie nodded. "What could you say?"
"Rosie was just telling me that 2 of her friends are going on holiday."
Hannah shot her the look Rosie remembered from Sunday afternoon tea at her grandma and granddad's house, a pleading look which said, "Please behave, please don't show me up." Rosie said nothing. Arthur smiled. It would be easy, Rosie thought, to be taken in by that smile. Hannah continued,
"I was just going to tell her about my trip." "What trip?" "There's a school reunion. I thought I should go." "Great. Can I come?"
It was a malicious offer. She didn't want her mother to go off with this little round man with the beguiling smile. She wanted to pay Hannah back for treating her like a 6-year-old. Do you really want to? Hannah looked so pathetically grateful that Rosie couldn't say she didn't mean it. Anyway, what was wrong with running away for a couple of days? Why not? Arthur smiled again, as if this was what he'd been planning all along, and he went to the bar for drinks. Chapter 8. Although Hannah had avoided Sally since she'd left the town to go to university, she had kept in touch with her friends' news. Sally had gone up in the world since they'd first become mates in Cranford. At school, she'd lived with her parents on a small council estate, a couple of streets which ran down the hill to the west of the town. Her father had been a barber, her mother had worked in the chemist's in the high street. There'd been a younger sister, a pretty child called Joanne. Hannah's dad had worked in the only bank in the town, and they'd owned their own home. But the families' lives had been very similar. There'd been an emphasis on good manners and tidiness. Of course, after Hannah's father had died, things were never the same again. Then she'd loved spending time with Sal's family. Everything in their little house had seemed safe and respectable. Sally didn't go to university. She'd had no academic ambition, although she'd been bright enough. Instead, she'd got a job as an office junior on the local paper. She was still there in a more glorified form, writing features and running the women's page. She'd sent Hannah a cutting when she first got the post as features editor. There had been a photograph at the top of the page, and she'd put on a lot of weight. Hannah thought she made the job sound grander than it was. The paper had turned into one of those free weeklies which are 70% adverts. She did write back to congratulate Sally about the promotion. She hadn't wanted to appear mean-spirited. When she was 19, Sally married Chris, a lad they'd knocked about with. A baby arrived soon after. Chris worked for a printer, and on summer evenings ran a disco in the caravan site near the lake. There was one more baby, then Hannah heard that they'd separated. Much later, she saw a piece in a Newcastle paper saying Chris had been sentenced to 12 months' imprisonment for selling drugs. She wondered if he would turn up at the prison. But if he had, she'd never met him, not so far as she knew. Would she have recognized him after all this time? When Sally wrote to say that she was getting married for a second time to a local businessman, Hannah had imagined a shopkeeper or someone running a small unit on the business park near the river. A barber, even, like her dad. But it turned out that Sally's new husband was an hotelier. Hannah might have gone to the wedding, in fact, had been building herself up to it, but in the end she was never invited. Sally said it was a very small affair because she and Roger were preparing for the holiday season. The hotel was close to the lake and attracted tourists. On the drive to Cranford, Rosie fell asleep before they'd left their estate and didn't wake until they'd nearly arrived. She sat with her head tipped back, snoring slightly through an open mouth. Hannah didn't mind. It was a reminder of what she'd looked like as a small child. She had only been back to Cranford once for her mother's funeral, and that was in her third year of university. Because she was so far away, she had been at university in Exeter, the funeral had been organised by Hannah's aunt. Hannah had stayed with her for one night, then returned to the West Country, glad of the excuse of exams. Jonathan couldn't understand her refusal to return to the place of her birth. In the beginning, at least, he had been interested in going. "For Christ's sake, H, it's only 50 miles away. We could be there and back in an afternoon. Show me the scenes of your wild youth." He'd thought he was being funny. Hannah had made no attempt to explain her reluctance. They came upon the town almost before she realized, and then she saw with a start that it had hardly changed at all. It felt as she remembered it, stately, quiet, seductive, a place which was hard to leave, very different from Millhaven, the town on the coast which was now her home. That was rakish and full of people passing through, students, hotel workers, yuppies using it as a staging post. and affluent businessmen like Richard Gillespie who lived there to show they had a certain style and personality, though no doubt he would be moving on too. The hotel was in a village called Cranwell, very close to the lake. She must have passed through it on her way to the caravan site, but she had no recollection. It was pretty enough. There was one main street with stone cottages, a small first school backing onto open fields, a large church. The hotel was down a track next to the church and was called the Old Rectory. It was a big, grey Victorian house with steep gables, an immaculate garden, and a view of the graveyard. Hannah had been imagining something seedy with draughty corridors and stained baths, and was pleasantly surprised. It had an air of class and of money. Rosie had stirred as they pulled onto the drive, and now stretched, yawned, and scrabbled under the seat for her shoes. Hannah wished she didn't look quite so grubby or dishevelled. She wanted Sally to admire her daughter. There were other cars in a courtyard at the side of the house. All of them were newer and larger than Hannah's Polo. Jonathan, of course, had taken the Rover when he left. Rosie got out of the car, and Hannah saw that the seam of her skirt had split at the back. She began to feel nervous, as if they had no right to be there. There was complete silence of the sort that you find in small Spanish towns at siesta time. It was even hotter here than on the coast, and Hannah was reminded of the dense, bright heat of a Mediterranean afternoon. Although the house was close to the main village street, there was no sound of traffic or conversation. They walked through an arch and round the house to the main entrance. The front lawn was set for croquet. 2 mallets lay with balls on the grass. Beyond a green wire mesh fence was a tennis court, freshly marked. No one was about. Rosie whistled and said, "Not bad." She pulled the hair back from her face, twisted it, and fastened it with a comb. She looked immediately tidier. "I can't see a pool," she said regretfully. "Still, in a normal summer, when would you use it? Really, it's not bad at all." The front door was open and led to a large wood-panelled hall with a stone fireplace. There was no reception desk, no bell to ring to attract attention. They stood for a moment. It seemed very dark after the glare outside, and wonderfully cool. 3 doors led into the hall, but all were shut. "Well," Rosie demanded, "are we going to stand here like lemons?" There were times when Hannah wondered that she had created such an assertive young woman. Rosie raised her voice. "Hello!" she shouted. "Anybody home?" "Shh!" Hannah felt awkward, as if she'd wandered into a private home and sworn at the hosts. She would have stood there all day. Rosie began to shuffle impatiently. There was a wood block floor. She'd learned tap dancing as a child and began to tap her heels and toes to some rhythm in her head. It was an irritating habit and came upon her wherever there was space to move. She'd never been able to stand still. In the distance, a door opened and shut, and they heard footsteps. Rosie continued to hop and shimmy and click her fingers. Hannah motioned at her to stop. The middle door into the hall opened, and a man appeared. Beyond him she saw a corridor, a sunny window. She didn't at first take him to be Sally's husband. He was older than she would have expected, at least 55. But it was more than that. He wasn't the sort of man she thought Sally would be married to. He wore an open-necked shirt, brown trousers with a neatly pressed crease, and, despite the heat, a cardigan with pockets. His hair was thin and grey, too long at the back. Perhaps after Chris, Sally had had enough of wild men. Rosie slid to a halt. The man blinked in a way which Hannah found oddly familiar, smiled a thin, long smile, and held out his hand. "You must be Sally's friends." His voice was light, clipped, a little spinsterish, and again she felt she should recognize it. "Not a good day for a drive, I'm afraid. Poor you. This weather doesn't show any sign of breaking. I suppose we shouldn't complain. By the time you've had a chance to freshen up, Sally will be home. She was sorry not to be here when you arrived, but today's a busy one for the paper. She's looking forward to the reunion." He picked up Hannah's hold-all and directed them towards a curving staircase. Rosie went first, and he stared as she walked ahead of him at the long brown legs appearing through the slit in her skirt. Hannah wanted to hit him, but knew Rosie would probably take the attention for granted. Across the graveyard, the church clock struck 5. The noise seemed to shock him out of a trance, and he turned to Hannah, muttering something about the age of the tower. Their room was at the back of the house. It was large and high-ceilinged, with a full-length window looking over a rose garden and across more lawn. Beyond that, dazzling in the sunlight, was the lake. Roger seemed to have regained his composure. He gave them an arch little smile, as if he were enjoying some private joke, and left them alone.
"Hey," Rosie said, "this is a bit of all right."
Hannah dragged her attention from the lake and looked at the room. Solid Victorian furniture was lightened by pale yellow bedspreads and curtains. Rosie dropped the sophisticated pose she put on for her friends and became a child again. She bounced on the bed and danced around the room, opening drawers and doors.
"No mini bar, but 2 sorts of biscuits on the tea tray, and very nice smellies for the bath. And sky!"
She began to strip for the shower with a sort of mock striptease, not caring that the curtains were still open. Remembering Roger, Hannah closed them. They had made themselves tea and were watching the early evening news when Sally came in. Hannah thought she had put on weight, especially on the hips and the bust, but that she'd have known her anywhere. She was stylishly dressed in a thrown-together ramshackle way, in a cream linen skirt which came down to her ankles, and a long cream top, crumpled at the back where she'd been sitting. There wasn't any awkwardness. She pulled Hannah towards her so she bounced against the pneumatic bosoms. Then she sat on the bed and started talking.
"God, what a gorgeous daughter. You're so lucky, H. I only had boys, and they were monsters. They left home long ago, thank the Lord, and they only appear when they want something. Roger puts up with it, sweetie. God knows why."
She paused.
"You know, it's so good to see you. I'd given up thinking I'd ever get you here."
She grinned wickedly.
"You didn't recognize Roger, did you? He didn't think you did."
Hannah was embarrassed. She dredged back in her memory for the circumstances when she'd heard the pedantic voice. She had a fleeting image of school, of sitting with a crowd of others on the edge of the stage in the hall. Then it was gone. She mumbled, "Something about him was familiar," knowing how pathetic she sounded. "Probably best forgotten." Sally said, "That's what I thought until I met him again. I came to do a feature on him when he bought this place. You won't believe it, but he swept me off my feet. Perhaps this will jog your memory." She stood up, put her hands behind her back, and in a surprisingly accurate imitation of her husband's voice said,
"If that homework's not handed in tomorrow, Miss Marshall, I'll be down on you like a ton of bricks."
It was the final phrase that released the memory. It was the threat for every occasion. Hannah started to giggle, quickly put her hand over her mouth to cover it.
"You married Spooky Spence?"
It was impossible to keep the astonishment from her voice. She wanted to ask Sally how on earth she came to do anything so ridiculous.
"Exactly,"
Sally said, enjoying Hannah's surprise.
"Spooky Spence."
He had taught them Latin for O-level. At the time, Hannah had thought of him as middle-aged, verging on the elderly, but he could hardly have been more than 30. Now that she had fixed him in her memory, she thought his appearance had hardly changed over the years. She remembered those lessons as restful occasions, a quiet, sunny classroom, Mr. Spence's voice a drone in the background as they plodded through Virgil and Caesar's civil wars. And he had been involved in the school play. That was what the flash of memory had been about.
"But you couldn't stand him,"
Hannah said. Sally had never liked drama and had hated the Latin lessons. She'd never got to grips with the grammar. Spence had been quietly but menacingly sarcastic. She grinned.
"He couldn't stand me either. He hated teaching. I mean, he didn't mind fiddling round with the theatre club, but standing in front of a class all day was a nightmare. Food's always been his real passion. You wouldn't recognise him in the kitchen. When his mum died, she left him a house and a bit of money. It gave him enough to set up this place. It's been an exciting project for us both."
Rosie had been watching the conversation with interest. Perhaps she was wondering what it would be like to get involved with a teacher much older than her. A bit close to home.
Why did you call him Spooky?
It wasn't a tactful contribution, but again, Sally didn't take offence.
It was his way of appearing beside you without warning. Apparently out of thin air, when you least needed it. Like when you just lit a fag behind the changing rooms, or you were planning to mitch off early before his lesson.
She grinned again at Rosie.
Not that your mother ever did anything like that. Hannah Meek was the biggest swot in the school.
Hannah didn't say that she remembered things rather differently. They'd called Roger Spooky because of the way he looked at them, at the hems of their skirts, which were still very short at the time, at the shirts bursting at the buttons over newly formed chests. There were stories that he'd been caught staring through the gym window at third-form gymnasts, at the girls in their knickers and Airtex vests doing straddle jumps on the box and cartwheels on the beam. Sally didn't go with them to the school for the reunion. She said she'd meet them there. She had to nip back to town. It was work. The editor was away, and there was a press conference she needed to cover. Again, Hannah felt she was making her work sound grander than it was. Still, she was pleased to go in on her own, with only Rosie to keep her company. Sally would have rushed round introducing her to everyone, and she wanted a moment of anonymity. She wanted to stand just inside the door and look for Michael. She had dreamt that he would be there. If she was honest with herself, that was what the trip had been all about from the start. Michael was what had kept her away from the town for all those years, and now it was Michael who had brought her back. When Roger dropped them off at the school, it seemed that he was too busy to attend the party. The futility of the venture hit her. She was embarrassed that she had allowed her fantasy to develop this far. Michael Gray had come to the school when Hannah was in the lower sixth. He was a year older than the rest of them, but for some reason had been placed in their year. She remembered having been given a number of reasons for that. He had been living abroad, had been ill, there had been a family problem. Still, she didn't know which, if any of them, had been true. Certainly he hadn't been asked to retake the year because he was thick. He was quick and conscientious, and the teachers loved him. He was doing art, English, and biology, but art was his thing. He noticed the way things and people looked. She remembered the big, battered portfolio he used to cart around, the way he always had a smear of paint on his face. So she collected her name badge, stood just inside the door, and looked around. He wasn't in the room. She saw that immediately. Even after nearly 30 years, she would have recognized him. She didn't think that was self-delusion. She would have stood there longer, but Rosie gave her a shove in the back.
"Go on, then,"
she said.
"Do the business."
It turned out to be easier than Hannah had expected. Sally still hadn't arrived, but Hannah was greeted by people who knew her, who were pleasant enough to say that she'd hardly changed. The name badges were in sufficiently large print to allow the possibility that this was a kind fiction, that they remembered the face only after reading her name, but soon she felt less nervous. This hall was newly built when she was at school. Previously, the dining hall had been used for everything. For the first time, the students had somewhere for assembly and drama that didn't smell of school dinners. She recalled her first speech day there. Some sixth-form boys always ran a book on the length of the headmaster's lecture. Parents were invited, and when Hannah won a prize for English, her mother had turned up. Her husband had just died, and people were still talking about it, so it was a brave thing for her to do, but she was the only woman to be wearing a hat, and Hannah wished that she'd stayed away. The new hall was where school plays were performed. In Hannah's final year, Michael was Macbeth. He looked like a Viking warrior with his long white hair and papier-mâché armour. Jenny Graves was Lady Macbeth. People said she was very good, but Hannah had been prompting and too busy following every line to notice individual performances. What she did remember was the knife, because she'd helped with props too. She didn't know where Mr. Westcott had found it, but it was seriously sharp. One of the first years was messing around and cut herself. Hannah thought that nowadays, when everyone was so conscious of health and safety, it wouldn't be allowed. Once she'd persuaded herself that, of course, it would have been impossible for Michael to be there, Hannah even started to enjoy herself. At first, the music was far too loud for sensible conversation, but someone persuaded the disc jockey to turn it down. She could catch up on news of people who had once been close friends. No one mentioned her father. She supposed even in a town as small as this, that had been forgotten long ago. She was talking to Paul Lord when Sally arrived. Hannah saw her from the corner of her eye, but continued the conversation. In school, Paul had been something of a figure of fun, a spotty scientist, too conventional for his age, more conventional even than her. He had become rather handsome. Certainly he was married. He mentioned a wife and child. It seemed he had his own business and was doing rather well. "What happened to that blonde lad you used to knock around with?" he said suddenly. "Did he go away to art school in the end? Or did he settle for university?" Hannah said calmly that she had no idea. Then Sally interrupted them quite rudely, taking Hannah's arm and dragging her away. Something had excited her. She could hardly contain herself, but she kept her face serious. "There's something you have to know." "What is it?" She turned everything into a drama. Hannah was expecting a piece of local gossip. Someone had run away with someone else's wife. She should know not to mention it in front of the people involved. "The body in the lake," Sally said. Hannah must have looked at her stupidly. It wasn't at all what she was expecting. "You had heard that they'd found a body in the lake?" Hannah remembered a snatch of a radio report. "Yes, it came to light because the water level's so low." "That was what the press conference was about. The police have got a positive ID at last. Dental records or something. It's too horrible to think about." She shivered theatrically. "It's Michael Gray. He'd been down there for nearly 30 years. She was whispering. Perhaps she wanted to add to the theatre of the occasion. Perhaps she didn't want to spoil the party. Hannah felt the room spin around her. "Pull yourself together," Sally said sharply. "You'll have to speak to the police. Well, we all will, but you're most likely to have something useful to say." She looked at Hannah, waiting for a sensible response before adding impatiently, "Michael Gray was murdered." Hannah remained silent. She could hardly say that the news had come as something of a relief. Chapter 9. So far, Rosie thought, she'd been very good, very much the mummy's girl, putting on a clean frock, tying back her hair in a French plait, saying what a brilliant time she'd been having. The school was pretty much what she'd expected, comprehensive now, but still, to Rosie's eyes, rather grand. Her high school on the coast was a 70s glass and concrete slum. The window frames had warped and the roof leaked. This was a stone building, approached by a drive through trees. There was a couple of new blocks, a scattering of mobile classrooms, but still it was hard to imagine kids dealing dope in the toilets or sniffing glue behind the bike sheds. More Mallory Towers than Grange Hill. Rosie wasn't sure about being there. "Look," she had said, "I'd just be in the way." Hannah had given her a look so geeky that Rosie could have strangled her, but not deserted her. They had been early, of course. Her mother was always early. It drove Rosie crazy. There had been people in the hall, but they were still setting out food and glasses. Rosie had taken her mother's arm. She was shaking. "Why don't you give me a guided tour of the place before we go in?" They had walked together round the outside of the building, peering in through windows. Hannah had pointed out the domestic science block, the room where Roger had taught Latin, the sixth form common room. Rosie had listened. She had felt supportive and grown up. She had even wondered if she should bring up the subject of Eve and Jonathan. They had never really discussed it, but she hadn't wanted to spoil things, and had left Hannah to her memories. When they returned, the party had begun. The hall doubled as a theatre, and it was blacked out by heavy curtains and lit by coloured spots. Outside, the sun was still shining. On the stage sat a DJ playing 70s music. The lines on his face were so deep that they seemed chiselled. It was hard to tell whether his head was bald or shaved, but he still seemed younger than the people standing awkwardly in the hall, juggling paper plates and plastic glasses. He put on a David Bowie Life on Mars. It had always been one of Rosie's favourites, and she was itching to dance. If Joe had been there, she'd have dragged him onto the floor to get things moving. There'd been a bit of a queue at the door, where a fat woman stood behind a table doling out laminated name badges. She was short-sighted and had to squint like a mole over the table to find the one she was looking for. Hannah had found her own. Hannah Meek. How bloody appropriate, Rosie had thought. The fat woman had stared at them, as if the name or her mother's face should trigger a memory, but the effort had seemed too much for her because she just shook her head, smiled vaguely, and let them walk on into the hall. At first everything was as tedious and civilized as Rosie had expected it to be. She was introduced to old friends of her mother's. She smiled a lot, was polite and dutiful. When she laughed, she felt as if she were making too much noise. The people she met seemed frozen in middle age. It was impossible to imagine them being yelled at by a teacher in this hall, or sitting at small tables to take exams. They talked about their children, the iniquities of student fees and student loans, their homes and their foreign holidays. All the time the rhythm of the music nipped at her ankles and made her want to sway away from them, back into the middle of the floor. "This is your music," she wanted to say. "Doesn't it take you back to how you were?" And sometimes she saw a woman or a man with dreamy eyes who would look at her with a start, as if they were staring at themselves, or a girl they fancied. But it didn't last, and when someone did start the dancing, it was a peculiar shuffle, as if they all had arthritic knees or a broom handle strapped to their spines. Then she looked up at the stage and saw the DJ, who must have been at least as old as her mother and the others in the room, but who didn't seem it. He seemed to be laughing at them too. She moved through the dancers and hoisted herself onto the stage so her legs dangled over the edge. He didn't look at her. "A bit young for this, aren't you?" "I came with me mum." "Who was she, then?" Now he did turn to eye her up. "I might know her." "Did you come to this school too?" For some reason, it seemed unlikely. He looked too different from the smartly dressed men and women. She thought he must be a refugee from the city. "No, not bright enough. I was at the secondary modern, but I used to hang around with some of them." "Hannah Meek," she said. "That was what my mother was called then." "Yes," he said. "I can see." "Can you?" She had seen the occasional photo of her mother as a young woman and saw no resemblance. Her mother was so reined in. Her features were small and sharp. "She was skinnier, of course." She felt her face colour. Most people were skinnier than her. Hannah said she was oversensitive. "Carry on like that and you'll end up like Melanie Gillespie," as if she wouldn't have adored to be the same weight as Mel. "But you're bonnier," the DJ said after some consideration. Rosie could have kissed him. "Can you recognise her?" she said, falling into the jokey, flirty voice she used with the older punters at the prom. She didn't have to shout. Someone had moaned about the music being too loud, and he'd turned it down. He scanned the room, but so briefly that she thought he wasn't really bothered. "Can't see much at all in this light," he said. There was a bit of a scuffle at the door as Sally came in. She pushed her way through the blackout curtain and was silhouetted briefly against the light outside. The woman behind the table knew her and tried to offer her a badge, but Sally ignored her. The DJ was watching the scene too, with the same detached amusement as when he'd been looking at the dancing. "That's Sally Spence," Rosie said, wanting his attention again. "She's my mum's best mate. We're staying at her hotel tonight." "Oh, I know Sal very well. When you see her, say Chris sends his love." The track he was playing came to an end. He murmured a few words into the microphone. No one seemed to be listening. Hannah was deep in conversation with a tall man, dressed in black. He had more style than the rest of them, and Rosie might have fancied him if he'd been 20 years younger. Suddenly, Sally broke in on the couple. She said a few words to Hannah, then steered her away from him. From her position on the stage, Rosie watched. Caught in a livid green spotlight, with Roxy music in the background, she saw her mother's face crumple. The normally sharp features fell in on themselves. Sally led her out of the room, and Rosie followed. At the door, she stopped and looked up at the stage. Chris, the DJ, gave her a little wave and a knowing grin. Outside it was still light, and at the old rectory 4 guests sat on the flagged terrace having drinks before a late dinner. Sally had driven them back from the reunion immediately. Rosie thought it was a fuss about nothing. Sally playing the drama queen. An old body dragged out of the lake, what could that have to do with her mother? Roger insisted that they shouldn't decide anything until after dinner, and Sally had deferred to him. Hannah seemed to think she had no right to express an opinion. Rosie thought Roger had been transformed. That afternoon he'd been a crabby and grey old Latin teacher. Now, talking to his guests, dressed in a brocade waistcoat and floppy bow tie, he was in his element. When they arrived, he was taking a tray of drinks to a couple in the lounge, and he sat beside them for a moment to chat. He flattered the woman without annoying her husband, camping it up a little to make himself harmless. Rosie, who was no mean actor herself, appreciated the show. She knew the effort which went into a performance. Over dinner, Sally and her mother talked in a series of elliptical comments which made little sense to her. At one point, Sally said to Roger, "But you must remember Michael Gray, even if you didn't teach him. Everyone knew Michael." Roger stared into his wine. "Of course I remember him," he said in a sad, solemn voice. Then he made an excuse to go into the kitchen, and when he returned, he was his old self, solicitous and funny. At the end of the meal, they were the only people left in the dining room. The main lights were switched off. Their table was lit by a wall lamp with an engraved glass shade, which could have covered a gas lamp. The room had been designed to look like a Victorian parlour, with glossy-leafed pot plants, red plush, heavy furniture, and silver. For Rosie, it took on a nightmare quality. She prided herself on being able to hold her drink, but Roger had filled her glass every time it was empty, and by the end of the meal her head was swimming. She listened to snatches of the women's conversation, and the image of the white corpse from the lake caught her attention immediately and stayed with her. It was partly to shake off this feeling of melodrama, partly because she was so drunk that when the thought came into her head she couldn't stop it coming out, that she interrupted their conversation. "Oh, by the way, Chris sent his love." "Chris?" Her mother seemed puzzled. "The DJ." Hannah looked at Sally. "That was Chris." "Didn't you recognize him?" Sally seemed pleased. "He hasn't worn very well, has he?" Then she seemed to think Rosie deserved an explanation. "Chris," she said, "is my unmissed ex-husband." Soon after, Rosie left them to it. Roger winked and wrapped a half-drunk bottle of wine in a napkin for her to take with her. Hannah would have objected if she'd noticed, but she was too preoccupied to see what was going on. In her room, Rosie drew the curtains. The window was open, and she heard young voices, smelled the grilling flesh of a barbecue. By the edge of the lake, someone was having a party. She switched on the television and flicked through the channels, but nothing held her interest for long. She poured wine into a beaker from the bathroom and wished she were outside. Leaving the set on, but with the sound turned right down, she dialed the prom on her mobile. Frank answered. "Hi," she said. "It's me." He recognized her voice. She wondered, idly, if he'd know all his part-time staff by voice. "Good God, girl," he said. "Can't you keep away from the place? I thought it was your night off." "Sad, isn't it?" She thought it really was sad. "You're pissed," he said. It was a statement of fact. "Shit, Frank, you sound like me mum. Is anyone in?" "Can't you hear them?" He must have held the receiver over the bar. The roar was deafening. "Not anyone? Anyone I know?" "No, they were in earlier, the whole crowd." "Except Mel and Joe?" She thought they'd be in Portugal by now, sitting by the pool under the orange trees. "I've got some news about them." He was like an old woman about gossip. He paused, tormenting her, knowing she'd be gagging for the information. "What?" They're still here.
Why?
Mel refused to go, didn't she?
What do you mean?
She refused to go on holiday. They called in here on their way to the airport, bags all packed. It was supposed to be just to say goodbye. Then, all of a sudden, she threw a wobbly. She said her parents wanted to get rid of her. The holiday was a trick to get her out of the country. They never intended to let her back.
She kept her voice flat. Was Joe okay?
He didn't say much, but what was there to say? His girlfriend had practically accused him of kidnap. That girl needs help.
She switched off her phone and dialed Joe's house. The answer phone clicked in straight away. She left a message for Joe, saying she'd call him the next day. She thought then that she should phone Mel and check that she was all right, but knew that she should wait until she was sober. She'd only lose her temper. She seemed to lie awake for hours, but she didn't hear her mother come in. Chapter 10. Sally was very eager that Hannah should go to the police station as soon as they returned from the school reunion. "It'll be all over the papers tomorrow. They've got a picture. Someone will tell that detective you were Michael Gray's girlfriend. Better he hear it from you. Of course, I'll come with you if you like." Of course, Hannah thought. That was what Sally wanted. She was a journalist, even if not a very grand one. She saw a story she could sell. "Let the poor woman eat," Roger said. Hannah was grateful. Perhaps it was the shock, but she was ravenous. In the end, 2 detectives came out to the hotel. It was Sally's suggestion. She said the national press was already sniffing around in the town. On second thoughts, this would be more discreet. And, thought Hannah, it would give Sally more control. Hannah didn't mind. She felt very tired. She didn't think she could face going out. It was after 10 when the detectives arrived, just dark, still very warm. Rosie didn't seem to have grasped the significance of the body in the lake. She went, a little unsteadily, to their room. The staff were clearing up in the dining room, and there were still guests in the lounge, so Sally let them use her private sitting room. Roger brought in a tray of coffee. There was a bowl of roses on the table. Later, Hannah would remember their fragrance, the scent of filter coffee, and another smell which she recognized was pipe tobacco. Although the older detective made no attempt to smoke on that occasion, it seemed that he was an addict, and his pipe was always in his pocket. It must have been hard for him to sit there for so long without it. She couldn't decide at first which was the senior officer. The older man was shorter, slight and dark, with an accent which suggested he came from the coast, from one of those villages where the pits used to be. He had the look of a collier about him. He wore a grey suit. The trousers were too big for him and held up by a thin belt. His shoes were as black and shiny as a prison officer's boots. The younger man was tall, prematurely balding. If she'd met him on a social occasion, Hannah would have guessed that he taught humanities at a college for further education. He could even have been a librarian. He wore odd socks and scuffed suede boots. The older one was called Stout, the younger Porteous. They must have given their ranks when they introduced themselves, but Hannah had been in too much of a daze to take in the information. They were very polite, but something about their manner put Hannah on her guard. She drank a cup of Roger's good, strong coffee and tried to clear her head. She had heard the prisoners talking and knew that the police weren't always to be trusted. What they wanted now was to clear up their case as quickly as possible. There wouldn't be 2 detectives here at this time of night if they didn't think there was something in her story for them. For the first time she wondered what Sally had told them. There had been a muttered conversation at the door before she'd shown them in. She had been surprised when Sally had left them alone together without any fuss. But perhaps she was standing at the door now with a glass to her ear. Or perhaps there was a tape recorder hidden under one of the cushions on the sofa. "I don't know what Sally has told you," she said. She wanted to take the initiative, to appear purposeful, to let them know she couldn't be browbeaten. Porteous, the younger, answered.
He seemed diffident, almost apologetic. The voice was educated, but somewhere behind the polish there was a Midland whine. "She said that you and Mr. Gray were close at the time of his death." Stout interrupted briskly. "We think it's possible, Mrs. Morton, that you were the last person to see him alive. That, at least, is the information we've been given." Hannah stared at them. Trust Sally to stir things up. Trust her to turn this into the plot line of a soap opera. Hannah thought her judgment had been right all along. She should never have been persuaded to come back. "I know it's a long time," Porteous said, "but if you could just take your mind back—" "How did he die?" Hannah demanded. "You must have done a post-mortem if you know he was murdered. You pulled him out days ago." They seemed shocked, and the words sounded callous even in her own head. But Hannah needed to get the facts straight, neatly catalogued like books on a shelf. She looked at Porteous, who nodded imperceptibly. She realized then that Porteous must be the superior, and was glad to have another fact sorted. "He was stabbed," Stout said, "with a sharp, wide-bladed knife." Hannah had an image of Jenny Graves at a school play rehearsal. It must have been a dress rehearsal because she was in costume. Her dress had been hired from the local amateur dramatic society and was scarlet, laced at the front, daringly low cut. She had fake blood all over her hand. Mr. Westcott had been so pleased with her performance that he had clapped. Hannah realized that the detectives were staring at her, waiting for her to speak. "Have you told Michael's family?" she asked, not putting off answering, but fishing again for information. She was still curious about Michael's family. Again Stout and Porteous looked at each other. Again it seemed Stout was given permission to answer. "Ah," he said, "well, we seem to have come up with a bit of a problem there. We're having some difficulty tracing them. He seems to have been a real mystery, your young man. A real mystery. That was one of the reasons we were so keen to talk to you." They looked at Hannah expectantly. At last she felt obliged to tell them at least something of what she knew. "When we were at school together, Michael Gray lived with foster parents. His mother had died, and his father had worked abroad a lot. Or was ill. I'm not sure." It had seemed to Hannah, even in the beginning, that Michael had made himself up as he went along. He changed his story to suit his audience. She had caught him out a few times, and at first it had seemed to disconcert him. Later, when he realized how she felt about him, he had only grinned. "What did the father do?" Stout asked. "Work, I mean. The boy must have said." "I got the impression that he was employed by the government, some high-powered diplomat or civil servant, something that took him away a lot." "He must have come back sometimes to see his son." "No, never. Not that I remember. I never met him." "Didn't that strike you as odd?" Hannah didn't answer. Michael's strangeness had been part of his attraction. "What about the foster parents?" Porteous asked. His voice was gentle. Hannah thought he had set out to win her round. "You must be able to tell us about them." She knew he would have got that much at least from the school records, but decided to play the game. "Their names were Bryce, Stephen and Sylvia, an elderly couple more like grandparents than parents. They had never had children of their own. Stephen was a retired vicar. They were devoted to each other, kind to everyone, into good causes. They lived in one of those terraced houses near the school." She looked up at him sharply. "You must know all this." "Part of it. I haven't been able to speak to anyone who knew them." "I didn't really know them," she said quickly. "I only met them once or twice." They had come to the performance of Macbeth. From her position as prompt, Hannah had seen them sitting proudly in the front row. At the end, they had stood up and cheered, more like elderly eccentrics on the last night of the proms than the audience of a school play. She could imagine them dressed up and waving a Union Jack. They had seemed to her then very old, and even now, looking back from middle age, she thought they must have been in their late 60s or 70s. They both had silver hair. Sylvia wore hers long, pinned back with a tortoise-shell comb. Their house was the quietest Hannah had ever been in. There was no television or radio. She remembered a ginger cat which purred and a clock which chimed the quarter hour. She presumed this was not the sort of information which would be of interest to Porteous or Stout. "They never reported him missing," Stout said in a slightly aggrieved way, as if he took the Bryces' failure to make a fuss personally. "Nobody started looking for him until they died. Then the solicitor tried but couldn't trace him." Hannah wondered what had happened to the small, tidy house. It seemed unfeeling to ask. She had gone there first for tea, Michael had asked her. Although the Bryces hadn't been expecting her, they were thrilled to see her. "We're always telling Michael he should invite his friends in." His attitude to them was delightful. He was thoughtful and playful. He called them Sylvie and Steve. But as they sat in front of the fire in the tiny drawing-room, eating seed cake and crumpets, the thread of the conversation had led Hannah to think that they knew little more about his past than she did. It seemed that Stephen had been invited to a theological college in Idaho to give a lecture on the Psalms. They had been discussing flight plans when Sylvia asked suddenly, "Have you ever been abroad, Michael? I can't remember your saying." It was as if they had depended on what he told them for their knowledge of him. Hannah struggled to explain that to the detectives. "I don't think they were relatives. They probably didn't think there was anything sinister in his disappearance. They'd be sorry he hadn't kept in touch, but they wouldn't see it as their affair to meddle." "What was he doing with them, then?" Stout demanded. "You wouldn't just invite a strange teenager into your house." "I think they were the sort of people who might." She paused. "They called him their gift from God." She'd always thought it was a strange thing to say. Michael had spoken of it in a slightly shame-faced way. "Look, Steve, that's a big thing to live up to, you know?" But the detectives remained impassive and unsurprised. She continued talking, trying to give an explanation they would accept as reasonable. "He arrived with them out of the blue, then disappeared in the same way. Perhaps that's why they never reported him missing. They felt they had no claim on him." "The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away," Stout said. "That's all very well, but they must have met up with him somewhere. He wouldn't just have knocked on the door." "Perhaps it was arranged through a charity," Porteous suggested. He looked at Hannah hopefully. "Was anything like that mentioned, Mrs. Morton? Can you remember the name of any organisation which might have put Michael in touch with the Bryces?" She shook her head. "He wouldn't have told me," she said. "He liked being a mystery." "All the same, he must have said something. When you asked about his family, his previous school, he must have given some scrap of information." Despite her resistance, memories were already clicking into her brain, jerky images like an old home movie. "He told me a lot of things," she said. "Not all of them were true." "But," Porteous prompted, "but I really think his mother died when he was little. He was quite specific about that. She died of leukemia, and he could remember the funeral. Nobody had explained to him properly what was going on. He couldn't understand where his mother was. When a black car turned up at the house, he thought it was to take him to see her." Hannah stopped, then continued hesitantly. "It was early spring. There were crocuses on the lawn." "I don't know if that's any help," she thought, "unless that was one of his fictions too." Porteous said, "At present, everything is helpful." "There is something else." She paused. She didn't want to make a fool of herself, and she had a sense, too, that she was betraying Michael, but it was a matter of self-preservation. She had to give the detectives something to get them off her back. "He resat the lower sixth. He was a year older than the rest of us." Again she saw she was telling the men something they already knew, and wondered what other secrets they were keeping to themselves. "He made up a tale about his having been ill, but it was quite similar to his story of his mother's illness. I was taken in by it at the time. Why wouldn't I be?
But now I work as a prison librarian, and it's occurred to me that there might be another explanation for his missing year. I wondered if he might have been in trouble. Youth custody? Borstal, I suppose it would have been then. That would be something he wouldn't want to admit to the Bryces or to me.
We invite you to slow down, listen closely to the melody, and allow yourself to recharge during this short break. This is a free audiobook experience for all.
Keep you close, hoping you'd understand. You should run away with me in your soul. Hold me in your dreams.
That wouldn't fit into the Michael Gray myth. She realised she sounded bitter, and to hide her confusion poured herself another cup of coffee, though by now it was cold. Porteous jotted a few lines in his notebook, but gave no other indication of what he thought of the theory.
Was he the sort of lad who might have been aware?
Stout asked. What do you mean?
You work in the Nick, Mrs. Morton. There aren't many well-read, nicely spoken blokes in there.
More than you'd realise. She thought of Marty, whose consideration had led to her being there.
But you know what I mean, Stout persisted. Most of the men will have been brought up with some degree of physical and emotional deprivation.
It seemed an odd thing for a policeman to say. She took his point more seriously. Michael was a brilliant actor, and he was quick and bright. He could be whatever anyone wanted him to be. Do I think he was brought up in the West End of Newcastle, or on a council estate in Wallsend? Probably not. But I wouldn't be astonished if that turned out to be the case.
Where was he brought up then?
West Yorkshire. At least that's where he said he went to school. Hannah waited for another question. And before that? But it never came. Besides, she had told him the truth. On Michael's first day, a girl from the upper sixth had asked which school he'd come from, and he'd answered without pausing a moment, giving her a smile. A place in West Yorkshire. You won't have heard of it. When Hannah told Porteous that, he wrote it down and said seriously to Stout, It seems a strange thing to make up, that, off the cuff. Check out approved schools, borstalls and detention centres for that period in Yorkshire. Or perhaps that's where his family lived. We might find his mother's records. I don't think you will, Hannah thought, and wondered why she didn't speak the words out loud. Porteous turned to her with his diffident smile, which wasn't very different from one of the expressions in Michael's repertoire. Is there anything else you remember from that first meeting, Mrs. Morton? She didn't answer. She thought she'd given him enough.
You don't know how much this is helping us. We're very fortunate to have found a reliable witness at this early stage.
What about his voice? Could you believe that he came from Yorkshire? It depended to whom he was talking.
Sorry?
It was a habit. I explained he was an actor, but I don't think this was self-conscious. He didn't realise he was changing his voice to suit the occasion, but he was. When he was speaking to us, he spoke as we did. With the Bryces, it was old-fashioned English. We had a biology teacher from Edinburgh. She thought he came from there too, because when he spoke to her, he had something of the accent. It wasn't imitation or that he was trying to impress. He was a sort of verbal chameleon. Hannah sipped cold coffee. She thought she had nothing left to tell them. Surely now they would let her go. But Porteous shifted uncomfortably in his very comfortable chair. "Tell us about your relationship with Mr. Gray," he said gently. He was more like a counsellor than a police officer. "In some detail, if you wouldn't mind, Mrs. Morton, if you could cast your mind back." "We were friends," Hannah said. "More than friends, surely." "Not at first." The men waited for her to say more. "What are these questions about?" She'd had enough. "You know who he is. Sally told me you found the dental records. There must be more efficient ways of finding what you want than listening to my ramblings."
Porteous gave another little apologetic smile. "Unfortunately not. Apart from your ramblings, we've very little. We know that the body in the lake was that of a young man known as Michael Gray. One day he had a toothache and Mrs. Bryce took him to her dentist. We're lucky that the practice kept records, but it hasn't provided us with a conclusive identification. It hasn't helped us to trace the victim's family, because no birth certificate was issued to Michael Gray on the date he gave as his date of birth. There are no medical records or child benefit records for him. There is no record of his having existed before he started school with you." They looked at her. It had been a long time since anyone had given her their full attention. She found it flattering. No doubt it was a technique they often used. She was taken in by it. She dragged her memory back almost 30 years. Chapter 11. Her father died the summer Michael arrived. He committed suicide. He rigged up a hose pipe from the exhaust of their Austin, and the fumes killed him. Hannah didn't find him. He had timed it so her mother would do that when she went into the garage to fetch potatoes to peel for their supper. Mr. Meek had an allotment. He kept the potatoes in the garage in wooden trays in the dark to stop them sprouting. Looking back, Hannah thought her father and mother had never got on. He was nervy, quick to snap. Any noise or disruption to his routine threw him. She thought perhaps she'd inherited her own intolerance of change from him. He was a chain smoker. Every evening he came home from work, threw down his briefcase, and would sit for an hour sucking on cigarette after cigarette, going through the imagined slights of the day. He felt he was much undervalued at the bank. No one appreciated the work he put in. The only time he was anything like content was in the allotment. Perhaps the physical activity helped him to relax. Perhaps in the mindless routine of digging and weeding he could forget his troubles. Hannah's mother didn't like the idea of the allotment. She pretended it didn't exist. She had been pretty as a girl, and could have had her pick of the lads in the town, the ones who came back after the war. She had chosen Edward Meek over the plumbers and bricklayers because he worked in the bank. He wouldn't have to get his hands dirty. It put her on a par with other professional wives. Perhaps she imagined dinner parties and coffee mornings. But in fact she was awkward in company, and if the invitations had ever come, they soon dried up. When Hannah was a child, Audrey Meek seemed to have no friends at all. She confided in her daughter, shared her loneliness and her disappointment with her. She had spent her life being disappointed. At first, Hannah thought that this disappointment had been reason enough for her father's suicide. She supposed he felt responsible for her mother's unhappiness. He had never been able to live up to her expectations. Then Hannah learned it was much worse than that. By the time of his death, he'd progressed to the post of assistant manager, and he'd been stealing. Perhaps he hoped to buy his wife's approval with little luxuries for the house, but Hannah thought it was more that he felt the bank owed him what he took. It was his way of fighting back. Of course, he wasn't very good at covering his tracks, and he knew he would be caught. He couldn't face it. But Hannah and her mother had to face it. They had to face the questions from the bank and the police, the prying neighbours, the dreadful sympathy. And Hannah had to come to terms with the fact that her father hadn't loved her enough to stay alive. He had put her through this embarrassment to save himself the ordeal of it. Then it was September, and time to go back to school. Hannah was dreading it. Her father's face had been plastered all over the local paper. Even if the teachers were too sensitive to mention the suicide, she'd be aware of their curiosity, and some of the kids, at least, would be merciless. Hannah wasn't popular. She was known as a swot. Rock music was important then. Status was conferred by knowledge of obscure groups, and Hannah couldn't join in those discussions. There wasn't even a record player in her house, and anyway, she wasn't really interested. Over the holidays, she'd avoided most of the people from school. She'd seen Sally a couple of times, but only in her home. She'd kept away from the pub and the parties. On the first day of term, Michael Gray turned up. There weren't many new kids at the school, and he was immediately the centre of attention. For Hannah, his appearance was a relief. It took the heat off her. While the rest of them were gathered around him at registration, she slid into the room, dumped her stuff in her locker, and slipped away to her first class. There was such a crowd around him that she didn't even see his face. At the mid-morning break, she wanted to hide again, but Sally dragged her to the common room. "Look," Sally said, "you'll have to face them sometime. Better now when they've got the beautiful Michael to distract them." He always was Michael, never Mike or Mick. The sixth form common room was a mobile classroom. It was square, flat-roofed, freezing in the winter, but that September was hot, an Indian summer. Sixth formers didn't have to wear uniform, and they'd all chosen their clothes on that first day with care. It was a season of peasant fashion. The boys wore wide trousers and cheesecloth shirts. The girls, even Hannah, were in smocks and long flowery skirts. Michael stood with his back to the window so the light was behind him. That could have been deliberate. He had what Mr. Westcott called a theatrical eye. He wore a pair of denim jeans, which looked new, a black T-shirt, and desert boots with black leather laces. His hair was blonde, almost white. He had a suntan. Foreign travel was unusual in those days, and it was hard to get a tan in her northern town, so that made him stand out too. There was something about him that made the others listen. It wasn't just the novelty. Sally nudged Hannah in the ribs. "What do you think?" "I think he's cocky," Hannah said. "He's good-looking, but he knows it." He can't have heard what she said. There was music playing, and everyone talked at once, but he looked over the heads of the others towards her, as if he knew what she was thinking. He gave a self-deprecating little shrug. "I know," he seemed to be saying. "This is all bullshit. But it's a game, and I've got to go along with it." Later, Hannah saw her first meeting with Michael as a turning point. After that, she was seen differently within the school. She could face them all without embarrassment. It was possible that her memory played tricks, that there were unpleasant comments about her father, days when she wanted to stay at home. It was possible that her recreation of her friendship with Michael was as great a fiction as the story he told about himself. But his arrival did make a difference. Some incidents remained clear and vivid. These, she was convinced, were true. There was the day he first invited her to the Bryces, for example. Hannah remembered that as soon as she started talking to the detectives. Michael was placed in the same English group as her, and on the day of his arrival he chose the seat next to her, at one of the old-fashioned desks with the lift-up lids that you never see now. Despite her disdain, her sense that he was too cocky by half, there was a rush of excitement when she turned and saw him there. Through habit they kept the same seats all term. They were reading Middlemarch. The rest of the group hated it. They found it tedious, and Hannah suspected that most of them didn't make it to the end. She loved it, and so did Michael. There'd been this guy in the old place who'd been passionate about it, he said, who'd done it as part of his PhD and passed on his enthusiasm. Hannah presumed then that the guy was a teacher, the old place a school. Later she was to presume nothing. Michael said he had some notes at home. Perhaps she'd like to borrow them to help with an essay they'd been set. If she wasn't in a hurry, she could go back with him, have a cup of tea. The old folks would be thrilled to bits. Recreating the scene in her head, Hannah thought it had been the beginning of December. She could remember the cold. He must have been in the town for 3 months, but still she had no idea that his family was different from anyone else's. They hadn't talked about it. She hadn't told him about the drama with her father, though it was possible that the others had been whispering behind her back. At that age, families weren't as important as friends. "Old folks," she said. It seemed an odd way to talk about parents. "Sylvie and Steve. You'll see. You call your mum and dad by their first names." "No, they're not my parents. My mother's dead. My father—" He seemed thrown for a moment. "Well, I don't get to see much of him." They walked slowly up the school drive to the house. It was almost dark by the time they arrived at the house, one of a small row, flat-faced. As the light went, the temperature plummeted. They stood for a moment on the pavement, looking in. There was a street lamp, and they could see their breath as a white mist. The lights were on inside, but the curtains had not been drawn. There was a fire in the grate, and an elderly man sat on a leather armchair with a cat on his knee, reading. "That's Steve," Michael said with enormous affection. He took out a Yale key and let himself in. Inside there was a smell of fruit and spice. A small kitchen led straight from the hall, and she'd seen Sylvie, red-faced, turning a cake onto a wire tray. She looked slightly flustered. Her hair had come loose from her comb. Michael put his arm around her. "This is Hannah," he said. "She's a George Eliot fan, too. I've brought her home for tea. You don't mind?" "Of course we don't mind," she smiled at Hannah. "We haven't met any of his friends before. I think he's ashamed of us." "How could I be?" he said. Hannah didn't know what to make of the relationship between Michael and the Bryces. Usually she was jealous of other people's home lives. Her own was so bleak. Her mother struggled on to keep the house as she wanted it. They hadn't been forced to sell, though at one time that had been a possibility. There was even less money than there had been before, and Audrey hated the forced economies. She pretended not to mind the gossip, and in fact seldom went out to hear it. Television had become her consolation. Hannah was grateful because it provided a safe topic of conversation. Without it, they would have had little to say to each other. Later, she thought that her mother had been depressed, and had been brave to keep things as normal as she did. Then she longed to be a part of a different sort of family. That's why she spent so much time with Sally. Her dream family would have been quite like Sally's, but the parents would have been younger, interested perhaps in different things. There would be a brother as well as a sister, and they would have shared meals together, discussing ideas about books and plays. There would have been noise and laughter. At the time, she didn't consider Michael's situation as ideal. It was too different from her dream. Everything was so quiet. There was discussion, but it was calm and measured. There was one room which served as living and dining room. They sat at a round mahogany table and drank tea from translucent china cups, ate crumpets which Michael squatted by the fire to toast, and the cake Sylvie had baked. They talked about Stephen's lecture on the Psalms. At one point, Michael reached out and touched Sylvie's hand. "Why don't you go too?" he said. "You know you'd enjoy it, and I'll be perfectly fine here on my own." "I'm sure you would be." Her voice was serene. "But Stephen and I have had a lifetime together, and I'll have your company for such a short while. I'd prefer to stay and make the most of it." Then she asked him the question about his having been abroad. Hannah had always been an observer. Even in her youth she could usually work out what was going on between people. But the situation at the Bryces' home confused her. She couldn't make out at all where Michael fitted in. After tea, the Bryces refused the offer of help with the washing up, and Michael took Hannah to his bedroom to find her his notes. She was tidier than most of her friends, but his room was almost Spartan in its lack of clutter. She wondered if he had planned to invite her back and had cleared it specially, but she went there on subsequent occasions, and it was always the same. It reminded her of a cell.
"Are they your grandparents?" she asked. "No, we're not relations. They're just friends." "Friends of your father's?" "Yes," he said, seeming grateful for an explanation that worked. "That's right." It was a small room, but there was a big desk under the window, of the kind that you'd have found in offices everywhere. It had 3 drawers on each side of the knee-hole. It wasn't well made. The varnish was scratched, and the top was chipped. Michael seemed flustered when he couldn't find the notes where he expected them to be, with others in the top drawer. "Sorry, I thought I'd brought everything with me. But obviously not." "Couldn't they be somewhere else?" Hannah yanked open a bottom drawer, which was wider than the others. When it came to schoolwork, she was competitive. She wanted the notes, a chance to shine in the essay. She hadn't come along just for the chance to know Michael better. She had expected to find more files in the drawer, neatly labelled, but it was empty, apart from a shoebox, the sort she had collected when she was young for use in Blue Peter projects. He must have had the box for a long time. It was too small to hold shoes of the size he wore then. Michael slammed the drawer shut with a ferocity which almost trapped her hand. "There's nothing in there, I told you. I must have left them behind." "Sorry." She looked at him, expecting an explanation. He said nothing. The incident seemed to have thrown him. Hannah thought he was angry about the invasion of his privacy and apologized more profusely. It was something she could understand. He hardly seemed to hear what she was saying, and when she said that her mother would be expecting her, he seemed relieved to see her go. When Hannah saw him at school the next day, he greeted her as if nothing had happened. For several weeks she was haunted by the mystery of the small blue shoebox. She imagined it contained answers to her questions about Michael. Just before Christmas she was invited back to the Bryces for mince pies and mulled wine. She made an excuse to go upstairs, slipped into Michael's room and opened the drawer. She hated herself for doing it. Her hands were sweating as she tried to turn the knob. She had kept the door open so she would hear if anyone was coming. But it was an anticlimax. The drawer was empty. When she returned to the others, Michael looked at her as he had on his first morning in the common room, as if he knew exactly what she'd been up to. Chapter 12. Throughout the interview, both Porteous and Stout went on about Michael having been Hannah's special friend, as if they had been lovers from the start. But they were never lovers, not in the sense the detectives meant, and they didn't even start going out with each other until after the lower 6th exams. She tried to explain that to them. The detectives listened, but she wasn't sure they understood. The town itself had nothing to attract young people. The cinema had shut, and the pubs were gloomy and unfriendly. In the summer, at least, they were drawn to the lake. A couple of years before, the valley had been flooded to provide water for northern industrial towns, and the biggest man-made lake in Europe was created. It was news at the time. Although it was surrounded by forestry plantations and was miles from everywhere, the novelty of the development and the scale and spectacle of it attracted tourists. An enterprising farmer opened a caravan site, then built a bar and a club, so it was more like a small holiday camp. It hardly provided a sophisticated nightlife, but it was livelier than anything else the town had to offer, and it drew the kids like a magnet. The Saturday after the end-of-year exams, they gathered on the shore in the afternoon and collected dead wood to build a bonfire. Hannah had expected Michael to be there, but he didn't turn up. You could never guarantee his presence on these occasions, and he never offered explanations. They ate chocolate and crisps as a makeshift picnic and later moved on to the caravan park, to the bar where Sally's boyfriend was DJ. It was only supposed to serve residents, but no one asked questions when they all piled in. It was June, early in the season. No doubt the owners were glad of their money. The bar was a horrible place, furnished like a transport cafe with formica tables and plastic chairs. Along one wall, a row of one-armed bandits clacked and flashed. Hannah and her friends didn't mind. There were no awkward questions about underage drinking, and they took it over and made it theirs. When they arrived,
there were 2 residents, an overweight Brummie and his wife, leaning against the bar. Soon they shrank away, and the Cranford Grammar Brigade had it all to themselves. Hannah still found events like that evening daunting, but she began to enjoy herself. She thought she'd done well in the exams, better than she'd expected. And she'd arranged to spend the night with Sally, so for once she didn't have to worry about her mother. Since Edward's death, Audrey had become increasingly anxious in an obsessive, unhealthy way. It seemed that anxiety was the only way she could express her concern or her love. When Hannah went out, Audrey always waited up. She would be pacing up and down the dining room, her face knotted with tension, although Hannah was always back before the agreed time. Later she was to understand something of what her mother had gone through. She could never sleep until Rosie was in, but then it had seemed an unnecessary intrusion. The evening of the party, it was a relief to know there would be no prying questions to answer, and she felt she could let herself go. She started drinking her usual halves of cider, but later Sally's boyfriend, Chris, bought all the girls' vodka. He was always throwing his money about, trying to impress. They made him play the music very loud, and they started to dance. At closing time, as she stumbled and giggled with the others down the sandy path to the shore, Hannah thought this must be what it was like to be drunk. She had led a very sheltered life. The bonfire was already lit. They could see the flames from the path reflected in the water beyond. Sparks from the burning wood shattered in the sky like fireworks. Michael had lit it, and he was there alone, tending it, throwing on more wood as soon as the flames subsided. While the others ran down the bank to join him, pretending to be angry because he'd started the fire without them, Hannah stood and watched him. He was absorbed in his watch over the flames and seemed not to notice the approaching crowd. Even when the others crowded round him, yelling and cheering, he didn't look away. Of course, she fancied him like crazy. In the beginning she had thought him cocky, still did if it came to that, but that was part of the fascination. And perhaps he'd seen her resistance as a challenge because he'd made an effort to win her over. No one else had bothered to do that. She wasn't seen as much of a catch, skinny, with no figure to speak of, black oily hair and the hint, even then, of dark down on her upper lip. He said she looked Mediterranean. Perhaps he had heard about her father and felt sorry for her, though if his friendship was prompted by pity, he hid it well. She could usually pick up a reaction like that. It turned her spiky and moody. Perhaps their unusual homes in this conventional town of happy families gave them something in common. She thought he was happy in her company, and for a while that was enough. After Hannah's first visit to his home, the relationship continued to revolve around the books they were reading, the essays they had to prepare. When school finished for the day, they went to the library together, not to the school library, where the few recommended books of criticism were fought over, but to the dark building in the town centre, a Victorian heap with enormous polished tables and rows of reference books smelling of damp. Hannah never wanted to go home immediately to face her mother. The Bryces placed no restrictions on Michael's movements. That always surprised Hannah. She would have expected such elderly people to share her mother's anxieties. He would have stayed with her all evening if she'd wanted. As a friend, of course, not a lover. But she had her pride and sent him home at 5 o'clock in time for the tea Sylvie would have prepared. She knew that the pretty girls with the short skirts who lusted after him never felt jealous of the time they spent together. They didn't consider Hannah as any sort of competition. By the night of the bonfire, he'd been at the school for nearly a year, but he'd never had a proper girlfriend. Some of them saw it as a challenge. He tantalized them with the possibility, snogging them at parties. But nothing came of it. He was indiscriminate in his physical contact in a way which was unusual at the time. He liked to put his arm round people, boys and girls. He often hugged Sylvie, making her blush with pleasure. He had never touched Hannah, though, not even a hand on the shoulder, not even brushing against her by mistake. She longed for it. She didn't make straight for Michael when she reached the shore. The booze had made her up for the games other people played. Let him come to her if he wanted to. That night there was a huge orange moon which lit the scene, so she would be able to see Michael even if he moved away from the fire. She latched on to a tall lad from the upper sixth, who was a figure of fun, because his picture was once in the paper when he got a Queen's Scout award. Someone had torn it out and stuck it on the notice board at school. He had stood in the photo in the ridiculous uniform, blushing in a way which made his acne stand out. Since then he'd got rid of the acne, but the reputation of being what they now called a geek had stuck with him. He did science and maths, and was considered brilliant at both, which didn't help. He came along to parties like this, but always ended up on his own.
"Isn't this brilliant, Paul? I mean, this enormous sky? The landscape seems so huge, doesn't it, tonight? It seems foreign, like we're in a country with wider spaces."
She leaned against him, knowing as she did it that it wasn't fair. It was the sort of trick that had been played on her. Tentatively he slid his arm around her shoulder. She felt his breath on her neck. On the other side of the fire, Michael was watching. She saw him get up. He walked over the pebbles towards the caravan site and the road into town. Hannah waited for a second, then pulled away from Paul Lord and ran after him. She caught up with him by the jetty, where the water sport freaks launched their dinghies and canoes. She took him by the elbow and swung him round to face her, exhilarated by the first touch and her daring. She felt muscle and bone under the denim shirt.
"Where are you going?"
"Home," he paused. "To Steve and Sylvie's." As if the two were not the same thing.
"Where is home, Michael, really?"
She hadn't had the nerve to ask him about his personal life before. After the incident in his bedroom, she'd been scared of frightening him off.
"What is going on here?"
He shrugged and walked off like a sulky child, not bothering to turn on the charm. She realized he resented the attention she'd given to the other boy, even though it was Paul Lord who was a figure of fun, almost a charity case. He wanted her to himself. She was flattered, but felt a sense of injustice. It was all right for him to flirt and kiss and touch, but she had to be there for him whenever he wanted the company. On other occasions, she would have been apologetic, grateful that he needed her. Tonight, because of the vodka, she had more confidence.
"Suit yourself!"
she shouted and started back towards the party.
"No!"
he called after her, and she heard something like panic in his voice. She hesitated, determined not to give in too easily, then continued walking. The tactics paid off because he scrambled over the pebbles towards her. He put his arms around her and clung on to her as if she were the most important person in the world. Triumphant, she stroked his white hair and told him everything would be all right.
"Shall we go for a walk?"
He took her agreement for granted. He knew she wouldn't let him go again. He took her hand and led her along the edge of the lake. Sheep-cropped grass fell away into sand, so it was almost like being on a beach at the seaside. But there were no waves. The water was glassily still. If the others saw them, she presumed they'd think she was just another of his party conquests. "Poor Hannah," they'd say. "She's been hanging round him for months, and now he's taking pity on her." At that point, the road skirted the edge of the lake. There was the flash of headlights. For a moment, she thought it might be the police, that there'd been a complaint about the fire, or even something more serious. She wondered sometimes what Sally was getting into. There'd already been rumours about Chris and drugs. But it was a blue 1100. It stopped and the driver got out, leaving the engine running. He was a small, middle-aged man, rather nondescript. Hannah thought it must be a parent, come to collect errant offspring. He peered over towards the fire, trying to make out individuals, trying, it seemed, to pluck up the courage to go over. He couldn't see Michael and Hannah, they were in the shadow, but they could see him quite clearly, caught in the headlights. She turned to Michael to make a comment about the man, to ask him to guess which of their friends he belonged to, but saw at once he already recognized him.
"Who is it?" she whispered.
I'm not sure.
"But you do know him."
Perhaps. The man gave up his search, got into the car, and backed it erratically up the lane. Michael put his arm around Hannah, and they walked on.
"Why don't you ever talk to me?" she said.
I do.
"Not about the important stuff."
Or the not-so-important, like a bloke in a Morris 1100 looking for his kids.
"Is it just that you like the mystery?"
No, you don't understand.
"Whatever it is, I won't be shocked. You must have heard about my dad, so you know about my shady past."
That was him, not you.
"What do you think I'll do? Shop you? Dump you?"
He didn't answer at once. I'm frightened, he said. Not just for me. For you. She thought that was the old Michael again, the attention-seeker, the boy who made up stories in his head and almost believed them himself. She didn't care. He pulled her beside him on the grass. She thought he was kissing her to stop the awkward questions. By the fire, someone had started playing the guitar. There was a smell of pine and wood smoke. She lay on her back and looked at the orange moon. All that came back when she was talking to the detectives, but of course they weren't interested in the detail, only in the clues which might lead to information about their victim's past. The party by the lake had taken place a year before Michael's disappearance. What happened then could have no relevance to his death. Chapter 13. So they became a couple, Michael Gray and Hannah Meek. She always liked the way their names scanned. Now, listening to Porteous and Stout talking about the mystery of their victim's birth, she thought it would be a shame if that turned out not to be his name, if the rhythm were lost. Though now, of course, she was Hannah Morton, and she had more important things to worry about, like convincing these policemen that she knew nothing at all about Michael's murder, and that she had no reason for wanting him dead. If their friends thought about it, they must have assumed that Michael and Hannah were lovers. Porteous and Stout, of course, had made the same assumption. After all, they went out with each other for nearly a year. Their intimacy was for everyone to see. They walked round the school hand in hand, despite a rule banning physical contact. It only got them into trouble once. They were walking across the yard towards the common room for morning break. Michael had his arm around Hannah's waist, and they were laughing at a joke, some piece of nonsense. There was a shout, and they turned to see Mr. Spence bearing down on them. Spooky Spence, now husband of Sally.
"Mr. Gray, Miss Meek, a little decorum, if you please."
They looked puzzled. Like the ban on smoking in the common room, the rule was never enforced. Spence must have taken their bewilderment, their failure to comply immediately with his instruction, as impertinence, a personal insult. Suddenly he lost his temper. He stood in the middle of the playground, gathering a small crowd of giggling onlookers, and he ranted about the younger generation in general, and Hannah and Michael in particular, about their lack of morals, their failure to comport themselves with decency and modesty. As he yelled, flecks of spit came out of his mouth. It took them a moment to realize what had provoked his anger. At last they got the message and pulled apart. Spence regained a shaky control and walked away. They didn't mention the incident to their friends. They were embarrassed by it. It wasn't the way adults were supposed to behave. They never went to bed together. Spence and the gang they hung around with would have found it hard to accept, but they never even discussed it. Hannah thought that was because Michael was living with the Bryces and felt he should conform to their standards. An exaggerated idea of good manners. She wouldn't have known how to raise the subject. Later she wished she had, that she'd lost her virginity to him and not to a plump mathematician after a drunken freshers' ball in her first week at university. Sally was certainly sleeping with her disc jockey. At weekends, she told her parents she was staying at Hannah's house, but she'd spend the evening with Chris, and the bed in the Meeks' spare room was never used. Her parents never checked up on her. Perhaps they didn't want to know what she was up to. Hannah was worried about her, concerned she'd get caught up in his shady deals. It wasn't only the drugs. There was an air of aggression about him. "Are you sure you know what you're doing?" she asked once. Sally had told her not to be stupid. She wanted Chris and he wanted her. That was all that mattered. Sally also wanted the things Chris could provide. He had 2 jobs, more cash than the rest of them could dream of. She liked the presents, the fact that she never had to buy her own drinks. On the evenings when Sally was supposed to be at the Meeks, she would go with him to work, to the disco at whichever village hall or hotel had hired him, or more often to the caravan site, which was his regular gig and seemed to have become her second home. Then she would go with him to the scruffy flat he was renting over the betting shop in a back street behind the police station. She once took Hannah there when Chris was away for the weekend. He'd given her a key to feed his cat, an angry black Tom. Inside, the flat was surprisingly ordinary. There was the same utility dining suite as Hannah's mum had in their house, and a floral carpet. One of the bedrooms was locked, and Sally didn't have a key to that. She said it was where Chris kept his sound system. But Hannah wondered what else was inside. Sally agonized about going on the pill, as if it were a decision Hannah must be making too.
"Doesn't it make you put on weight? Chris would hate me fat. It's all right for you. You could do with a few extra pounds."
Hannah was non-committal, and Sally was too wrapped up in her own affairs to notice. Michael and Hannah didn't spend all their time together. They were ambitious. It was the A-level year, and they wanted to do well. Hannah for herself, Michael, she thought, for the Bryces. Hannah went through the process of applying to university, filling out UCA forms, going for interviews. Michael, however, refused to make any plans. None, at least, that he would talk about. It was as if he wanted to shroud his future as well as his past in mystery. He said he'd take a year out, travel, perhaps. Hannah wondered if he had more specific ideas. He worked for his exams with a purpose, which suggested he had a project in mind. He spoke once of a crusade. He had a responsibility, he said. There was something he had to put right. When she asked what exactly this mission was, in a teasing voice, because she refused to let him take himself too seriously, he clammed up. She didn't push it. Talking to the detectives, she thought it was incredible that she should have taken any of his stories at face value. Why didn't she ask where his father was? Why they never saw each other? Because she was perfectly content. She knew she would never be so happy again. She was determined to do nothing to spoil it. The school play was planned for the end of the Easter term. When Michael went for the auditions just after Christmas, she thought he was mad.
"You are joking. Our last full term before the exams. You'll never manage it all."
"Sod the A-levels," he said, much as Rosie would do, then gave her a grin to show he didn't mean it. Perhaps managing it all was the challenge. Perhaps it was part of his game plan. Hannah went with him to the audition, not to try for a part, but to offer her support. She thought he might be given a small role. When she saw that Spooky Spence was one of the auditioning panel, she thought he'd be lucky to get that. It never occurred to her that he would go for Macbeth. She perched on a windowsill at the back of the hall and waited for his turn. The teachers sat in judgment on a row of chairs at the front. Spooky Spence, Miss Davies, who taught English and drama, and Mr. Westcott, still slightly tipsy from his lunchtime in the pub. The actors stood on a block to read, but when it was Michael's turn, he didn't stand. He sat with his legs crossed, quite relaxed. And when he spoke, despite the language, it was as if he were speaking just to her. She knew at once that he would be chosen to play the lead. Hannah saw Jenny Graves audition that day, too. She was in the lower 6th, a year younger than them, tall and willowy, rather nervy. Hannah thought it was typecasting. The panel had gone for the look. She wasn't sure she would have chosen Jenny over some of the others. She realized that Michael and Jenny would have lots of rehearsals together. It didn't bother her at the time, but nearer to the performance she thought she could afford to get involved, and she volunteered to help with props and to prompt. She never admitted to herself that she wanted to keep an eye on him. One Saturday, at about the time of the Macbeth auditions, Michael and Hannah took a trip to the coast. Occasionally they wanted to get away from home and homework and explore the surrounding district. Hannah liked to have Michael to herself. On this day they went to Millhaven, the seaside town where Hannah would end up living, where Rosie would be born, where her husband would fall in love with a PE teacher called Eve. They caught a bus into Newcastle, then another to the coast. It was the longest trip they had made, and she wasn't sure how they came to decide on it. On the bus, Michael said he liked seaside towns in winter. When they arrived, however, she could tell that he had been there before. It was a freezing day. Flurries of snow blew in from the sea, gathered like piles of confetti against the lamp-posts and wrought-iron benches. They walked shoulder to shoulder, hands deep in coat pockets, heads bowed against the wind. But not in an aimless way. Michael knew where he was going, where he wanted to be. He found his way immediately to the sea front, knew which way to turn for the funfair, closed and deserted for the winter. He stood there for a moment, looking in over the padlocked gate at the entrance to the ghost train and the helter-skelter, at the still and tarnished horses under their gaudy awning. Hannah guessed he had been taken there as a child, though it didn't seem to hold any happy memories for him.
"A penny for them?"
she said lightly.
"Sorry?"
He turned to her, still preoccupied.
"What are you thinking about?"
She had to yell above the wind and felt a bit ridiculous. They weren't ideal conditions for a deep and meaningful discussion.
"My mother,"
he said.
"Actually."
She sensed that he was ready to talk, took his arm and pulled him into a pub. Talking to the detectives, she was aware on a number of occasions of coincidences, links between her life as an 18-year-old and her life as a mother. Often she caught herself thinking, what would Rosie have done if that had happened to her? Certainly she would have been more assertive. She wouldn't have waited for almost a year, content with a kiss and a fairly chaste grope. She would have wanted to know what was going on. The pub was the most obvious coincidence. When Rosie first started work in the promenade, Hannah thought the name was familiar. She called in occasionally to collect her daughter from a late shift, but the place stirred no memories. By the time Rosie worked there, the prom had become one big room with long windows painted white. One evening, when she wasn't quite ready for her lift home, Hannah looked at the old photographs on the walls. They hadn't been bought as a job lot by the brewery. They showed the place as it had been before it had been taken over. With a start, she realized it was the pub where she and Michael had sat on that winter's day. Then the promenade had two small bars separated by a gloomy corridor. The walls were half-panelled in wood, covered in a sticky yellow varnish, wrinkled like custard skin. They had sat all lunchtime in the corner of the snug, with their half-pints in front of them, and nobody disturbed them. That was the time he told her about his mother's funeral, the story Hannah passed on to the detectives without giving them the context, without telling them where she sat to hear it. He talked in short phrases, not trying to call attention to himself this time, but trying to get it right. He described the big car whose purpose he could only guess at, the stern people in black clothes, the crocuses on the lawn. But the funeral hadn't taken place in Yorkshire. Hannah was sure of that. It had taken place in the windswept town on the coast. Why hadn't she passed on that particular gem of information to Porteous and Stout? She had her reasons. Because they had irritated her with their insinuating questions. Because Michael wouldn't have wanted them to know. In the pub it was cold, so cold that she found it hard at first to concentrate on what Michael was saying. At one point she put her hand on the radiator and pulled it away because it was freezing, almost literally, so she felt her skin might stick to the pipe. They sat huddled in jackets with the hoods still pulled up, Michael talking in spluttering fits. I don't remember much of the time she was ill. A visit to the hospital with my father. He was holding flowers, orange lilies, I think. And when we got to the bed, he pushed them into my hand. The smell. In hospital and at home. Disinfectant, I suppose. Her face. I think I remember her face, but I've struggled too much to hold that in my mind, and I'm not sure how accurate it is. You lose something, don't you, if you try too hard? You must have photographs, Hannah said. Even after just a couple of years, her memory of her father seemed to come from family snaps. There was one of him taken at Christmas with a paper hat on his head and a forced smile on his face, which she'd have been glad to forget. But Michael shook his head. I don't know where they all went. Doesn't your father have them? He shook his head again. He was so upset that she didn't feel she could push it. Later, she knew that to be a mistake. Did she take you to the fair? I think she must have done. It's one of the pictures I have in my head. We went down the helter-skelter together. I sat between her legs. She wore tan nylons. I remember the mat we sat on. I was wearing shorts, and it was prickly like coconut fibre. The sun was shining. He paused. I chose the wrong day, didn't I, to recreate the atmosphere? We can come back in the summer. She was buried here, he said suddenly, in the cemetery by the lighthouse. Shall we go to look for the grave? He shivered. No, he said. I've had enough now. Let's go home. He placed an emphasis on the last word, as if he'd come to a decision. Home was the Bryces' house. It wasn't this place. Chapter 14. Rosie stood behind the bar of the prom with her back to the punters and took a moment to catch her breath. It had been a crazy evening. Friday nights were always busy, but this had been wild. On Friday night, the locals came out, and trippers and people from the city. They dressed up and paraded along the seafront from one pub to another, ending up, after closing, in the clubs. On Friday nights, every pub along the seafront had a bouncer outside. The clubs were heaving. Scantily dressed waiters and waitresses pranced between the tables with trays held high above the customers. The prom wasn't really part of this circuit, but some people who did the Friday night gig as a bit of a joke started off there because the beer was cheaper, and to show that they weren't really taking it seriously. Early on, a visiting rugby team had arrived and taken up residence in front of the widescreen television. "Isn't rugby a winter thing?" Rosie had asked vaguely. They had explained it was a special tournament, but she had already lost interest. She had never seen so many similar-looking men before. They were like clones, she thought. They wore matching sweatshirts with a sponsor's logo on the back. All had square jaws and squat, square bodies. All drank the same brand of lager. As the evening wore on, they grew more raucous. They bought 2 pints each to save queuing at the bar. They whistled and shouted at the female images on the television, but when Rosie went to clear the tables, they seemed not to see her. Tonight was even busier than usual because they were one person down. Lindsay, their most experienced barmaid, had called in sick. Frank was grumbling. Rosie, preparing to dive back into the fray to collect glasses, heard him muttering to himself. She grinned. It'll be his age, she thought. Poor old thing, he just can't stand the pace. Just before closing time, the crowd suddenly thinned. The rugby team stumbled away to look for a curry or a late-night bar. The holiday-makers returned to their B&Bs. In the distance, she heard the wail of a police siren. Then Joe came in. Mel wasn't with him. Rosie hadn't seen him since she'd come back from the old rectory with her mother. He hadn't returned her calls, and she'd almost given him up. She tried to talk to Mel, but hadn't got through to her either. Mrs. Gillespie always answered the phone, even during the day, which was a sign that something was wrong. Mrs. Gillespie was usually as much of a workaholic as her husband, certainly worked the same sort of hours. At first, when Rosie phoned, Mel's mum had been evasive. Mel wasn't available, and she wasn't sure when she'd be back. Later, she'd come clean.
"Look, I'm sorry, Rosie. She's really not very well. I could come round, not just at present. Maybe when she's a bit better."
So when Joe turned up at the prom on his own that night, Rosie wasn't surprised. She pulled him a pint.
"On me,"
she said, because she knew he'd have no money, even if he hadn't been on holiday. He sat on one of the high stools by the bar.
"How's Mel?"
she asked, though, if she was honest by now, she really didn't care. He cared, though, which is why she asked. He shrugged.
"Her mother says she doesn't want to see me."
He looked over the glass.
"I don't know what to make of that woman. When Mel first introduced us, I thought she was okay. Smart, funny. Mel always made out she was some kind of monster, but I didn't get it. Now, I don't know. I've spent the last few days at home waiting for Mel to phone. I'm not even sure if her mother passed on the messages. I had to get out. I need some air, or space, whatever." "Why wouldn't she go to Portugal with you?" "I don't know. She was excited at first. We're all set to go. It must have been something I did." He went on in a rush. "I do everything wrong. I always say the wrong thing. Perhaps it would be better if we finished. What do you think?" "Yes," she cried silently. But he didn't want an answer. Not that one, at least. "She's so delicate." He spoke slowly, struggling for the words, looking to Rosie to help him. "So fragile, and I'm clumsy. Perhaps she'd be better off without me." Then, for the first time in such stark terms, Rosie saw what she was up against. She understood the competition. She was a size 14, healthy, as strong as an ox. She laughed too loudly and could drink Joe under the table. He didn't want that. He was a romantic. Mel was frail and needed looking after. Consumption would have been better, but now that was no longer feasible. Anorexia came a close second. "Well?" he demanded. She shook her head. What was the point of speaking? He drank the beer without thanking her. To be fair, that wasn't like him, and she couldn't use it as an excuse to be mean. She felt like howling, but she couldn't freeze him out. No point throwing a wobbly like Mel. Really, she'd always known the score. "My mum's a suspect in a murder inquiry." She thought that would grab his attention. It might not have the romantic appeal of anorexia, but she thought it deserved some sympathy, some interest. It should take his mind for a moment off Mel's skinny body, her huge and haunting eyes. And he did look up, suitably curious. She told him about the corpse in the lake. "He was the love of Hannah's life," keeping her voice cynical, though she had been moved by the tale of first love, at least the bits of it which Hannah had told during the drive home. Frank was getting rid of the last of the drinkers. As she talked to Joe, she was washing glasses, holding them over the machine, then standing them on the draining board to dry. A taxi stopped outside for 3 of the other barmaids. Frank asked, "Do you want to go in that?" "I'll walk home with you," Joe said. So she shook her head. She undid her tie and her apron, rolled them into a ball and stuffed them in her bag. Frank waited at the door for the women who were catching the taxi. The driver was getting impatient and hit the horn. They scurried out, swearing and laughing. He watched for a moment until the car drove off, then he shut the door and switched off the main lights. Even with the door shut, they could hear the noise outside,
The street was full of people moving from one club to another.
Fancy a nightcap, you two?
Frank had never suggested anything like that before. Rosie was glad Joe was there. She thought her boss must be lonely. Word in the pub was that his ex-wife was getting funny about access, and he was missing the kids. Rosie didn't particularly want a drink. It wasn't that her mum would kick up if she were late. She was always late on a Friday. Sometimes it took over an hour to clear up. Sometimes she went on to a club with her mates. But she was knackered, and she wasn't too proud to want a bit of time with Joe to herself. Joe seemed to take the invitation as an honour, though, and brightened up. "Yeah, great." Frank didn't ask what they wanted. He stood by the optic and poured 3 whiskies. He'd taken off his jacket, and as he stood with his hand above his head, they could see the flab spill out over his trousers. When he turned round with their drinks, he was sweating slightly. He set one of the whiskies in front of Joe.
"Did that bloke ever catch up with your lass?"
Which bloke?"
"There was a bloke in here a couple of nights back, asking after your Melanie."
Frank kept his voice casual, but Rosie could tell he was desperate to know what had been going on. That was probably why he'd invited them to stay. She thought it was really sad, this need he had to know all their business.
"What sort of bloke?" "Well, middle-aged, respectable. A mate of her dad's, maybe. I didn't like to say where she lived. He didn't seem not bothered, so I expect he had some other way of catching up with her."
"Perhaps she's into older men?" Rosie had meant it as a joke, but when she saw Joe's face, she wished she'd kept quiet.
"Didn't he leave his name?"
Joe said.
"No."
Frank had drunk his whiskey and was getting another.
"I asked, but he seemed in a rush. He didn't even stop for a drink."
Out on the street, Joe took her arm, as he often did, and steered her through the crowd on the pavement. A middle-aged woman in a see-through leopard-print shirt was throwing up in the gutter. A teenage girl was sobbing on her friend's shoulder. Joe held Rosie's hand and pulled her at a run across the road and onto the seafront. She had learned to take no notice of these gestures of affection, but she still enjoyed them.
"Where are we going?"
"The scenic route." He paused.
"You don't mind going the long way?"
"No." There was enough light from the street to see the white line of foam fall onto the beach. They walked in silence. She was thinking of her mother, of the body in the lake. If Joe disappeared into thin air, Rosie thought she'd make some effort to find him. She'd hassle his family, contact the rest of his friends. If they couldn't help, she'd go to the police. Yet, from what she could gather, her mother had done none of these things. Michael Gray had disappeared, and she had accepted it without a fuss. That was a very Hannah-like way to behave, but even so, it just didn't make sense. She hadn't even been to see the couple Michael had been living with. She hadn't gone to the police. She'd sat her exams as if nothing had happened, and then she'd left the area without trying to trace him to say goodbye. And she'd never gone back. Rosie stopped. Without the noise of their footsteps, they could hear the tide dragging back the shingle. "That stuff I told you about my mother being a suspect in a murder inquiry. It was a joke, right?"
"Of course it was a joke."
He sounded amused. That was all she was to him, one big joke. "It's just that she's had enough to put up with. Everyone talking about my dad."
"I know."
He squeezed her hand.
Of course her mother hadn't killed anyone. She was the least violent person in the world. When Jonathan walked out on her, she hadn't even raised her voice in anger, but
it was odd all the same. Her mother couldn't have told the full story. Something had happened. They had come to the lighthouse, which had been converted years before into an art gallery. It still had a whitewashed wall around it. There was no need for the light now. The rocks in the bay were marked by navigation buoys on the water. Looking back towards the town, they saw the flashing neon which marked the entrance to the fun fair, the strings of street lamps, the inevitable blinking blue light of a police car. From the lighthouse, a footpath led inland, skirting the cemetery and arriving at last at the housing estate where Rosie lived. The free drink and the walk seemed to have cheered Joe up. He didn't mention Mel again, or the stranger who had been looking for her. As they sauntered past the cemetery, he started making howling, ghostly noises. There were houses backing onto the footpath, and Rosie had to tell him to shut up. Outside her house, Joe lingered. If she'd invited him in for a coffee, he'd have accepted like a shot. She could tell he was too wired up to go home. But Rosie couldn't bear any more confidences. Not tonight. She might end up confiding in him. A small wind had got up. Down the street, a Coke can rattled against the curb and startled them. The trees threw strange shadows. "You'd better go," she said. Then she imagined him turning up at the Gillespie house, making a scene. "You're not going to try to see Mel?" "God, no." He kissed her on the cheek as if she were a favourite aunt. She gave him a quick hug. Then he loped off. Inside, her mother was still up, watching a late film on Channel 4, half dozing. "Sorry I'm late." Since the drama after the school reunion, Rosie had been sporadically worried about her mother. She wasn't getting much support. When Rosie had told her father about the police investigation, he'd had difficulty in stopping himself laughing. "Hannah, mixed up with the police? God, she'll hate it." Yet if the murder had happened recently, everyone would have considered it horrifying. Rosie could tell that the past had become very real to her mother. She seemed to have become lost in it. Hannah said nothing, but Rosie could tell that in the long silences she was reliving it. Now, half asleep in front of the television, she was probably dreaming it too. To bring her back to the present, Rosie offered her a piece of information. Usually she never told her mother anything about herself unless she could help it. "Joe walked me home." Hannah stirred at this, but wasn't, Rosie thought, sufficiently distracted. Not as distracted as she normally would have been. Usually she took an unhealthy interest in Rosie's relationships with men. "The police phoned," she said. "They want to come here to talk to me. More questions. After work on Monday." "Oh, I'm sorry. It must be shitty." Hannah was usually prudish about language, and Rosie expected her to object to the word. Instead, she repeated it. "Shitty? Yes, it is, rather." "It can't be important if he can wait until Monday." "I suppose not." At the top of the stairs there was a landing window which looked over the street. She stopped and looked out, not expecting to see anyone, because Joe walked very quickly and would have been long gone. But someone was there, half hidden by a wind-blown sycamore on the pavement opposite. Her mother called downstairs to ask if the front door was locked. Rosie turned away to answer her. When she looked again, the figure had gone. Chapter 15. That Monday, the weather broke and Hannah went back to work. She woke too early, unrested, to bright sunlight, but by the time she went out to the car, the sky was hidden by thin cloud, like smoke. She ran back to the house to fetch an umbrella, just in case. The prison was 5 miles to the north. She drove along the coast road towards mountains of cloud. The first rain started just as the barrier lifted to let her into the staff car park. The drought, which had brought Michael's body to the surface of Cranford water, was over. Apart from the weather, it was just like any other morning. She queued at the gatehouse with the officers. Some spoke, others didn't. No one realized she'd been away. After she'd collected her keys, she bumped into Arthur, who was sheltering from the downpour, blocking the doorway so the officers had to squeeze past. She thought he'd enjoy being an irritation. "I thought it might blow over. It was fine when I left home. I'm not really prepared," grinning at himself, liking looking such a mess. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, jeans and open sandals. Everything was dripping. His dress was another excuse for the education department's disapproval. The principal thought it set the wrong tone. Hannah had heard comments from the inmates, too. They didn't know what to make of him. The officers were openly hostile. Despite his lack of hair, there were muttered comments in the mess about aging hippies. She opened her umbrella, and they ran together towards the education block. The rain was a deluge which had already formed a lake over the hard, packed ground. Inside, she walked with him as far as his room. "Did you have a good break?" She paused. "It's a long story." "I'm not doing anything for an hour. I can make you a coffee." "My orderly will be waiting. Perhaps I could meet you at lunchtime." She thought she sounded like a teenager suggesting a date, regretted the words as soon as they were spoken. "Sure," he said easily. He unlocked his door and went inside, his sandals squelching on the tiled floor. Marty was waiting outside, his face pressed to the glass door to see if anyone was in the room. There was no porch, and by the time Hannah had opened the door, he was soaked. He was wearing a thin, prison-issue shirt which clung to him. "Oh, God!" She pulled the hand towel from her cupboard-sized cloakroom and threw it to him. "I'm so sorry. I went in the other way and I was talking." He rubbed his hair and looked like a 5-year-old just out of the bath. "I'll make you some tea," she said, realizing she was staring. "Warm you up." "It's okay, really." He folded up the towel and handed it to her, pulled his sodden sleeves away from his wrist.
"Everything been all right?"
"I'm glad you're back. The guy they sent didn't know the ropes, and he didn't want to be told."
"No bother, then?"
He shook his head.
"The lad that kicked off before I went on leave wasn't in?"
"Don't worry, he'll not be back."
"You've not done anything stupid?"
She was thinking threats, if not actual violence. "No, too much to lose. He's out soon, doing his pre-release course now. He's lucky you didn't say anything, and that Dave's a good sleeper."
Hannah made the tea, handed a mug to Marty.
"I could get used to this," he said.
"Don't tell anyone. You don't want to spoil my reputation."
Which was, she knew, as a tough bitch, a bad-tempered cow who was okay at sorting out books, who would move heaven and earth to track down a requested title, but who wouldn't listen to excuses about lost or damaged copies, would have you up on a report for a bit of chewing gum stuck to a page. He smiled. The rain hammered on the flat roof, streamed down the windows, so it was impossible to see outside. The perimeter wall had vanished. They could have been in a rain-soaked library anywhere.
"Do you mind if I ask what you're in for?"
she asked. Suddenly she felt she had the right to know. Perhaps it was that being the subject of a police investigation gave her some fellow feeling. It made her position in the prison more ambiguous. "Don't you know?"
"I suppose it was in your file? If I ever did know, I've forgotten. Look, it doesn't matter. It's none of my business."
"Manslaughter." She thought that was all he was going to say. She didn't blame him for not wanting to go into any detail. She shouldn't have asked. He'd been kind to her, and she'd been rude. But he continued. "It was a fight in a pub. Stupid. I was pissed, and I can hardly remember now what started it off. The court accepted it was self-defense. To be honest, I think I was bloody lucky. I had a good brief." He drank the tea. Hannah didn't know what to say. "The lad I killed had a wife and a baby. Sometimes I think, well, he shouldn't have been in the pub then, should he? Getting tanked up and gobby, spoiling for a fight. He had responsibilities. He should have been at home. But that's bollocks, isn't it? I can't blame him. You can't blame the victim."
Hannah thought of Michael Gray. "No, I suppose not."
"Listen to me," he said. "I sound as if I've been on one of those courses. Victim awareness."
"And have you?"
"Not here, but I've been through it all. I can talk the jargon standing on my head."
"Where then?"
He didn't answer directly. "I've done supervision, care, probation, community service, spent more time in prison than I've been out. Long enough to know the right thing to say when you're after parole."
But he'd meant it, she thought. That thing about not blaming the victim. He'd meant that. "Have you got a release date?"
He shook his head. "First board comes up next month."
"Then what?"
"Then I'm going to stay out of trouble. Of course." He gave a twisted grin. "That's what all the cons say, isn't it? I bet you've heard it before. I'm serious, miss. You won't see me in here again." Then a couple of months later, there they are at your reception talk.
"And you?" she asked. "Will you be back?"
"No, Not this time.
What's different this time?
I've grown up, I suppose. About time.
And?
He smiled. You're in the wrong business. You should be a cop. You've got a better interview technique than most of them. And there's a girl, he corrected himself. A woman. She's an actress, younger than me, but not that much. Don't know what she sees in me. Crazy. He shook his head in wonder. She said she'd wait, this time. No second chances. We got together when I was on bail. My solicitor wangled me a hostel place. She was running a literary course, a volunteer.
Does she visit?
Yeah, regular as clockwork, with a list of books I should be reading.
So, a happy ending.
For me, yeah. One last chance. Up to me not to blow it. Not so lucky for the guy in the pub.
Or for Michael Gray, she thought. You said you'd been in trouble when you were a kid?
Oh, yes.
Now he'd started talking about himself, it seemed he couldn't stop. We were the classic dysfunctional family. She could hear the quotation marks in the self-mockery.
My dad beat up my mum. My mum left him and took me with her. She couldn't cope, so I was in and out of care. Where I met real little thugs. I was brighter than them, so I didn't get caught so often. But often enough to go right through the system. I never did drugs, but I drank too much, even when I was a kid. It clouds your judgment. If I hadn't been a boozer, I'd probably have been a brilliant criminal. But I needed the drink.
Did you ever do youth custody in West Yorkshire?
This is ridiculous, she thought. A waste of time. Leave it to the police.
But she held her breath while she waited for an answer.
Why?
I'm just after some information.
She wasn't quite daft enough to trust him with the truth. He might keep it to himself, but if it got round the prison that she was involved in a murder inquiry, her position would be impossible.
A long shot. Something came up at the school reunion. Someone we're trying to trace. There's a place at Homedale, isn't there?
Yeah, I was there for a few months. It was all right. There was a farm, pigs. Some of the instructors were okay.
When would that have been?
Early 70s.
He was older than he looked.
I'd have been 14.
The timing would be about right. Like I say, it's a long shot, but do you remember a lad called Michael Gray? Very blonde hair. He'd be a few years older than you. He paused, and she thought for a minute he'd remembered the name from the news reports. But he must have sorted the daily papers without reading them. Certainly, he hadn't seemed to have made the connection.
He shook his head. It's a long time ago, and I knocked around with so many lads over the years.
He might have been using a different name. You'd have noticed him. Posh voice, well-educated, bright.
He used almost the same phrase Stout had done. You don't get many like that in Borstal. Nice boys in trouble got probation or were sent off to see a shrink. I think I'd have remembered a lad like that.
She could tell there was no point pushing it. Thanks anyway. There was a jangling of keys. Dave, the prison officer, came in, snug in his uniform waterproof. He raised an eyebrow at them drinking tea and the papers not sorted. Hannah could tell he would have liked a cup himself, but was too idle to make it. He took off the coat, shook the water all over the floor, and went into the office for his kip. When Hannah went to find Arthur at lunchtime, he was still running a class. He'd got them to pull the tables together, and they sat round as if they were at a board meeting. The prisoner who'd pushed over the library shelf was standing at the front, writing on a flip chart with a fat felt-tipped pen. This must be the pre-release course. Hannah knew it was feeble, but she didn't want to meet him again, so she waited in Arthur's office until they all streamed out. There was a list of the men attending the course on his desk with their dates of birth and release dates. By a process of elimination, she identified her troublemaker as Hunter. The next day, he'd be gone. Despite the rain, Arthur took her out of the prison for lunch. It was her choice. The food in the officers' mess was cheap, but she hated the noise in there, the banter, the unspoken implication that anyone not in uniform was an outsider. They went to a pub in the nearest village. Often that was full of prison staff too, but today it was empty.
They sat at the bay window, but low cloud hid the view. Arthur went to the bar for drinks and to order food. As soon as he returned, he said, "I'm sitting comfortably. Let's hear the story." She didn't know where to start. She would have liked to go back to the beginning, to her first meeting with Michael and the bonfire on the beach. She would have liked Arthur's opinion. He was an expert. But the friendship hadn't developed to the stage of discussing ex-lovers. And besides, they only had 3/4 of an hour for lunch. "Did you meet up with your friends?"
Yes, and I'll go back. It's broken the ice.
"But something happened."
Yes."
She sounded abrupt and ungrateful, rosy on a bad day. She'd found it easier to talk to Marty. Arthur was a professional, the reassuring voice, the laid-back manner. These were techniques he'd perfected. He listened to people's confidences for a living. She felt resentful. She didn't want to be one of his clients. Anyway, wouldn't he resent her spilling out all her fears in his lunch break? It was like asking a mechanic to check your brakes in his dinner hour. Still, she couldn't stop now, and she stumbled on.
"Did you hear on the news that a body was found in the lake?"
"Exposed after the drought, yes."
"I knew him. When I was at school, he was my boyfriend."
There was a minute of silence. It was obviously the last thing he'd been expecting. "I'm so sorry." The response seemed genuine, but so, she supposed, would his Monday to Friday compassion with the inmates.
"The police think he was murdered."
"Can they tell after all this time?"
"There's evidence of a knife wound, apparently."
"You went to the hills to escape all the crime and punishment thing here, and then you ended up with that?"
"I know." She forced out a laugh. "As Rosie says, it's shitty."
"How is Rosie? Is she giving you grief?"
"No, she's being a sweetie."
There was a slightly awkward pause. "She seems a nice kid. Protective."
"She is, usually. I'm sorry she was so prickly when you met the other night."
He shrugged. "Understandable, isn't it?" A middle-aged waitress approached with the food. She had flat feet, and they could hear her as soon as she left the bar. Arthur waited for her to put down the plates and retreat. "Just because it happened 30 years ago doesn't mean you won't go through the normal stages of bereavement. You're bound to feel anger, guilt, all the usual junk." Of course he was right. Hannah supposed she should be grateful. No one else had given her the right to mourn. But it wasn't what she wanted to hear. It wasn't any of his business. She didn't need a psychologist.
"It was all a long time ago,"
she said briskly. "But you'll have memories, intense at that age."
"No danger of forgetting,"
she said.
"The police are coming tonight to interview me."
"Whatever for?" She was about to make a flippant remark, something like, "Perhaps they think I killed him." But that was too close to the truth. That was what really frightened her. She didn't want to tempt fate by saying it, even as a joke.
"After all this time, they can't find out much about him. They haven't even traced his family. They think I can help."
Ah, that satisfied him. He hesitated. "Would you like me to be there with you? Not to interfere, just for support." It was tempting. If she hadn't dismissed his earlier kindness, she would probably have accepted. But she'd decided the body in the lake was none of his business. She couldn't have it both ways.
"No," she said. "Really, it's just a few questions."
She looked at her watch. It was time to go back inside. Chapter 16. When Hannah got in from work, Rosie was in the kitchen, and there was a smell of cooking. A wooden spoon hung over the edge of the bench and dripped tomato sauce onto the floor. Pans were piled on the draining board. Hannah moved the spoon.
"This is a surprise."
A nice surprise. Since the end of exams, Rosie had seldom been there to share a meal with her.
"I'm supposed to be at work at 7, but if you want me to stay while the police are here, I can phone in sick." "Don't be silly, you can't do that."
Usually they ate in the kitchen, but Rosie had laid the table in the dining room with the white linen cloth Hannah saved for Christmas and special events. It was a monster to iron, but she didn't suggest changing it. Rosie proudly carried dishes from the kitchen, a tomato and aubergine casserole with a yoghurt topping, a green salad. She'd bought a bottle of wine. "You should cook more often," Hannah said. Rosie smiled. Afterwards there was the usual scrabble for uniform, and she ran off to work. Hannah watched her through the window. Rosie wore a thin hooded jacket which hardly kept out the rain, and every so often she looked at her watch and put on a spurt of speed. She ran like a toddler, legs flailing out from the knees. Then she disappeared round a corner, and the house seemed very quiet. Hannah was finishing the washing up when the doorbell rang. There was wine left in her glass, and she drank it guiltily before going to the door. Porteous and Stout stood outside. They wore almost identical waterproof jackets. The sight of them, one tall and lanky, one short and squat, reminded her of a music hall double act. "Come in." She had made sure the living room was tidy before starting on the dishes. The gloom outside had made it seem almost dark, and she turned on a table lamp. "On your own?" asked Stout. He took off his jacket and waited for Hannah to take it. "There's only my daughter and I. She's at work." Usually she hated that explanation, but tonight it made her rather proud. She offered them tea and was surprised when they accepted. She thought it wasn't a good sign. They expected to be here for a long time. On the way to the kitchen, she hung the coats in the cupboard under the stairs. Stout's smelled of tobacco and reminded her of the night in the old rectory, when she'd learned that Michael had been stabbed. When she returned from the kitchen with a tray, the men were perched side by side on the sofa. They sat with their cups and saucers on their knees, looking all prim. Hannah thought they could have been a committee of volunteers, perhaps organising a charity jumble sale. She had sat on many such committees. It would have been more appropriate for them to interview her in the prison. That was the natural home for what Arthur had called the crime and punishment thing. "I'm afraid we're no further forward," Stout said. "We checked out your idea that Michael might have been in trouble when he was young. I know you thought he might have done time in Yorkshire. But no joy. There is a youth custody institution near Leeds." "Homedale," she said. "Homedale, yes. It was a borstal in those days. But no one called Michael Gray was there in the years in question." "I thought you said he must have changed his name." "We've tracked down a couple of staff. There's an officer who's since retired and a senior probation officer who was a young welfare officer there at the time. No one recognises the lad you describe." "It was a long time ago, and they'd have worked with a lot of boys." She wondered what made her push it. Marty hadn't known Michael either. Why was she so sure he'd been inside? "Not many posh ones," Stout said. "Not many who go on to take A-levels. We've been looking at boarding schools in Yorkshire, too." Porteous gave a polite little smile as if to say, "You see, we did listen to you. We did take your ideas seriously. Just in case Michael was telling the truth when he said he'd gone to school there. We started with boarding schools. If his father were a diplomat, as you thought, that would be his most likely education. Don't you agree? We've been asking for a list of boys with the same date of birth as Michael gave to the dentist. We've tracked down every individual. They're all accounted for. No one's gone missing. Of course, it's an incomplete picture. Places close, records are destroyed. The team is working through the state schools now." "I see." She didn't know what to say. Did he want a pat on the back for his thoroughness? "We haven't found their mother's grave yet," Stout said, "but that's hardly surprising when we don't have a name, a date, or a place." That would have been the time to tell them about the cemetery by the lighthouse. It would be possible to explain it away as a stray memory which had returned, but the tone of Stout's voice frightened her. He made it clear he hadn't believed her, that the story of the funeral was a fantasy she'd made up for her own ends. How would he accept she'd forgotten a detail of such significance, something which might finally pin an identity on Michael Gray? The moment passed without her speaking. "So we thought we'd look at things in a different way," Porteous said. "From the other end, as it were. Not looking into Michael's origins, but into where he was going, or where you thought he was going. Because you didn't report him missing either, Mrs. Morton. And that does seem rather odd. You had been his girlfriend for a year. We've been speaking to your friends, to teachers at the school, and everyone says you were very close." He gave a sympathetic smile. "Deeply, madly in love, someone said. I don't think he'd simply accept his disappearance. So he must have given you an explanation. Perhaps he told you the same story as he told the Bryces." Hannah wondered which friends had been talking to him. The prose style sounded like Sally's. "No," she said. "No story." "Oh, but there was." He sounded apologetic, as if he didn't like to contradict her. "At least, there was a story for the Bryces, unless they made it up." "They wouldn't have done that." "So it was a story they believed, even if it wasn't told to them by Michael himself. Let me explain. You were all sitting A-levels. Michael's first exam was art. We know because we've spoken to the school. It hasn't been easy, but we've chased up some of his subject teachers. The art teacher is retired, but still living in the area. Michael didn't turn up for the exam. He was one of the few pupils in the class predicted to get a top grade. It was a subject he enjoyed, so it wasn't a case of last-minute nerves. The teacher was frantic. Perhaps Michael had made a mistake about dates. He phoned the number on the school record and got through to Stephen Bryce, who was perfectly calm, who seemed bewildered by all the fuss. "Didn't Michael tell you?" he said to the art teacher. "He's gone back to his father." If there was any other information given during the conversation, the teacher can't remember it. He assumed it was a case of family illness or bereavement. It must have been something serious, he said, because Michael had been working hard for the exam and was determined to do well. "Oh, yes," thought Hannah, remembering lunchtimes in the art room, watching Michael, smudged with paint, working on his display. He was certainly determined. Porteous set his teacup carefully on the coffee table. "You never heard that story?" She shook her head. "I didn't see anyone much at that time. I went in for the exams and straight home. As soon as the A-levels were finished, I left the area. I found a summer job in a hotel in Devon. I didn't even come back for the results. They were posted on to me." "You must have noticed that Michael wasn't around." "Yes, I realised he'd gone. Back to his family, I thought, dramatically, the way that he'd come." "But you didn't go to see the Bryces? To ask what had happened? To get a forwarding address?" Porteous was faintly incredulous. "No." She hesitated, unsure how much to say. "It was a bit embarrassing. We'd stopped going out with each other, actually. I suppose I didn't want them to think I was chasing him. Pride, you know." "A row, was there?" Stout asked. "Lover's tiff?" He said it casually enough, but then they both looked at her in a way that made her realise the answer was important to them. She sensed the danger just in time. Sally hadn't just told them how much in love she'd been. Hannah matched her voice to his, kept it light, implying, "You know what dizzy things teenage girls are." "I suppose so, but I'm blessed if I can remember what it was all about, not wanting to face the details, even after all this time." "Serious, though, at that age?" "Not as serious as passing the exams. That was our priority at the time. That was probably why we fell out." "You were jealous of the time he spent studying?" "I think it was more likely the other way round." They looked at her. They were still sitting side by side on the sofa. It was leather, one of Jonathan's affectations. It didn't go in the room at all. Hannah thought of Michael's audition for Macbeth. Jack Westcott and Spooky Spence sitting in judgment on the red plastic chairs at the front of the hall. Porteous and Stout were sitting in judgment too. They thought she was lying, but they were trying to decide if it was because Michael had dumped her and she didn't want to admit it, or because she had killed him. It was impossible to tell if they'd reached a conclusion. "Why don't you take us through the last couple of days of his life?" Porteous said. "Is that possible? Do you know when he died?" "Exactly." "Perhaps not," he admitted, "but we know when he disappeared, if we can believe the Bryces." She was starting to panic. Incoherent thoughts pitched one after another into her brain. She forced out a reasonable voice. "It's a long time ago. I'm not sure how much I'll remember." "We can help you." Porteous leaned forward, so his elbows were on his knees. He clasped his hands, more like a priest than a cop, or a counsellor, not very different in tone from Arthur. "There was a school play, Macbeth. I've seen an old programme. Mr. Westcott has kept them all over the years. There was a photograph of Michael. Let's call him Michael for now, shall we? It's different from the one which was in the paper. It's rather faded and grainy, but it gives an impression." He was a striking boy. He stopped, miming a man who's had a sudden thought. "I don't suppose you kept a photograph, did you?" She shook her head. She'd always regretted not having one. "No, pity. Still—" He seemed lost in a thought of his own, then ditched all the make-believe vagueness. "The final performance of Macbeth was on the Friday night. You were prompting and looking after the props?" She nodded, remembered, like a slow-motion replay, the Bryces rising in their seats to cheer. "Did you talk to him that evening? In the interval, perhaps, or afterwards?" I'm not sure. Probably." "So you were still going out with him on the Friday, then, so far as you're aware. The disagreement between you must have happened on the Saturday or the Sunday." "The Saturday," she said. She felt she was being boxed in, tricked. She should have claimed not to remember. How could she be expected to have perfect recall of that sort of detail after so many years? But she did remember. She had played the scene over and over in her head ever since. "You're absolutely certain about that?" She nodded. She wished suddenly that Arthur were there. So much for pride. They wouldn't push so hard if another person were present. They'd be more circumspect. She wondered if she should refuse to answer their questions, demand to have a solicitor there. But she'd never been much good at demanding. Besides, then they'd assume that she was guilty, that she had something to hide. Porteous straightened his back and looked satisfied, as if it were just as he had supposed. He was taking the lead in the questions. Stout had taken out a soft, thick pencil and was making notes on a shorthand pad. As Porteous had waited for her answer, Hannah had heard the lead move over the paper. "We'll come back to Saturday later," Porteous continued. "If you could cast your mind back to the Friday." He paused, gave her a look of reluctant admiration. "You do have a most remarkable memory, Mrs. Morton. It was the same during our previous conversation. So, tell us what happened in the interval. Did all the actors remain backstage?" "Yes." An easy question. "Mr. Spence, the producer, was strict about that. There was to be no running around the hall. The PTA organised refreshments for the audience and took juice and biscuits for the actors and crew." "But you were prompting, I understand, from the front of the audience. It wasn't a traditional stage with wings." "That's right." Good God, she thought. He's a magician. How can he know all this? He closed his eyes as if he were picturing the scene. "Did you go backstage in the interval or stay where you were?" "I stayed in my seat. Mr. and Mrs. Bryce came to speak to me." That had been a relief. Her mother had been in the audience, too, a gesture of support which she should have welcomed. Hannah wouldn't have known what to say to her, and the Bryces kept her away. Hannah had seen Audrey from the corner of her eye, circling at a distance. "Did they mention that Michael might be leaving the area?" "Definitely not. They talked about the play." "Of course. So either they didn't know about his plans at that stage, if indeed there were any plans, or Michael had asked them to keep a secret. Otherwise they would have discussed his leaving with you." "Yes, I'm sure they would." What did you do after the performance?
We walked into town together and bought fish and chips.
Again, to avoid her mother, so she wouldn't have to talk to Audrey on the way home. She saw he was astonished that she had remembered a detail like that, and added,
At least, I think that's what we did. It could have been another time.
What about the props? He asked.
Did you clear them up that night?
She thought. He knows about the knife. Felt the last of her control slipping. Held it together.
Some of them. While I was waiting for the others to change and take off their makeup, a team of us came in on the Saturday afternoon to do the rest.
What did you do with all the stuff?
Packed it into boxes. I don't know what happened to it then.
Did any of the cast keep anything? A souvenir, perhaps? Something to remind them of the play? She shook her head. She couldn't trust herself to speak. Was Michael there that afternoon?
No,
she said sharply.
He was the star. Too grand to muck about with props and costumes.
Porteous smiled. Well, that takes us nicely to Saturday evening.
There was a party, she said, for the cast and the crew and a few of the teachers who were involved in the production.
Mr. Spence?
I'm not sure. Yes, perhaps he was there.
Mr. Westcott?
I don't think so. It was mostly the younger staff. I believe there was someone from the art department.
Don't worry, we can check the names if we need to.
We weren't allowed the party in school. Not the sort of party, at least, that we would have wanted. We hired a room on the caravan park. The DJ ran the disco for nothing. She paused. Chris Johnson. He's still around in the town. He's got a record. You probably know him.
She was going to add that he'd been married to Sally, but decided that would be petty. They'd find out anyway if they asked around. She watched Stout scribble furiously on his notepad. And you and Michael had a row?
Not a row.
She'd had enough. She could hear her voice raise a pitch.
We just decided it would be best if we didn't see each other until after the exams.
She expected him to probe with more questions, but he nodded understandingly. Did you see Michael on the Sunday?
No, I had an exam the next day. I didn't go out at all. I was working.
It wasn't a lie. And on the Monday, the Bryces told the art teacher that Michael had gone back to his father. He sat for a moment as if he was musing the significance of the detail for the first time, but it was all show. He must have gone over that information dozens of times before visiting her. He stood up suddenly, seeming to take Stout by surprise. Hannah fetched their coats and showed them to the door. Stout was still stuffing his notebook and pencil into his pocket as he left. It had stopped raining, so Stout was able to light his pipe on the way to the car, curling his hand around the match to nurture the flame. Chapter 17. Frank sent Rosie home early. Perhaps that's what she'd been hoping for when she told him about the police and her mum. He was a good boss. It had been quiet in the pub anyway, and she knew she'd been ratty. Raging PMT. Sometimes it got her, so she wanted to roar with frustration, like a huge lioness. She'd made a real effort with her mum earlier, so she'd taken it out on Frank and the others at work. No wonder he'd wanted shot of her. When she got in, Hannah was sitting in the living room. She must have heard the door, but she didn't get up or turn around. There wasn't the usual inquisition about what had happened to Rosie at work. No television. The only light came from a small table lamp. Hannah was sitting in shadow. She'd opened another bottle of wine and nearly finished it. She hadn't got drunk even on the night Jonathan had walked out, but tonight she was ratted. Rosie sat on the arm of the chair and put her arm around her. She took the glass from her hand.
You'd better let me have that. You're not used to it, and you've got work in the morning. I was used to it once, when I was your age.
Is that how I'll get? Rosie thought. Pissed after a couple of glasses of wine.
I take it the police came, she said. Was it dreadful? They were all right. Polite, just doing their job.
Hannah turned to her, and Rosie saw lines on her face she'd never noticed before, on her neck and framing the bottom of her jaw.
"But they think I killed him,"
Hannah said in the same flat voice.
"They think we had a row, and he dumped me, and I stabbed him."
The next day, Hannah must have got up in time to go to work, but Rosie didn't hear her. She never woke up much before lunchtime unless she was on an 11 o'clock shift. Today she had a day off. She hadn't made any plans. She was jerked awake by the phone, which didn't stop even after the 7 rings when the answer phone usually clicked in. Her mother must have forgotten to switch on the machine before leaving for work. Rosie got out of bed, saw it was only 9:30, swore, and took the call in Hannah's bedroom. The bed was made. The few clothes left out were neatly folded on the chair. Even with a hangover, her mother couldn't bear to leave the house without tidying. Talk about anal.
"Rosie, that is Rosie Morton."
The caller had waited so long that he seemed surprised to get a response. She didn't recognize the voice. It was a middle-aged male. Somewhere in the background, a woman was talking very quickly.
"This is Richard Gillespie."
She was still fuddled with sleep and didn't answer, so he added with a trace of impatience,
"Mel's father."
"Oh, yes, hi."
She'd never met Mel's father. She'd seen him on the telly, but whenever she was at the house he was working.
How's Mel?"
There was a pause.
"We've a bit of a problem here. I wonder if you'd mind coming round."
"Is Mel okay?"
Rosie wondered if it was Mel's voice she could hear in the background. If so, she was almost hysterical.
"I don't really care to discuss it on the telephone. Look, if you like, I'll come and pick you up."
"I can walk, thanks."
"As soon as possible, then."
He hung up. She wished she'd put up more of a fight. She thought she knew what it was about. He wanted her to persuade Mel to go into hospital. Mel hated hospital, always had. She'd hinted darkly about past experiences. Rosie imagined scenes from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and wasn't going to force her into something she didn't want. Then she thought there must be something seriously wrong with Mel to keep Richard Gillespie away from his microchip empire. She dialed Joe's number. He might know what was going on. The line was engaged. Was Mr. Gillespie enlisting him to do his dirty work too? Outside, the rain had cleared the air. The sun was shining again, but the day didn't feel so humid or sticky. She paused in front of Joe's house, considered calling in to find out if he had any news of Mel, but there was a car in the drive. Joe's mum only worked part-time. Once she'd seen Rosie very drunk, and ever since Rosie had sensed the disapproval. She couldn't face it today. Besides, Richard Gillespie had made it clear he expected her immediately, and even over the phone she'd found him intimidating. She loved Mel's house. It was 3 stories, set back from a quiet road. An old brick herringbone wall separated it from its neighbours. At the back there were apple trees and blackcurrant bushes. There was nothing flash or showy about it. The Gillespies had money, but didn't feel the need to flaunt it. Even the Volvo parked in the drive was a couple of years old. She thought that showed real style. Jonathan insisted on a new car every year. Despite all that, Rosie wasn't sure she'd want Richard and Eleanor Gillespie as parents. Perhaps it was because style mattered to them too much. Image, at least. Eleanor had made a career out of it. She was head of marketing for the big brewery which owned the Prom. According to Mel, she'd been responsible for the huge posters which had recently appeared all over the city, featuring an elephant and a beer bottle and a slogan about gigantic thirst. Image mattered to Richard, too. Rosie had seen him on television talking about his family. The picture he presented was of a close and supportive group. Really, I couldn't cope without them. How did a nervy anorexic fit in with that? Mel said he had ambitions to go into politics. Power, that's what really turns him on. It must have bugged him that he couldn't turn her into the daughter he wanted. Richard opened the door to her. She recognized him from the newspaper articles and television reports. He looked younger than Eleanor, hardly old enough to be Mel's dad. She wondered if he dyed his hair. "Hello, you must be Rosie." A firm handshake and a smile. charm on tap, a habit. He showed her through to the kitchen. It looked over the garden, and she thought, as she always did, that you could fit the whole of her house inside it. The style here was farmhouse chic. There was an aga, a rack of stainless steel pans hanging from the ceiling, a huge dresser with shelves of glass jars full of beans and pulses. Rosie had never seen either of the parents cook, but she imagined them having dinner parties here at the weekends. Of course, the guests would sit at the scrubbed pine kitchen table. Richard would probably do the cooking. Thai, perhaps, or Mexican. She could imagine him in an apron. Melanie wouldn't be invited. She couldn't be trusted around food. Mel's mother was sitting in a wicker chair by the aga. She was wearing leggings and a big sweatshirt, aerobics class clothes. Rosie knew she belonged to a gym, but had never seen her dressed casually before. Without the suit and the makeup, she looked like a different woman. She sat with her feet on the edge of the chair, her knees near her chin, her arms clasped around her legs in a sort of fetal coma.
"Where's Mel?"
Rosie demanded, thinking from Eleanor's desolation that an ambulance had already come to cart her away. Eleanor came to life, shifted position, put her feet on the floor. The wicker creaked.
"She didn't come home last night."
"I thought she might be at your house," Richard said, "but obviously not."
"Have you tried Joe's?"
Rosie wasn't quite sure why they were so worried. Not after one night. They weren't usually like Hannah, who panicked if Rosie was half an hour late. "She's not with him, either, but I've asked him to come round. Between us, we should be able to work out where she is." Rosie sat on one of the reclaimed pine chairs.
"Is there any chance of a coffee? I came straight out."
Usually she wouldn't have had the cheek to ask, but they needed her help, didn't they? Of course." Richard filled the filter machine.
"Where did she go when she left you last night?"
Eleanor demanded.
"I didn't see Mel last night. I haven't seen her for days. You said she was too ill." "Last night she insisted on going out. She said she was going to the promenade. It was only down the road, so we thought—"
Her voice tailed off.
"Anyway, we couldn't stop her."
That explained some of their anxiety. Mel had left in a strop after a fight. They'd be feeling guilty, too.
"What time did she leave home?"
"Late," Richard said. "She told us she'd just go in for last orders. She knew you'd be working. We thought she'd be all right with you."
Christ, Rosie thought, as if it's my fault.
He went on. "It was probably about 10:15. We went to bed soon after. Assumed she'd go back to your house or Joe's and let herself in late. It was only this morning when Eleanor got back from the gym that she realized Mel's bed hadn't been slept in. And had an attack of anxiety and guilt and summoned Richard back from work."
"I'd already left the pub at 10, Rosie said. "Frank let me go early."
"Were any of her other friends in the pub?" Rosie thought, shook her head. Monday was usually quiet. People spent all their money at the weekend.
"Have you spoken to Frank?"
"Frank?"
The manager, to check that she arrived there."
"Not yet. We didn't want to make a lot of fuss until we were sure it was justified."
"Do you want me to phone him? He needn't know she's missing."
"Yes," Richard said. "That'd be helpful." Another flash of the smile. Rosie would have preferred not to have an audience, but they obviously expected her to use the phone in the kitchen. She looked at her watch. 10 o'clock. Frank should be up by now. He answered quickly. "The promenade, Frank speaking. How may I help you?" Very brisk and efficient. He must have been expecting a call from his boss at headquarters.
"Hi, it's me, Rosie."
"Hi, lass. I hope you're in a better mood than you were last night."
"Did Mel come in after I left?"
"Aye, but only to poke her head round the door to ask where you were. I'd have bought her a drink if she'd hung around. She looked like she could do with one."
"Do you know where she went after?"
"No idea, pet." Rosie replaced the receiver.
"Sorry,"
she said. Both Gillespies were staring at her.
"She was there, but only for a couple of minutes."
Eleanor gave a little whimper. Rosie felt sorry for her, though she'd never much taken to her before. She'd been friendly enough, but in a desperate way. She tried too hard to be one of the girls. There was a knock on the door. Richard touched Eleanor's hand, extinguishing the hope before it was lit. "That'll be Joe." Joe looked shattered. He was still wearing his uniform from the supermarket. It had been one of his nights for work. Any other time, Rosie would have teased him about the shiny grey trousers, the blazer with the company logo on the breast pocket. Now she just said, "You must have had time to change." His night shift finished at 7:30.
"It's been a nightmare. I borrowed me mum's car. It broke down on the bypass on my way home. It took the AA an hour and a half to get there, and then they couldn't fix it. By the time they got it to the garage—"
He stopped, shrugged, turned to the Gillespies.
"Anyway, I got your message."
Richard seemed to have forgotten about the coffee. Rosie tipped some into a mug, waved the jug towards the others.
"Yeah,"
Joe said.
"Thanks."
She poured one for him and replaced the jug on the hot plate.
"Mel's gone missing,"
Rosie said.
"She came to see me at the prom, but I wasn't there. She didn't come to your house. It would have been between 10:30 and 11.
She felt the need to take charge. Even Richard seemed to have given in to lethargy. He was staring out of the window.
"It was one of my regular work nights," Joe said. "She might have forgotten and gone to the house, but no one would have been there. Mum and Dad were at the theatre, and Grace spent the night with a mate."
Grace was his 13-year-old sister. They sat round the table, looking at each other. Eleanor had moved away from the Aga to join them. Richard was at the head. He dragged his attention away from the garden. The chairman of the board, Rosie thought, trying to hold his team together.
"She has other friends," he said. "She'll have wanted to teach us a lesson. That's what this is all about. It would be best if the kids phoned around."
He looked at Rosie and Joe.
"You know the names and the numbers, and they'd be more likely to tell you the truth."
They started with a pretense of enthusiasm, but soon it was obvious to them both that Mel wasn't with any of the usual gang. Eleanor would have had them phoning all day. It was Joe, hollow-eyed and fraught, who said,
"Look, I think you should go to the police."
Eleanor and Richard shot a look at each other, which Rosie couldn't interpret.
"This evening," Richard said. "I promise. If she's not back this evening."
Soon after, they left. Rosie to town to check on some places Mel might be, and Joe to sleep. They were standing, talking together on the corner of the street before going their separate ways, when the Volvo pulled out of the drive and accelerated away. Richard Gillespie off to do some other deal. Rosie imagined Eleanor Gillespie curled up again in the wicker chair, waiting for the phone to ring or the door to open. Chapter 18. Hannah's father had been cremated. Her mother had wanted the whole business over quickly, without any fuss. Hannah remembered the undertaker coming to the house to discuss arrangements. He was young, with impeccable clothes and a nervous cough. Perhaps Edward had been his first suicide.
"No fuss,"
Audrey said immediately before he had a chance to sit down.
"No show."
"Nothing in the papers, then?"
"Certainly not."
"Flowers?"
"No."
She spoke very fiercely, and he asked no more questions. Hannah and her mother stood alone in the crematorium and watched the flimsy coffin slide behind the curtains. Afterwards they went home for tea and Battenberg, a cake Edward had always particularly disliked. Michael's mother, however, had been buried. There had been mourners dressed in smart clothes, a black limousine which had taken Michael from wherever he had been living as a child to a church, and then to the cemetery by the lighthouse. Had he mentioned a church? Hannah thought he had. The crocuses on the lawn, a church filled with weeping people, then another ride in the car to the cemetery. Hannah had felt lousy all day. The encounter with the detectives had left her with a thick head and a jumpiness verging on paranoia. She was frightened that they'd turn up at any time to ask more of their questions. In the prison, Marty saw at once that she wasn't well and had the kettle on before she asked him. She was tempted to seek out Arthur at lunchtime, but something stopped her. More pride. She didn't want to admit to a hangover at her age. She didn't want him analysing her problems, coming to conclusions about her weakness and loneliness. She'd always been a person to give support, never to need it. When Hannah got home, the house was empty. There was a cryptic note on the table from Rosie saying something urgent had come up and she'd be back by 11. Hannah had had nothing to eat all day, but she couldn't face supper. She couldn't settle. So she went for a walk to the cemetery to look for Michael's mother. Michael hadn't started school when his mother died. She was sure of that. It was the way he'd spoken of the wrench of her going into hospital. She must always have been around before. So, Hannah thought, when his mother died, Michael would have been 5 at the oldest, 3 at the youngest. His memories had a clarity and sophistication which would have been unlikely in a toddler. The death would have occurred between 40 to 42 years previously. Even then it would have been unusual for a woman to die so young. Perhaps on the headstone there would be mention of a child. At the very least, Hannah thought, she should be able to provide Porteous and Stout with a short list of possible names. Information for the team to check, to get them off her back. She walked along the seafront towards the lighthouse. The salty breeze and the smell of seaweed cleared her head for the first time that day. The car ferry from Bergen slid past on its way to the dock further up the river. Hannah remembered a family holiday in Norway. Rosie had been 6. She'd been sick on the boat. Jonathan had sulked all week because the food in the farmhouse hadn't lived up to his expectations and he hadn't been able to get hold of a decent bottle of wine. Even before the arrival of Eve the Temptress, it hadn't been much of a marriage. "You'll be better off without him," her friends said. Until now, it had been too much like admitting failure to agree. The cemetery was almost empty. In the distance, a workman was mowing the grass paths, but the sound of the machine hardly reached her. At first, she wandered aimlessly, her attention caught and held by unusual names, ornate carvings, simple messages of bereavement. Then, as the shadows lengthened, she brought more order into the search. The modern graves, those dug within the last 20 years, were at the far end. The furthest inland, those could be ignored. The remaining plots were in a more random jumble. There seemed to be no chronological order. The space was divided occasionally by a high cypress hedge or a stone arch. Rooks were gathering in the trees which separated the graveyard from the road. She walked up and down the lines of headstones to the jarring sound of the rooks, moving on quickly if the deceased were a man or too old, only stopping for a woman and if the date was right. Most of the women had been elderly when they died. Most, it seemed, had been widows. The Elsies, the Mays, and the Maggies had all joined dear departed husbands. She had almost given up hope when she came across one which fitted her dates. The grave had been planted with ivy, and she pulled the plant away from the headstone to read the letters. Frances Lumley, aged 30, daughter of Elizabeth and Miles. Hannah crouched on her heels to clean the rest of the text, convinced that her search was over. But Frances Lumley had been drowned at sea, and there was no mention of a husband or child. And she had died in September, not a season for crocuses. Michael's mother was buried in the grave next to Frances Lumley's, and despite her care, Hannah nearly missed it. In comparison to Frances's headstone, the white marble was clean. The engraving looked as if it had been chiselled the day before, and there were fresh flowers in a brass pot which gleamed in the last of the sunlight. At first, she thought this was a new grave, slotted in amongst the others to fill a space. It was only when she read the date that she saw that the occupant had been buried the year after Frances. She had died on the 19th of February. So, there were relatives who lived near enough to tend the grave. She hadn't expected that. She still thought of Michael as he had been then, quite alone, with only her and the Bryces to care for him. She read aloud, "Maria Jane Randall, née Gray, daughter of Anthony and Hester, beloved wife of Crispin, and mother of Theo. The facts were as bold as the carving. There was no comforting verse or religious text. She knew her search was over. If she had opened the shoebox in Michael's bedroom on that day after school, she would have found a birth certificate, and probably a passport too, in the name of Theo Randall. She couldn't guess where Michael, because that was how she would continue to think of him, had filched his first name. A family name he'd taken from his mother's parents. All the same, she continued her walk past the last 2 lines of graves. She had to be sure, and she hated a job half done. There were no other women of the right age buried in the place. She returned to Maria's grave, and though she could remember them by heart, she jotted down the details of her death and her birth, copying the engraving word for word. The sun had almost gone, and she was starting to feel cold. Hannah hadn't managed to eat anything after her interview with the detectives the night before, and after her walk along the seafront she was starving. In the town she queued up with the trippers to buy fish and chips, and sat on a bench